Right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 29th, 2026. And today is the big day. Not only do you get Microsoft and Meta after the bell, but Kevin Warsh in his second meeting and arguably, potentially, one of the biggest Fed meeting expectations that we have had in decades, or at least since right before the election, or other times where volatility was going crazy. So we have a wild day in store. The earnings came out today. It looks like a lot of energy leaders. Even though there was a lot of beats, you're not getting as much strength out of some of these rotation names. Korea was absolutely terrible last night, and there was problems. They had a emergency meeting and other things. Again, momentum, chips, all of that is still in play, but generally, most of the earnings are doing good. You're at an 80% beat rate. We are now waiting for the big earnings, but again, all of this tension surrounding your boy Kevin Warsh today. Oh my goodness. Is this one going to be important? So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're ready for a good day. But before we begin, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out. Active service, past service, anybody who has served this country for real. God bless you and thank you. Thank you for everything you have committed and sacrificed for people you have never met. And above all else, man, I do hope that you could benefit off of everything that we do here. I hope you get a long term. I hope you get a crib. I hope we can help in any way possible. But at the very least, I do think that we should honor all of y'all every single day. And for those of you who have never served, if you ever wonder why I do this, do I want you to become a warmonger? No. But what I do believe is that you could never take away the honor from somebody who has decided to give up so much for men and women that they have never even met. So, veterans, active service, past service, the families, everybody who made that commitment, God bless every single one of you and thank you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, garbage men, everybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the judge! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Harder. Oh, my goodness. God bless every single one of you and thank you. Oh, hello. Hello, Chatadonia. Chatadonia, are you ready, bro? Listen, if you're not ready, just seriously, if you're not ready, go back to bed and then wake up at 9:45, okay? And just go to 9:40, okay? That's it. Just 9:45, just get right before the Fed, because I don't know how. If you ain't hyped all day about this, this is it, man. Thank God for all the bomb vigilantes and all the people that made an easy event, an overhyped event. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my gosh, man, this is going to be exciting. But we only got a minute, so I do have a couple plays for you. Watch Microsoft and Meta. Again, it does seem like Microsoft will be the most important one as far as CapEx is concerned. Watch ACOC. They had an Alzheimer's approval, small cap biotech. Again, Bloom Energy, Enphase. Watch out for energy. They seem to be the rotation winner. GEHC, they did good on earnings. Watch Reddit. They report in a couple days. They also got another upgrade this morning. Boston Scientific, Lager, and they did not do good. Visa, they did good, but the stock went down. So see if that ends up flipping, and then watch Ford for a post-earnings reaction. Other than that, we do got to see which direction the rotations are going to take this morning. Again, it's not as easy with healthcare. Staples gapped up yesterday. You are not watching that trend here. So we will find out, but we got 1 minute, Chatadonia. Call out any plays, like the video, do whatever you need, bro. Do whatever you need, but let's have a good one, and don't pump on the homies. And good luck, and God bless America. And this should be a good time. Can we get a Jesus real quick? Can I get one real quick? I got it. Real quick. I just want to real quick one. It's out the long term. Oil is killing it. Trump said he's gonna effing beat the shit out of the Iranians. Something along those lines. Something, I will fucking beat the shit out of him. Something like that. He said something this morning. 2 or 3% pop.
Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like
game time.
I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you tryna control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah.
3,
It's
2,
done.
1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. And we're off. Let me see what chips end up doing. Again, chips are down 0.43. Honestly, not that bad at all. So like I'm saying, we have zero indication of rotationary winners right now. And some of these moves to start off are pretty tiny. Again, everything's within like 0.5%. All of your major rotations are down. Energy is up. And then cyber. All right. Well, GEHC, that one's that one's at 7% still. So that one's kind of in the weird middle. Who else we got? Bloom Energy and then CTSH. So Bloom Energy still 5, but this is what I think CTSH might be break even. So, okay, they're up 3 now. Again, that earnings wasn't too hot. DIA, airlines are running too. So watch any airlines or travel. Again, you have a 5% stick in oil. And then there's Apple. Apple already did start off good. So, again, that might do its little leading effect. Right now, SPY's down by 0.1, Russell down 0.13, NASDAQ down 0.08, and Dow is down by 0.8. So to give you an idea, those, like I was saying, the earnings this morning, you did not get the staples rewarded. Yeah, Snowflake, Fat Pop, 6% off of the rip. What's up with this, dog? Let me see if they got an upgrade. Upgrade. Yeah, that one's going. Any of the post earnings so far, they're kind of chilling. Again, Bloom Energy, GEHC. Visa, too. Visa did good, but they sold off. That one's coming back. So I don't know if that one's going to hold. They just had a really high bar. And then what do we want to check? Was it snow or crowd? Snow. That DFNS, dude, I have no idea what the fuck that thing is. That's been ripping since we saw it the other day. Snowflake, I'm not seeing an upgrade or an analyst move. But yeah, that's outsized. Snowflake is a little unusual. Oh, it could be off of Cognizant. But that's, I don't know. I see one thing tied to it. DFNS. Yeah, Procter did not do... Procter wasn't that bad. But yeah, they got a little bit more punished. I'm saying just very different vibe than yesterday. Because we saw a lot of decent ones yesterday. I don't think these are going to hit, but I'm kind of down. Yeah, dude, I don't know why those... This is shitty, but... I don't know how that happened. Someone just bought 300 of them. But yeah, those already doubled. But yeah, that one's already... There was one that filled there for 1 cent. I don't know how. It's super far out, though. Where it's literally 10% out of the money. Was there an upgrade on snow? That's what I was looking for. Upgrade. Well, that's what we're going to see if staples do get murdered. But after yesterday, it was looking like, again, XLP trying to climb. They're only down by a quarter now. But staples, it looks like everything but AI wants to be the winner. So like I'm saying, even some of these non-AI stocks this morning, they did good. But again, the reactions were not quite there. Micron going... SanDisk, I mean, your chips are up. Everything except NVIDIA. I guess Intel's even in the green. But yeah, they're going. Ford is continuing too now off of the earnings. Okay, I made the Visa free at 400%. I don't know how, but I'll take it. But then, yeah, like I said, that one, I can't believe they filmed me at that. That was amazing. NVIDIA credit risk surge. Clack. Oh, Clack did good, but they didn't react. See, that one right off the morning, that just took off. That was still in the red. So look, Clack is up 15 bucks in 3 minutes. And that one's going to the green right now. It's literally still in the red. and now Asmil, now Nvidia, and now Intel. So chips, IGV's holding. They're not going down, but Cyber's doing good. You still have chips barely green, and then software with a little bit more of the lead. Bloom Energy, those are chilling. KDP. And then McKesson's actually doing decent. Clack, again, Intel and chips, Micron, and a few others of your favorites have all kind of ripped up there. Oil just might make the rate cut odds a little spicy, but yeah, I'm not too, I'm not like too concerned with it, more or less. I mean, eventually after the Fed, people are going to react, but yeah. Hold on, let me check these. AMKR. All right. See what staples, but it's all chips right now. And then TLT? SpaceX, but yeah, TLT and bonds are starting to move. So that's a little bit there. Yeah, no, snow options went crazy. There's some old free ones that have came back to life. So I forgot we even had some of those. But yeah, there's some old ones that are popping back up. And then Habibi. USAR. There was, again, Global Foundries and then another company. They got some letter of intent from a Department of War or something. There was something. Oh, dude. Kospi in Asia or Korea. It's insane. So, again, they had one of their worst months in history, in the history of Korea. And then they did some level of, I don't know if they did it or not, but there was talks of an emergency meeting to stabilize everything. Am I liking the picks and shovels for the AI build out? I personally, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I like diversification. So I really think whether it's AI build out, inflation, deflation, you name it, I like a little bit of everything, and that's why, again, I think the diversified portfolio, the rebuild has, more concentration, but our diversified portfolio is doing amazing. So, we get a little bit of everything with AI. We could pick them up at good values, but with or without AI, I like all of it. I like a diversified economy, taking advantage of all of the greatness in America and how it's all kind of already played out and where we're headed to. So that's why I think a little bit of everything. Oil went crazy because Trump said he's going to attack Iran this morning. It was already up after the Iranians didn't attack on a Jordan base, but then his response sent it up another 4%. So pretty much 3% on the Iranians attacking and then 3% on Donald Trump's comments. Crowd flipped. Snow. Again, Snow is just up 6 or 7. And XLP is about to go green. Remember, they were down by like a little bit more than 0.5%. Did IGV come down? Yeah, IGV might give it up. So again, chips are up. Big volume. Chips are barely green, 0.04. IGV still in the green, but that just gave up half of its gains here. SPY hasn't moved around. Again, XLV, XLF. XLV went green. Oh, where's that one little biotech? There was a baby biotech this morning. I think it was ACOG. 4%. That was they got like some Alzheimer's thing, and then the CEO, he bought a bunch at $7, even though the stock already ripped. Let's check Enphase. They hold up 3. Reddit's even 3. LODE, LQDE. Coca-Cola again and MO. So staples are catching some of this rotation. They started off weak. Chips did too. Chips got the bid, and now they're kind of chilling. Software was fine, and now they're kind of holding, but staples are down, and they've been going straight up. And again, XLE is the one that's up 2.5% right now. Coca-Cola, Eli Lilly, Meta. So Meta's about to go green. Visa's taking off. MasterCard. SPY still at VWAP. And now SanDisk on the low. And Procter Gambling. So that one's actually kind of down 3 still. Again, I don't think their earnings are that bad. And now Abbott. Again, another round of these like healthcare staples. Look at XLV. Healthcare and staples are starting to turn on a little bit more. SanDisk is dumping. And now the laggers, like even Intuit, starting to come up. So watch Adobe. Look at Adobe and Intuit, same time. CTSH is another lagger. But yeah, the big laggers. And now Meta, though. Meta just went red to green. Dude, I know. Airbnb. I'm jinxing it, you guys. I'm jinxing it. I'm going to keep talking about Airbnb because I kind of hope it doesn't happen. But if it does happen, it's disgusting. Because now Airbnb... That would be exactly what we would that would be padding the stats for the long term at this point. Because remember, Airbnb is a top position. It finally now went green. So if this breakout keeps going, if you thought Intel, covered calls, Kimberly, and diversification was good, oh yeah. But God willing, we'll see what happens. But it is hard not to notice Airbnb's nice outperformance here as momentum has declined. NCLH. Again, why is Travel's red? So watch out. You might get that dynamic we saw a lot last week where it goes straight up, but it's still red. It goes straight down, but it's green, you know? You know the vibe. QS getting a bid. Delta, again, they're all red. QS selling off. HD... what was that other one? Clack. They chilled out. Amix. This was running from the morning. Now PG trying to work its way. They're still down 3. So Staples would be doing a lot better. But yeah, XLP trying to work its way up. Again, McKesson's there. Man H. Marvel. Okay, CBOE. Again, 300 break on that would be nice. And I love how oil has barely moved. SPY at the opening candle, although it may look like the top end. Macy's. Wow, energy. China. Yeah, China's trying to wake up. With steel. Again, Adobe and Intel. Damn, is Cyber sold off? So Cyber went red. Again, Crowd. Snowflake. Snowflake's still holding up. And working a day. What about the SAP? I don't know if the SAPs went green. They should be potentially green. I think they might be. Lord, yes. Your SAPs are at break even now. Fuck me. You're actually green on the ask, but there's a fat spread. So that's at least one that got out of the fucking gutter. A couple did, but yeah, SAP is back to break even. So unfortunately, that one, I don't think that one was even bad. I'm glad we got time, but the stock is substantially higher than where I bought it. VRT down 12. Fidelity of GM. So yeah, do something with those saps. Siri pop in. And Target. Some of you guys brought up Target the other day. Loki kind of been on his tear. Again, Staples started off good. XLV kind of a silent one in the background. But yeah, none of these rotations, they're not big enough. Everything's 0.5%. Notice chips 0.5%. IGV 0.39, XLP 0.28, XLV 0.05, XLF 0.49. Nothing's moving more than 0.5%. So again, Dow is down by 0.8, but you're not really getting anything. You know, there's no clear direction right now. in terms of staples, computers, you name it. So I was saying off the morning. So, yeah, we either might keep doing this and burn some time. Otherwise, you still might have a bigger swing up or down in store, especially some of the pre-Fed jitters. And like I'm saying, those laggers now keep going. The Adobes, the Intuits, kind of Workday, the real excuse me, Adobe and Intuit are more better examples. Like I'm saying, you've seen some of these beaten down names go very well in the last like week or so. So I think that's been part of this rotation. So keep your eyes on them. Again, China's also in the background. Broadcom now, that's its first set of high. Broadcom going red to green. Okay, high ticker kind of waking up. Oil didn't move, but high ticker's waking up. SPY trying to move. Staples and software laggers. And then a little bit of Airbnb in my life. A little bit of Brian Chesky. I hope he gives us his AI company. You know? Yeah, Pepsi again. Coca-Cola, that's why. Caterpillar, again, they started lower. Like I'm saying, SPY and high ticker. High ticker's moving more than the SPY, but SPY's staying pinned. So is your boy oil. Dollar is at the low of the day, and now there's Apple. Apple kind of took a big stick right there. Microsoft, again, airlines are trying to move, which is weird with the energy situation. Again, Apple just woke your ass up, and Ford is still going, and AXP. You still got the staples. I might have to put up chips, but Apple. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA down by 0.5. Google's actually green. Meta wanted to go green, and then Amazon's barely red, and Microsoft's down the worst. Again, Meta and Microsoft report today. Abbott, KDP, more value plays. Again, XLP are going up there. Yeah, all of them. All the staples. It's not as hot as yesterday, but they're definitely getting a move. I mean, even Coca-Cola is still going. GM, Team. What's the other one? KO. Oh, actually, what am I saying? Okay, Apple, dude. Your boy. It's your boy. Fuck. Intel just went red. Warsh's comments. We'll talk about it. So right before, like 30 minutes ahead, I'll have a little preview for you guys. I have a couple things I'm looking for Kevin today, and a couple things that I think a lot of people are ignoring. But yeah, I have a preview. GMM up 50%, popping right now. Again, that latest 5 minutes here has been Apple kind of pushing you up, but now it's coming at the cost of Google selling off. So again, you still have everything down on Mag 7. You're moving within a 0.5% range. Dow is the worst on the day. A little bit beyond that. Samsung Electronics SK may rebound as the leverage ETF liquidation nears end. I mean, yeah, if you have the plunge protection team stepping in. Team. Where's IGV? So IGV's still up. Again, Cyber was the one that went really green, then went red. Now they're at break even. More laggers are going up. Again, Lyft. We saw Uber the other day. I think Lyft is more of a lagger. Again, Adobe, Intuit, that back and forth dynamic still in play very much. Now is up. Again, Now, SAP, Workday. Now's at the high. And working a day. And we're still right below VWAP, though. We won't move. Unfortunately. BSX. Wait, is their call starting? Yo, BSX, this was down 7. Excuse me, this is earnings. This is an earnings play, lagger related to healthcare, medical devices. So again, they were down 7. Now they're only down 3.5. They just moved 3 right there. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. And Ford, I don't know, CSGP or whatever moved. And then Team, ServiceNow, a couple software names are waking up. And value, though. You got like Ford, Sweet Greens, Team, and Tap on the high. And then fucking Dominion Energy. Very weird mix if you actually hear what I'm saying. So yeah, you got a couple of randoms that are popping. But it's kind of, it's like a weird broadening out, even though everything's moving small. And now Sweet Greens. See, Sweet Greens went back to 6. Hot dog. Dexcom. Dexcom with volume at the high. I mean, they just went green. SPY into the low. Oil just wicked into a high a second ago. So, yeah, Ford is breaking out. That's post-earnings again. Some of your other plays are doing good. Actually... OMF, SanDisk, so chips are dumping. Literally staples up, chips down. At least you're getting a rotation. But yeah, NVIDIA, SMH, SanDisk, Micron, DRAM. That's what's moving you right now. It doesn't help that you just had Google and a couple of other Mag 7 sell off. So look, you're dumping. Chips are going down. You're rotating into staples, and then Apple is literally taking a stick. They are buying Apple, Intuit, Adobe, and selling off NVIDIA and SK Hynix. So again, you've seen this every freaking day. So I hope you're not I hope you're not tweaking out. I hope you do not anticipate a recession in 5 minutes, because again, you've watched this every day, every day. NAEE, $100 billion data center, DOE partnership. Why is that not moving it? Let me double check that. Yeah, that's either going to have a delayed reaction or that's going to hit. $100 billion is insane. So unless it's like a related announcement to their other one, Nextera and Brookfield are building a $100 billion AI data center on Cold War uranium site. They're teaming up. Bloomberg reported on Wednesday. Project will be 2 gigawatts. The new campus. Yeah, this is new. There was a headline at 6:17 in the morning, though. So we had this. But yeah, Coalition of Energy and Utility. Strategic partnership for data center campus at Paducah in Western Kentucky. So it's new. I'm surprised. And that this was pre-market. I'm very surprised. Again, Energy even had some good love off Bloom. SPY in the low. Success. So yeah, bro, it's value on the way up and chips on the way down. See what software does. Software is just holding. Cyber took a little bit more down off of that. Again, Staples and Apple are benefiting. Again, Energies actually didn't even benefit off of that one that much. Like, look at CRM, Workday, lagging software, and then any other laggers, and then Staples are doing good. Healthcare is also putting up a very good showing as well. Yeah, you just hit the bottom there. Low of the day. I mean, down by 0.4, but remember, it's actually putting you towards the low end of the last 4 days. BSX is still going. Again, that's value post-earnings. That Apple move. Accenture, ACN, that's ripping now. CTSH, that ripped. All of the laggers. Every single lagger. Once again. GEHC, that's post-earnings too. GMM one. Yeah, bro. 10%. My goodness. Yeah, that dude, I'm telling you, that Palantir earnings thing yesterday was still weird. Dabe. other values? Fiserv, some Chipotle. Oh, Kimberly. Kimberly's still red. Again, TAP, dude. TAP is a mix of the value and then that whole fucking Gen Z thing the other day. Iraq urges all parties to avoid escalation. Want to keep the country out of regional conflict. Intuit still, again, Workday. I don't know. Workday hasn't even reported yet, huh? Yeah, like I was saying, if you have those Workday contracts, they should be more than alive right now. Yeah, they're giving you a nice bid on those Workdays. No, yeah, TAP is doing great. Dude, a lot of things are doing great. That's what I'm saying. The long term has some nice support. So we'll see. And then hopefully, wherever this all settles, if we could turn those into some good pickups. Baba, they flipped earlier. Now they're going up. Again, ServiceNow. Got a couple things moving. Now, Costco, more Staples, Disney. It's like Staples, again, laggers, and then other names. Just anything not related to AI, dude. Unfortunately. Unfortunate. For now, I mean, like we said, we didn't really have a program. VIX is on the high now, so that turned on. But, yeah, we didn't really have a program. But now it just started. The chips, that's it. The chips did not hold on. Remember, it was not a good day for Korea. But that's kind of where we're at. Where is the Neo Cloud? I didn't even look at those. Those are dumb. Remember, they got murdered yesterday. So it's weird because Bloom Energy, again, the NEE, those, I like the NEE. I don't think that was bad, but again, it just sucks that it's like, you know, data center, AI, it just tied into this AI wave. But that does, I mean, $100 billion project is insane. Yeah, Chinese stocks. Again, a couple names in Staples, couple software laggers, XLP, now up a solid 1% almost. That just, again, it was really weak in the morning. So cash open, dump chips, buy Staples. That wasn't showing its hand in the first 30 minutes. But yeah, dude, Nvidia's down 2 now. Surprisingly, chips are only down 2. I say that because SanDisk is down 7. All your NeoCloud is down, and then Micron's even down 3. Meanwhile, Adobe now and fucking Intuit are ripping. Come on, it's kind of funny, right? Don't you guys think it's hilarious? Like, literally, Korea's like putting a plunge protection team, and then everyone's like, quick, I need to buy Intuit. Quick, TurboTax. Oh my gosh, what do we do? The 70 times earnings energy names are not going up. You guys, we should buy fucking TurboTax. I love it. I think nothing is better than that, to be honest. I'm telling you, it's very funny. So yeah, they're like, fuck, I need video editing software. Quick, buy Photoshop and TurboTax. This is not, oh man, what were we thinking about AI? Bloom went red. Yeah, see, that's why I think NE is not going up. Because yeah, that was a fucking solid print. Once again, if you're in AI and you print solidly, you haven't done good. You're not getting rewarded. You know, if you've done halfway shitty and you're not AI, like ServiceNow, ServiceNow's AI and they did half shitty and they went up. But yeah, everybody else, again, SAP did good and they were one of the laggers. But yeah, now that one's taken off. Yeah, ServiceNow keeps going. I don't know if I have any of those. I had some dead ones. Again, the SAPs are in the green now. I'm telling you, have SAPs are green on the bid. You're up 30% on the ask if that fills. That's disgusting. Absolute disgusting. Let me see. Skyworks, that's post earnings too, but again, chips, but that's trying to come up. No, if you don't have September time, anything with September timing, those all held up. Anything without September didn't. They still clap. PG on the way up. Procter Gambling. Kind of the high ticker is slowing, or kind of trying to pick up right now. But now you have banks on the low, unfortunately. So watch, that's one rotation that did good. XLV and XLF is selling off. So you literally have staples up 1, financials down 1. And then China is starting to wake up here, but yeah, you got to get out of this little chip box because that is driving you more. But financials are on the low. I'd say 70% of the low ticker right now is financial related. Literally, CBOE is going up in the brokers, but KKR, Apollo, those are on the lows. Bank of America, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, they're all dumping right now. Banks are really flushing. Core Weave. So again, Core Weave. Someone was asking me about it the other day, but you know how we had that again, and people are talking about it, bro. I'll show you. And then some of you guys you didn't like my talk about credit default swaps yesterday, but Wall Street's starting to talk about it. And what I was telling you yesterday was fully accurate, hence why you'll see people like Bloomberg and other outlets parrot it. But long story short, the credit default swaps, people are shocked what happened with NVIDIA yesterday. So pretty much in 1 day, 2 days of NVIDIA, that credit default swap jumped as if it was like the whole month or so. But Oracle is the one with the worst credit default swaps. We've noticed that for a long time. The second worst is CoreWeave. So CoreWeave is the next, whatever you call them, hyperscale, whatever you want to call CoreWeave industry-wise. That their credit default swaps are the ones. That's number 2, pretty much the worst out of all of them. But here's the crazy part. Are you guys ready? And this is what I'm saying, where some of you either have not been exposed to it, or some of you just thought you were Wall Street genius, so you didn't like the simplicity of what I was explaining, even though it's some high-level shit. But here's the deal. Like I'm telling you, other people are noticing this. It may hit retail a little later, but this is definitely being talked about. But some people took it a little further. So I was just noticing the credit default swaps. Again, yesterday, NVIDIA, that yesterday morning, that's when it jumped up. But by the end of the day, people started comparing the NVIDIA credit default swaps to the SOX. So pretty much, this is inverted, but pretty much any time NVIDIA credit default swaps have shot up, chips have sold off. Literally, CDS shoots up, chips die. Chips recover, CDS goes down. The credit default swap shoots up, chips die. Credit default swap goes down, chips rip. Just like Oracle, where it moved around a lot, the last couple months here, you've had chips going up, the credit default swaps didn't move, and then now NVIDIA's credit default swaps are through the roof. Very interesting. I don't know. I've never looked at it like this. Like I was saying, I was viewing them all individually. That's why I kept putting them up individually for you guys. But yeah, that's like I'm saying. By the end of the day, people noticed what happened yesterday, and it is something that it's not a red light, but definitely a little bit of a yellow light. Red QXO implying no rate cut. I don't think the roofing company has to do with it. So we'll see. I mean, if Kevin really surprises, but I was telling you guys all month, I think they wanted to pressure Kevin, and they've tried to add this pressure, but I don't think a rate hike is gonna happen. I think it's a little nutty. Garmin, SDAO, Disney, Zillow, GH, and then Guardian Health, and then GEHC ripping, and now at a Kimberly, and then into it, they say that quickly, what do you need in a global chip sell-off? I need a TurboTax. Quick, somebody. Oh my gosh, a credit default swap. Somebody get to my QuickBook. Please, hurry. What will Kevin Warsh do? He's going to consult with TurboTax. I don't know why. I don't know why he does this. Cover me, I'm doing taxes. This makes no sense. A CTSH rip. That's the funny part. I would have shorted it, to be honest. I didn't touch it. But that was the one that didn't move off the open. And that was the lagger. But maybe since it was a lagger and everybody you see what I was saying? Look at that fat pop. Oh, I guess it did come down. But where's the close? I'm pretty sure that pop put it at the close. Yeah. It put it exactly where it was. That didn't move. And then that took 7% in fucking 35 minutes. So I thought it was going to do negative, though. So I didn't play it. But that one ended up going IGV on the high. What would I do as Fed chair? Oh, I'd do something so genius, so artful, so wise. You know what I would do? I would do what I did with the long term. Absolutely nothing. I would not touch it. That's it. When will people learn in finance? One of your best strategies is don't touch it. Do you guys understand that? Whether you're a bank, a banker, a bond, a equity, a derivative, a lot of times not touching it is going to take you a long way. Just don't adjust. Don't adjust too rapidly. Don't adjust by too large of magnitude. And that, right, so if I was Kevin, I would do absolutely nothing. I would just wait, and I wouldn't touch it. Because, again, we're still at a pretty, I wouldn't call it restrictive, but we're still at a pretty high rate to historical standards that, I don't think we should have. My dilemma with the rates is that I do think you could operate here and do pretty well without moving things. And I mean well by AKA having growth and not having too crazy of inflation. But remember, the problem is that, a year and a half ago, the rates were a half a basis point higher. Just some jackass was like, I'm going to fucking cut them before the election. And that I didn't agree with. So I could justify another half a basis point or 50 basis points up. But at the same time now, with the pressure, the panic, how people are behaving, trying to pressure him, the oil volatility, the midterms, you name it, it's simple. You don't touch anything. It's the easiest thing you could do is just let this shit marinate and, let things work out. But your risk is you fall behind. That's it. People, the reason why, it's there. But here, let me put it this way. Are you guys ready? I'm going to give you the funniest Fed irony right now. And then SPY's about to go down, though. I don't know if you want me to save this and tell you guys later or if you want me to tell you now. But yeah, SPY is approaching the low. Oil's coming down a little bit. Again, we've seen a lot of these little rotations. XLP, Microsoft just held. ADP now. They're like, I need TurboTax and private payrolls. Quick. Yeah, ADP. That's already up 4, though. Hey, thank you, long term. Help me buy 3 rentals with cash flow. Now I'm building the long term. Trimble. It's Trimble. All right, well, we'll see at the low. I'll tell you my theory once this thing breaks through. Please don't get angry. Is it okay to sell covered calls on the long term? Now, why would I get angry at that? Brother, some of you guys just watched me execute one of the sickest fucking covered calls you'll ever see in real time. The worst sell-off of momentum ever witnessed in history. We top-ticked it. $24 to $144 negative cost basis. Why would I get mad? So if you break the rules and do it like a dumbass, well, I wouldn't get mad. I would just say that's unfortunate for yourself, So I like covered calls, but you have to do them very specifically, and that's why the last example that I gave you, that was a mastery class of exactly how to do it. And that's what I'm saying is, like, if you probably have one of the best recent examples of how to find the covered call, what criteria we're looking for, and what makes sense, and the results. So, like I'm saying, if you're gonna do covered calls and ignore all of the information, then I don't know what to good luck. But like I'm saying, how we played it on Intel, that criteria, the amount to make, all of it, it's there. That was I don't know if you guys realized that play was sickening. That was legitimately, I give God the credit, because honestly, that was I don't know if you guys realize. So to go from $24 purchase from right here in 8 months all the way to June 22nd, it went maybe at 50 cents, $1 higher. That is where we secured our cover. And so again, there's still 2 years left. Who knows? This shit might rip. But for now, as of where it stands, and then that massive sell-off in momentum and chips, like I'm saying, that was a very, very, I don't know if this example could get any better, is what I'm trying to tell you. So if you are curious about when and how to do a covered call, I would study what you just saw executed in front of you in the last 30, 45 days or so. Yeah, you don't want to do them too early, because you guys, I don't know if you guys remember. Do you not remember me talking this one? I talked this one right into the execution. Remember, I was telling you, I was like, the premium. I said, sell into high volatility. Then the volatility came back. We didn't touch it. Remember, I was showing you the volatility. You want to sell into peak volatility. You want X amount. You want to make sure you're getting guaranteed win, high premium. Compare it to your cost basis. So you guys got to watch it. It didn't happen too quick, but you did get to see kind of the logic and the reasoning. So if you follow those rules, like I'm saying, I mean, I do think the way I do covered calls are beautiful. It's a lot of win-win. So you got to do it, baby. Would be appreciated. So yeah, like I'm saying, dog, I have a lot of these videos. I did it recently, but I made a video. I put it on Instagram. I put it on YouTube. We have some other old ones, but I recap all the rules, make it simple. It's not hard. It's emotional. That's what I'm saying. A lot of times with covered calls, and this is the part you guys got to be careful for. This is where I said this during all of it, is mother effers want to sell covered calls when there's no volatility, and that's what you got to be careful of. Because that way, don't commit your collateral if it's not paying you good. Okay, well, SPY hit another low. Hot dog. XLP stopped going up. UVXY is on the high, but still below 20. So now we're down about 0.6. And, Russell's down 0.7. NASDAQ 0.8. Dow is down 1.4. That almost doubled up its loss. But yeah, you're going down. And I think you're below the weekly level. Yeah, you're about to. So 735.20. And then like 732 and then 729, if you guys remember. That was the danger zone I was talking about like Monday, Tuesday. So yeah, we'll see. But you kind of picked up that low there. Staples are not, Apple and Staples, they stopped catching the rotation right there. So watch out. You might have kind of maybe we go a little bit more risk off unless one of these guys catches a bid. Those recaps and videos are so hard to find, though, Josh. Is there a special place where you put them? You're right. They're impossible to find, honestly. Here, you know what? Fuck that. I'm just do this. What we'll just give me your password. Give me your account, and I'll just do it all for you. And then that way we could just save the hassle. You know, wouldn't that be better for all of us? Like, fuck a video. Fuck learning the info and, relying on yourself. Why not? Why not? Let's just rely on somebody else. And then let's just use that as a qualified excuse to not ever pursue anything. Doesn't that sound like a good idea? I would be interested. If only. If only. I did do that with AMC, yes. That's what I'm saying. I've done it a couple times. I've been, usually when I break out the covered calls, there's fucking It's amazing. But that's what I'm telling you. You don't pull out the covered calls like all the time. I don't know. I was about to give a really bad analogy, but I've never done this. I was going to say it's like candy underwear. But then again, I've never wore candy underwear. So in my life, I've never done that, and honestly, my girl's never done no candy underwear, okay? I'm not into that shit, but I feel like candy underwear is one of those things, like you don't wear candy underwear on a day-to-day basis. You know what I'm saying? It's not every day. Oh, it's a Tuesday. We can't wait to wear my lucky fucking Smarties drawers. You know what No, you don't do that. It's like a covered call. Everybody, they're like, oh, I want candy underwear. No. It's just, that's a special occasion. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, it has to make sense. It has to be a very sexy opportunity. I don't know. That's what I said. I don't know if it's a good example. I don't have too much experience with candy underwear, but then again, I feel like you don't see candy underwear all the time. Like I'm saying, with the cover call, you don't do it all the time. But, oh my gosh. And I don't know if y'all feel okay, whatever. It's Fed Day, dude. It's Fed Day. It's Fed Day. You know, you got to get the analogies working. U.S. sanctions Chinese entities over Iran ties. Why is SoFi dumping? It's a psyop by Peter Thiel and Benjamin Netanyahu to keep the best company in the world down. I think they're naked shorting it, and they're trying to manipulate all of the hides of the shares and then gamma squeeze. It's all a psyop. It's the best company in the world. It doesn't make sense, but that's exactly why. Because if SoFi succeeds, we could replace the Fed. Ford is going up still. And then Wingstop. Gold stock. I mean, I gave you guys the answer on that too, unfortunately. I hated it. I'm mad I was correct on this. I did not want this to be correct. I was hoping it was wrong. But like I told you guys, once that dollar breaks out of that box, all of our momentum died since then. I don't know if you guys recall. Do you remember those videos? They were right around 6.5 to 6.17. And everything stopped right when the dollar broke out. So unfortunately, I do think gold and a lot of things are just that dollar. That's a very pervasive dollar move. This isn't small. It may look small, but it's not. And I do think that smacked down Korea. The dollar fucked with Korea. The dollar fucked with Japan. But ultimately, I do think the dollar sapped up all of that momentum. And then again, all these little offshoots from oil to gold, silver, Bitcoin, they got impacted as well. So I do think it's the dollar is simply the answer. ODFL. Sony on a rip start. You guys want to know something weird? I don't know if he's here right now. This would be awkward, but I'll take the risk. The former Sony CEO followed me the other day. He didn't say anything to me. He just followed me. And then I looked into this guy because I remember him when I was little. I remember the name. And then I Google it. And then this motherfucker is in the Epstein files 600 times. So then I'm like, oh, fuck. So yeah, that's my fun story about Sony this week. Fuck. Yeah, I was like, damn. I was like, I did not know that when I was young. I did, yep. See, it's happened more than once, actually. It's happened more than once. Howard! Howard! Fannie, they haven't said anything about Fannie Mae. Low key, IQV, that's post earnings from yesterday. But yeah, Sony is going up. And Skyworks, and CTSH again. You're on GTA? And if flock cameras may go to Axon. Ooh. I think that's a great theory on the latter. That, you know, flock gets so... That's a great idea, to be honest. Flock gets so much bad press that fucking Axon just absorbs it, the body cam people. And then they've kind of... Because, again, body cams are a little weird at first, but then there was way more support for body cams. But, yeah, that's interesting. I like that theory. But GTA, the problem is whether or not it's priced in. I do think GTA is going to be the biggest game release, but I also do think Take-Two... Like, you know, I play 2K, man. I think some of the big money is going to come from how they scam everybody in GTA with the other purchases or some of those economic things we were talking about. So I do think the stock is going to benefit. I just don't know how much. That is my problem. MSS up 81%. Whatever this is, another small cap SPY. Stop going down for the last 5 minutes. So again, you're gonna need what's it called? Meta off the bottom. You're gonna need one of these guys. You're gonna need one of your Mag 7s to hold it down, and then you'll be able to stabilize. IGV's not doing too bad. Again, Cyber's in a weird spot. You got some winners and losers. Howard didn't lie or deny. I know what I'm saying. They'll charge extra for GTA Online, what other subscriptions, and that's where I think the stock will benefit down the line. Dude, that's the part I think is hard to price in on GTA. You get what I'm saying? I think it's going to be $1 billion release. It's going to be it's legitimately going to... I think I could make an argument you might even see way bigger sales up front than expected. I talked about this the other day. I think the addressable market for Grand Theft Auto is massive because you have everybody my age and younger, everybody older, and then all the little kids in the gaming, you know, demographic. You have a lot of people who are going to want this game, but like I'm saying, I think the stock benefits more off the back end in a more surprising way off of the online transactions. That's actually where I'm genuinely excited about Grand Theft Auto, is that I do think that this has been a theory where people have talked about it leading to, you know, economics, real world economy or game economy translating over. I mean, we've seen it before, but that is the area where I think they could surprise with profits down the line. So we'll keep our eyes out for it. I don't know though. It's kind of weird to me that the game is supposedly supposed to come out in 3 months. I don't know if I still believe it, but like I'm saying though, that first launch will be one thing, and then everything after it to the time they release the online and everything else, I think that'll be another catalyst. How I didn't lie or deny. Bradley Frizzle! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, he doesn't miss the Fed me. He doesn't miss anything. It's here. Florida. Oh, Peach Nation. Oh, brothers. Glorious brothers. Good morning. Bradley Frizzle has arrived. The Peach. Oh, my goodness. Bradley, are you ready? Are you ready? Bradley, if we get a Fed surprise... As much as I'd be like, oh, Bradley's never seen a Fed surprise. Bradley's seen a Fed surprise. He saw all of them. Oh, Brad, this is a big day, Brad. I don't know if you heard me this morning, Mr. Frizzle. I am so fucking stoked. It sucks because we may not get a big move today. Just think, you know, because there was a lot of expectations for Kevin on the first one. But, oh, man, if this does play out, we're up or down, hike or not, we got something big in store. And you know what? The Peach is here for all of it. The Peach has been more consistent than every single institution or any sort of elected or appointed official. It's amazing. It's amazing. We need the Peach in the government sector. You know that. SQQ on the high and chips selling off. R? So look, SPY's not at a low, but VIX didn't hit a high. It was the SQQ. Chips are dumping again. Again, IGV starting to hold on. XLP, XLV, and then XLF stopped going down. So this is just the tech sell-off. Or not tech, excuse me, chips. Would it make sense to sell a covered call on Lucid? I think it would make sense to go to the Trading Fraternity Instagram, go find the covered call video from June 22nd, watch it, and then compare what I did to your idea on Lucid. Look at your cost that you bought the stock, go look at the volatility of the stock, what it's offering, and then compare it to what I did. And then that way you could get a real, that would make more sense than asking me 10 times, to be honest. So I would try it. You couldn't have had worse timing. You bought calls at market close. Nah, man, don't stress out about it. You know, I did pretty good, and I made a lot, and I sold a lot in May, but you guys watched. I waited till things came down, and I would buy stuff, and the next day I would get washed. You know, it wasn't, believe me, there was even options I thought were cheap, and even to my surprise, one bad day they went down 50%. But then again, even then, yesterday we got some that were dead that we made free. This morning some came back, so some wins, some loses. But I mean, remember, the ocean is not after you. You know, the ocean is, you're not cursed. Sometimes a wave hits you, but that's why you got to learn them. You got to learn the winds, the waves. All right, man. Well, another low started with chips, unfortunately. I'm going to just try to, again, staples. I wish you had something easier, but it's unfortunate. It's chips and Mag 7, dude. So, again, Microsoft's kind of holding up, but Microsoft's down. But, yeah, that's about it. Dude, so I'm not even kidding about this one, though. This one's not sarcasm. But literally, SoFi is the most actively traded stock today in the market. Did you know that? So this is the most active stock on today, from pre-market to even right now. Believe it or not. But yeah, I don't know where they went. But either way, now it's the problem is they're all coming down. This is chips and Mag 7. You have a big host of names in value that are catching the bid, and a couple of tech laggers, but it's just Mag 7 and then big chips on the low. I mean, that's why you've quickly dropped to 0.8. You were down by 0.8 right now. Dow is down by 1.4. That hasn't moved in the last 20 minutes. NASDAQ down 1.3. That's moving faster. And then Russell is down by 1.1. Let's get you guys a checkup. Dow Jones, 19 in the red, 11 in the green. NASDAQ, 57 in the red, 43 in the green. So that's still kind of balanced. So again, like I'm telling you, chips and Mag 7 are a little bit more aggressive. And then SPY, 229 in the green, 270 something in the red. So it's about 50-50 still, as weird as that sounds. And again, the Dow is surprisingly getting the pressure, even though you are getting the XLP coming up. Abbott, are they filling it? I was seeing that, but I didn't put in my order. I saw one of those orders because we were just far out. No, one of them didn't fill. Yesterday they were going through. NOV, Cerberus. Dude, we've done this for so many days, man, of just chips dump, and they have such a pervasive effect. And then the Mag 7. Remember, the breadth has been broadening out the last couple days, but yeah, those chips are massive, dude. They're massive. Howard didn't lie or deny that he hung with that guy. I'm sorry. But we still ask why. Alrighty. GFL takeover chatter. Ooh. That's only moved up 1. I am going to check the news before the chain because everything is a grenade, but that looks nice. It's not 3% yet. So that's not hitting certain wires. So a couple people were pumping it, even a Bloomberg pump earlier a couple days ago. But that rumor's not circulating yet fully. Offers said to be in the 50s. CTFN is the news source. Interesting. It's a weird source. And did they come out with earnings? Oh, people were talking take private news on them. Wait, zoom out. People were talking take private on them beginning of the month at 37. Yeah, and they literally, it's just chilling. CTFN News, never heard of it. Yeah, it might be Canadian. I don't know, because I think GFL is Canadian, to be honest with you. Sorry. No, Miami. The CEO's Canadian, though. If they're 4%, and we're not too late, I'll go for them. But yeah, this one, all the asks are jacked up, and I wanted to see the headline, but I like those stair steppers. You once said market will react to oil after it comes down. Is that true? Yeah, I mean, we've seen it in certain areas. And then the one thing that is more or less that surprising related to that was what I was telling you, which kind of correlated with momentum dying. I don't know if you guys remember, I was telling you there's going to be a time where where oil comes down, and then the market's going to come down with it, and people will get confused. But generally, there will be, but also at the same time, how oil is played out, some of the expectations for 2027, the longer it goes on, the less reactive we will be to it. So keep that in mind. Fauci, is it on? I want to watch it, but I don't really want to watch it. I don't really care about Fauci anymore. You know, it was fun watching him, but back in the day. And then didn't he already plead the 5th? You're not supposed to do that in court. It doesn't look good. But Fauci don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? CTFN, Connecticut-based news source specializing in mergers and acquisitions. Well, maybe. Okay, maybe. Maybe. Let's see where this goes. NEE is selling off now. That's amazing. Yeah, Andy's already pre-pardoned. That's because that's what you do, though. Stop it. Okay? Nothing says I did nothing wrong like a pre-pardon. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, what would you guys think? What if Donald Trump came out tomorrow and pre-pardoned Josh Answers? What would you assume I have done? What would you think? Would you be curious? I would be curious. I mean, what the fuck are you pre-pardoning Josh for? Whoa, what do you mean? What does he need a pardon for? Wait, a pardon before even getting in trouble? What the what? Dog. You guys, that's one of my favorites. And it's not just about Fauci. It's just, you got to understand, Biden did invent the pre-pardon. He is the only dude to do the pre-pardon, which is amazing if you really, really think about it. right, well. Okay, Chad. Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And you should actually, like, follow the videos because I'm very glad, bro. Even this last 2 months, I've had a couple of L's, but, I'm so glad I documented everything. And I'm so glad that, like Kimberly, a couple 100,000 people watched that video. Then the videos, like, millions of people got exposure to some good content at the right time, and I'm happy. So, like I'm saying, if I were you, I'd follow and stick around for a minute or two a day because it might make you a lot of money, okay? So, watch this video on covered calls that was made at June 22nd, okay? Here you go. That I made today, I just pulled off a negative cost basis. Instead of paying to buy a stock, I'm getting paid $34 a share to hold Intel stock. Last August, we bought 200 shares of Intel at $23.77 a share for $4,700. Today, those shares are worth $28,000. Instead of selling, which I had many opportunities to do so over the last quarter, I used a covered call to turn my cost basis negative on the entire trade. Instead of buying an option, I shorted and sold an option, a December 2028 call for $5,800 a contract. This means I used my shares as collateral, the ones that I got for $23.77, and agreed to give somebody the option to buy them from me for $200 a share in the next 2 years. They paid me $58 a share for that option, and I did 2 of them, so I got back just under $12,000 in cash. Because we bought Intel so cheap and it moved up so much, right now, even at peak volatility, I was able to sell the option on the stock for more than I paid for the stock. My purchase price was $23.77 for the shares, and I got back $58 for every option, bringing my cost basis on Intel to negative $34.23. We got more on the options sold than we did buying the collateral in the first place. I spent $4,700 to get the shares, but after today, I have $11.6 thousand in cash in my account, still own the shares, and technically, I don't miss out on any upside until Intel goes above $258 a share, which is the break even over the next 2 years, but I could also roll it then, but that's also another topic. If Intel comes down, this will preserve some of our gains, but for now, it does give us a bunch of capital to use for the midterm money glitch. Covered calls are a great tool, but they should only be done in certain scenarios, and that's when volatility is high, and a lot of people would disagree with my approach to covered calls and selling premium, but I believe if you're going to sell covered calls, you should sell as much time as possible, more time rather than less, and be selling as high of strikes as possible that guarantee you higher amounts. I haven't done one of these in years, but I do think this Intel play is a perfect example of what I'm looking for when it comes to covered calls. I hope you're paying attention. After the trade that I made today, I just pulled off. So yeah, but again, you gave those little rules at the end. That's a good one. That's a good new one. You talk so fast. Yes, the first one is that you can't find the videos. That makes the most sense. But also, I do talk fast. So maybe that could be the reason why. But things move fast in the market. Okay, I could give you an example. So this morning, I did a play. Okay? Actually, I don't want you guys to try to go too cuckoo on these. So hold on. But I'll give you an idea. Are you ready? Look. This is how fast. In 1 minute, today, that was 400%. So things are going to be fast. I encourage you to not let them turn you away and actually rise to the challenge. And I'm telling you, if you keep up with my fast talking, maybe you're going to start moving faster, and then you're going to get it, and then you're going to learn, and then you're going to get a long term, and then the long term moves slow no matter how fast Josh talks. It's amazing. Yes, the covered call was great, but at the same time, I think just it's not few and far between, like we said. And I even said in the video, people don't like my approach to covered calls because people like to do so much for so little. But I love the way I do covered calls. They're usually like that. I like the big ones. I like the ones that are safe. I like high gains. I don't want to give up equity for no reason. And then, like I'm saying, waiting till peak volatility. Only makes sense if the fees are less. Yes, that is true. I have very low fees on ThinkOrSwim. And that's fun fact for you guys. You should contact them. So if they haven't lowered your fees on ThinkOrSwim, you could always give them a call and ask them to lower it. They'll give you some discount. Yeah, every 6. Oh, yeah, and margin, too. Ask them to lower your margin rate. Some of you don't realize it. That's why be careful with margin, first of all. And these are some of the lessons where I'm trying to tell, some of you guys are newer. You shouldn't touch margin at all, right? If you don't have good discipline, you're a gambler, you shouldn't touch margin at all. You shouldn't have margin in your long term, realistically, for full ownership, right? But some of you, like I'm saying, if you're more advanced, you got it, you have more discipline, you're not a liability to your own self, margin now, just be aware of how much you're paying. Because, again, margin rates are around like 13 to 14%. Most people don't know this. So you're paying 13% for margin, depending on the stock. But you could lower that rate by asking your broker to lower your margin rate. They're borrowing at 3 or 4. You're paying 15 or 14 or 12. So there's a lot of wiggle room in there. Yeah, that's what yours is at 6. That's what I was. There's a lot of wiggle room. A lot of wiggle room. Can you define volatility as high? What's the measure of that? I can define it, but I think you're going to get fucked up by the definition, because then you're going to look for the definition. It's very simple. I'll tell you how to spot volatility. Sell into the stick. Right? Like if I took here, let me show you. We could do a little example. Are you ready? Find the volatility on the chart. Guess what? It's not right here. You see this? It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. It's right here. Do you see it? That's what I'm saying. I could give you a number. I could give you a definition. I could get real Wall Street with you. But it's simple. Sell into the stick. That's the problem people have with covered calls. They want to sell the covered call right here because now they're like, oh, I'm down. I need to make money. No, fuck that. Sell into the stick. That's all. You see the volatility. It's when it's ramping up. When it's up but not moving, that's not volatile. But straight ups, straight down. So if you wanted to sell a put, sell into the stick. Sell into the, but you don't even, this might be your only good sell the put moment because there wasn't really that much downside volatility. But you see what I'm saying? It's you see it, you know it. Most people, they get so technical, they talk themselves into a bad deal. FCF. That's 52-week high. Edwards and Boston Scientific. I mean, I do think the last 20 minutes here, same setup. Staples still up. Google. It's the chips, dude. Again, at least software. Software is not rotating, but at least it's holding. But yeah, man, SPY straight down. Eventually, as we get closer to Kevin, we are going to chill out. You know, it's been an hour and 15 minutes, give or take. Iran Hamshari newspaper, 4 Revolutionary Guards killed in overnight Saudi strikes. No confirmation. Mud. Is it a Micron? Still, dude. Micron's dumping. SanDisk. Another 8% day. Honestly, NVIDIA. And then now they're buying Adobe and Intuit. You should know what that means. You know what I'm saying? That's it. If you start seeing Adobe and Intuit on the high, That should give you an idea of what's going on with some of the chips. Yeah, DRAM's flushing into all of it. Fucking tap. I mean, the market doesn't matter. The way the market is bullying Kevin Warsh is through the expectations. That's why. I mean, you guys don't... I don't know if people realize this. You shouldn't be pricing in a rate hike today. There shouldn't even be 30% odds of that. That's why the market found a way to oddly make this meeting have more pressure just because of that. That's why people are saying with how wide the spread is between what's expected today, this is opening up the door for potentially one of the most biggest surprises either way, regardless of the decision today. That's why today is kind of a little bit more exciting, but at the same time, it is, this isn't, what's the word? This is a very subtle bullying, but it has nothing to do with equity prices. It has everything to do with bonds and the expectations being priced into the bonds. So, like, go look at TLT, and you'll notice that has moved way more than any equities in the last, like, week or two. Hey, yo, oil ripping, and now Microsoft are? You took the BSX? Nice. That was a nice one off the open. That and CTSH. VFC had earnings. Did they not do good? Oh, damn. 17? Jeez. Yeah, TLT had a bid. But that's what I'm saying. TLT's at the danger zone. But look, last 2 weeks, the SPY does not look like this. You know, your bond volatility, that's more... There's more pressure on that. Even then, it ties into yesterday. I was showing you credit default swaps. That's credit. That's, again, the rates, whether corporate credit is being more fueled by this AI stuff, but at the same time, it's all connected. So it is, it's going to be a exciting one, but the pressure is all from the bonds and all from these unwarranted expectations, which now, you know, make the market position a certain way, and now it does, you know, make it a little bit more challenging, or you got to really have a little bit more conviction as a Fed chair with whatever decision you're going to make today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, he did. I mean, he said he doesn't care about the market, so he's gonna prove it. The QQQ's at the low end of the box, but that's why after, I think, these first set of big tech, and then Kevin, we God willing, we get we get a clear break, or we find out where we stand. Okay, low ticker, very active again. A couple of AI names, and now energy, but I see a lot more AI adjacent, and now Synopsys, CNET. And then oil's actually running up here too, back to 85. Remember, 85's the, you know, one step above heating up again. Remember, 70 to 85, and then the 85 to 90. So this is getting you back on the temperature gauge. They're not going to decrease rates today, so I wouldn't waste your time thinking about it. Sadly, people wasted your time, and now you have to think about them raising. But I wouldn't be thinking about that either way too. This is what I said last night. I'm going to give it to you guys on the preview. I have a preview for the Fed, but I'm ashamed. Bloomberg, you should be ashamed. CNBC, you should be ashamed. Citadel, you should be ashamed. All these people who are supposed to be telling you information about the Fed and finance, they should all be ashamed. because everybody is telling you to think and discuss a very dumb probability of there being a rate hike. But what you really should be focusing on and talking about today is what the fuck is going to be in this statement. Remember, Kevin gutted it last time. His first ever meeting, he reformed the statement on day one. We have zero idea of what this new Fed, we have no idea what they value. We have no idea what the pattern is going to be in the future of communicating through the statement. That whatever is included and not is going to be more important. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Nobody's saying this. Have you heard anybody tell you this except me? Probably not. And that's why I'm telling you, it's a damn shame you got motherfuckers out here at the highest price we've ever been and so much going on, and they're talking rate hike, rate cut, where it's like, duh, like we have something there is so much more things that could occur today, and there's so many more ways to signal hawkishness. And if you wanted a hike, the Fed historically has many pseudo hiking mechanisms that you can quarter point get the rates up by simply dissenting 2 or 3 times or doing other things of that nature. Again, bonds, there's balance sheet, you name it. So it's very odd. It's not your discussion today and your real volatility surprise. I truly believe it'll be in the statement and some of the other things in there. Yeah, even if it is only one paragraph, that's going to set a pattern. That's going to teach us. We don't know yet. And that's what I'm saying. Everybody is telling you to look at cuts and hikes when you don't need to. But there's so much more packed into today that I think could give you way better clarity as you move forward and then trying to understand them. And understand this new Fed. And that's what I'm saying. I think there's so much more value today and more importance. And there's going to be surprises, but it's not going to be where you think it is. And I think a lot of people are just, they're getting focused on they're getting lost in the sauce. And I don't know if it's because these analysts are younger, like the Citadel guys. I have no idea. But yeah, shame on a lot of people not talking about this. It's in the middle of it on the second meeting of potentially the biggest change in the Fed we've seen in 60, 70 years. And yeah, like I'm saying, he showed you something last time with that statement. So, man, fascinating. Well, that's what I said last time, is that I thought he was bullshitting about the reform. I thought his whole reform was like jargon. I thought he was pandering. But then right by gutting the statement, that showed me right there that this man is fucking serious. And that's why I care about it. And that's why you should too, because that statement hasn't changed in 50, 60 years. That's what people don't get. And that's what I'm saying. He gutted it. And now you have no idea what this Fed chair and the board, how they plan to message through it. So we're getting evidence today. And that's why I'm like, nobody cares. Everybody cares only about rate hike, rate cut. It's like, no, dude. No. Oh, man. So we're going to find out. We are going to find out. But yeah, I do think he's serious about reform. Because again, he changed the statement. You did miss the peach. You showed up early today. So good to see you, bro. Yeah, yesterday you asked right before the bell. But you did still miss the peach. But don't worry, the peach is with you. Yeah, dude, Zillow's been the lagger, and they're loving laggers, but this won't get out of this. This is in its own little box. Maybe, though. They have earnings. I think at this point, you're only going to get lucky if they fucking rip earnings, and then it does a 20% move. Yeah, but they hold on that one. And it's been, 2 months since that play? Time's flying. Time is flying. They don't plan on messaging. It's a surprise party. It's not. That's bullshit. That's what I'm saying. Everybody keeps assuming that, but they don't want everybody. You're acting like Wall Street. Wall Street is trying to force a tantrum. I've seen this before. That's what I'm saying. People like you, and I don't mean that in that sense, like, you know what I'm saying? But like, there's so many people going around saying that type of shit. But it's like, dude, they're not messaging how you want them to message. That's why I'm telling you today, they are going to give you a message through this statement. Not sending a message is a message. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, what they choose to include and not. And as we move forward, they are giving messaging. Unfortunately, the market and all these people are trying to demand it in a certain way. It's just like when I say, here's the long-term play, you're like, I can't find the video. Give me the play. I'm like, go watch it. Yeah, the message is there. It just may not be how you want it. And that's what Wall Street is trying to do. Wall Street wants the message a certain way. It's not as if Kevin is not messaging. And again, like I'm saying, you're going to get messaging today, whether you like it or not. And it's just like, but people, they want it packaged exactly how they want him to say and do it like this. They want him to give us this. That's why they want credibility. They don't want real credibility. They want credibility like this. Exactly. They want credibility on rate cut odds, not lower inflation. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's very, very interesting, but it's not new. Like I said, I have seen this before where when you start seeing, you know, their market's getting what it wants, or it's getting exactly what it needs, if not more, but then it's not done a certain way. Wall Street wants something, bro. They want it to do to go a certain way. Mm-hmm. How many people use Reddit? Do you know who's Wall Street? Didn't you get banned from Bloomberg or something? Bitch, you made your account 1 day ago. Get the fuck out of here with these fake ass questions. Okay? I'll see you tomorrow, because you have to wait another day, or you probably made 2 accounts. Okay? This is Fed Day, brother. This is Fed Day. Go back on Reddit. They like you there. We don't like you here. Go to Reddit. Yalla. Yalla, habibi. I don't know what happened to ACHC. I have 1 contract left. But yeah. That was hard even to squeeze out. No guidance is the hike. No, that's where we'll talk about it right before, but the other part is gonna be the pseudo hike. That's the part, like I'm saying. You've heard this too. Some of y'all who have watched this with me, you know damn well what there's pseudo hikes. So they're not gonna raise rates, but they could put in a pseudo hike to make it hawkish. Like I'm saying, things with the balance sheet, things with interest on excess reserves. There's, again, just even more than 1 dissent would add hawkishness to expectations. So that's what I'm saying. It's like that, I believe, is that's what you should be expecting, more or less. Oh, Chad? They ask me once a quarter. They ask me once a year, many times a year. I'll just see if you guys notice it. I'm not going to say shit. He has arrived. Let's see how different the Chad composition is a few years later. No, they don't. They don't know. Look at that. Hike in September, maybe, but at this point, after this, if you don't hike today, it gets real political. Yeah, bro. That's crazy. All right, I'm gonna ruin it. You guys, I can't believe it. Maybe I just banned everybody. But he made 2 messages in a row And y'all ain't noticing Mr. Hits? You know, they ask me about you every day, Mr. Hits. They say, where's Mr. Hits? And he's here, and y'all acted like nothing just fucking happened. Oh! On Kevin Day! That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Hits. What's up, baby? I know, that's what y'all play. I can't believe it, dog. They ask about Hits. How y'all let Mr. Hit, and then Mr. Hit says something very important. He says, take the rates to 18%. Amen. Amen. Dog, they're playing. They're playing. What's up, baby? Happy Fed Day, man. This is gonna be arguably one of the bigger ones today. We're gonna find out. Came in for the rate hike news, baby. Yeah, unfortunately though, I don't think they're gonna raise the rates. That's where I just think it's one of those things we saw before the election. We saw it in 2022 and a couple of other times, but the unnecessary pressure on rate cut odds today, or rate hike odds, it has potentially made this one of the more volatile reasons, or volatile Fed meetings, regardless of which way this goes. And that may not be true. I still don't know. But essentially, the spread on where we fucking end up after a hike or stay is going to be wide. But I still am in camp. Don't raise the rates. But I do think we are going to get some pseudo rate hikes. Again, I think you're going to get multiple dissents. But I was surprised because the multiple dissents, this is actually a surpriser. Are you ready? Do you guys realize last Fed meeting, Kevin Warsh's first one, he didn't have any dissents? I thought that one was going to be a little bit more challenging. But yes, it wasn't, it was not, it really wasn't there. So, we're going to see. But I do think this Fed day today, it's all just going to boil down to actually, though, the real energy of what he does, but then the follow through in terms of the press conference. But right off the statement, we might get a very large move. So I look forward to it. But yeah, Kashkari wasn't there, but there just wasn't a dissent. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, be open to surprises today. But at the same time, what the fuck is this? But at the same time, it should be somewhat limited. Where is it? Iraq and Saudi, they want the smoke. Not with us. The Iraqis are partnering with Saudis to fight the Iranians. To lower rates, yeah. That's why I said, just don't touch anything. I don't think he will, but yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting. Nebius. Dude, the Neo Cloud did not do good at all today. Even the last week, but they're all a lot. This reminds me of all of this is just like nuclear and critical minerals last year. If you guys remember when the nuclear bubble and critical minerals got in the box, they all look like this. They all are just like down 50% from their high, but then they're still up like 300% from the bottom. Weird crowd. Was that the one? No, was it Snowflake this morning? Yeah, Snowflake was the one really ripping. Yeah, crowd tweaked out. All right, man. 8 o'clock, though, so about 2 hours and 30 minutes. I will do the preview. So I already went on a little Fed rant there for you guys, but and I hope you listen, man, because like I'm telling you, I know rate hike, rate cut is the big topic, but you know, if you're the type of guy who's gonna watch every single fucking Fed meeting as some of us have here, I think you're going to get more messaging and info from the statement. And then that should be where the surprises are. So get ready for it. And then, like I'm saying, after all of that, we're going to have a lot more to look forward to with both earnings and then the midterms. But for the most part, we still have there's 5 other things I need to go over for today. But yeah, we'll see. I'm open to surprises. My first time hearing Josh was on a Fed day. For all you new people, I'm begging you, start your long term. Secure your financial future. Please, I beg thee. I'm paying to beg thee. Horda! That's amazing. That's amazing. I might just make if I ever make another long term, I'll just make the legal long term. You know that? I'll calculate all of the times he asked you to get a long term, and then I'll take it, and then I'll show you what that long term would have created. But yes, man, get a long term. We were just green earlier, but we flipped negative. But yeah, man, even then, our long term is still right at all-time highs. So remember, man, any amount of money, $200, $300, $3,000 a month, hold 10 years minimum. Everybody, again, look at momentum. Worst month in history. Long term, you're not affected by these. Your long term, man, there's a whole nother area of this market, regardless of all the BS that you could be benefiting off of. And it doesn't have the same uncertainty as a lot of the speculation. So that's what this man legal is talking about. So, amen. Senior Israeli official, there are centrifuges at Mount Pickaxe, but uranium enrichment has not yet begun. Caterpillar, ugh. Again, AI industrial build-outs struggle, man. They have not done good. Your employer takes care of your long term. Is that okay? That's a 401k, and that's awesome to have. 401ks are great. And IRAs and retirements, I really do like them. But I also think you should have another long term, because that way, if you want to buy a house or do anything with the liquidity, you still, like, up to like 200 grand, the tax liability is not that bad, if they're at all. But then you could do a lot more with it. So not a bad start, but I definitely would get another one. I would get one that's just the brokerage, more freedom, more liquidity there. And then worst case, I mean, just more money, right? We got 401k, got the other one. When it's ever time to buy a house or a business, you'll be free. But we can add to the long term. Why wouldn't you add to the long term? You can add whatever you want to the long term. But once it goes in, it can't come out. That's the problem. 10 years minimum. Act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. Microsoft. Okay, so chips too. I don't know if you guys noticed. IGV's holding up. It's held up. Cyber stabilized, but now again, chips off of the bottom. It's been like 20 minutes of them not going down. So you got one Mag 7 up. Amazon stopped dropping. Google came back to open. So that might free us up a little bit. Or at least stabilize you. Again, a couple more hours still until Mr. Kevin. Pin duo. I've seen that move a couple times. The shoe company, Allbirds? Yeah. Yo, SAP? Bro, the SAP premiums. They are now solidly in the green. That one was disgusting. But then again, like I said, anything with if it was August and died and came back, it didn't come back, even if the stock's higher. But if it was September and it had like hype and it dropped and is higher, even if you're higher than the stock, the option's not as high. But that's what I'm saying. Some of them were able to really, really do good. The long-term ticker list, just on the latest YouTube videos. So every time I update the long term, I put out a video, and then there's screenshots of everything on there. And then throughout the days, I mean, if you have any questions or if you like a name, we could talk about it. But we bring up some. And then the other strategy is quite simple. You know, I have my list. You could see what I hold. But, you know, one big learning lesson you could all do, telling you, and I'll tell you, man, the people who don't do this, they just suck. It's very, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, if you can't do this, you're not. I'm telling you, please just pick another career. Not because I hate you, but because I'm like, there's no way. You're like, it's like wanting to be a race car driver, but you get motion sickness. Or you want to be a race car driver, but you don't want to turn the wheel. Again, my favorite Bible verse. The man puts his spoon in the bowl, but is too lazy to lift it to his mouth. You know, this is one of the easiest things you could do to find plays. And no matter, you could do this once a month, once a week, and always be in the game. Go pull up your S&P 500 on a watch list on ThinkOrSwim. Hit columns, customize, type YTD, add the % year-to-date change, and then boom, start here. Go with the names that are down and start with all of the red, and just look. And that's what I'm saying. You could find some names and start around there, apply them to the principles, and then from there, I mean, you'll all day, every day, you can see where your opportunity is at. And I love it. That has made us a lot of money. Again, look at Intuit and some others recently. That's what we were able to do. I bought more Oracle last week. So that's why I'd encourage you. You're still below where I bought it, but yeah, stay up to date with it. Parsons. Oh, I feel like we just looked at that. But for now, nothing, but I have something on my mind. It's not coming to me. Parsons. Oh, that sounds so familiar. I still think Intuit is hilarious. It's amazing. Oh, Intel. Abavicious. Oh, wow. Thank you. And Intuit. So that's what it was. I think it was one of them. That was the crate, because we went over this yesterday. And actually, I went over this on the watch list. So I think all of you should hear this. Because I was explaining, you know, we're buying, you know, I bought a lot of growth. Sadly, the only things that are down right now are growth. But then I said, like, notice how much I've bought. Because we bought Oracle, Microsoft, Intuit, and Corsair. That's 4 growth names this year. That's a fuck ton. But I was saying, go look at the amounts. So if you add up all of the growth names that I bought, they're less than my one position in Kimberly. So just get an idea of the balance, because that's what we were saying, you know, with both Oracle, Kimberly, that played out a certain way, but essentially now Intuit. So now that Intuit was really small, you guys. Intuit was half of a deposit, but even then now, the gain on Intuit is almost making up for all of the downside on TAP. That's crazy, because TAP is 4 times larger than Intuit position. So you see that's where we're getting some of this balance, but unfortunately we have bought more growth. But remember, even if we're buying more growth, your position sizing has more of an impact. Gemini adds voice control to MacOS app. Adabe. Oil did come down a little bit. SPY's still here. Again, we had that little relief with chips, but it kind of just faded it all. So watch out. And then General Mills, more value. And then CL, General Mills, again, more value, more XLP. It's slight. I saw Kimberly earlier. Yeah, you do need balance. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm not unfortunate. Like, I want value. I want dividends. I want non-growth names, but they're all, some of them are green or they're just not there. Meanwhile, you got fucking Intuit down 60%. You have all these other names that they're good, but at the same time, you just, yeah, we're not overexposing. But I do need more value. That's why. But the way it's working, if you haven't noticed, the fact that we're buying value when it's down, that's what's helping this play out like this. We bought Intel before it went up, or Intuit before it went up 20%, right? Kimberly's up right now, but we just bought it at 94, 95 bucks. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that, taking advantage of cheap in front of you, ignoring expensive, and keep cycling through. That's what's creating this. Oh, wait. Oh, I was going to say, Chad, do you want to do push-ups? Because I'm already stretching. I'm already in lunge position, but it's kind of early. CTSH is going. Now Skyworks. Woo. You only have Kimberly in the long term. You're trying to build. Is that okay? Well, it depends how much money you're working with, but like I said, your first couple plays aren't going to matter. You have to keep saving and keep adding. So even since Kimberly, we've grabbed a couple of things since then, and they've moved. So just as long as you stay consistent for a year, but you don't want to, you don't want to just sit there doing nothing, more or less. Take advantage of what's still a deal right in front of you while it is, and then wait, and then keep adding, and you keep moving on throughout the months and years. So glad the S&P never added SpaceX. What would that have been? That would have been crazy, actually. I forgot about that. You remember all of the hype on SpaceX being added to the indexes? How would that have turned out? Uh-oh, pizza. Dumping. They usually pop. NCRA, another small cap. And then SAP. And then Intuit. You thought a company has to be profitable to be included? Hey, shut the fuck up, man. Okay? When did we get this hater over here? Oh, profitable. What does profitable have to do with the economy? Okay, everything, but still. No. God, is Elon, do you hate space? Do you burn Teslas? Is that who you are? But yeah, I mean, yeah, again, we've had this debate. This is it's a very interesting one. I don't know. I don't want to have this talk, dude. Because then someone's like, Josh, so should I buy it for the long term? They're like, but Josh, it's the best. And then some guy's going to be like, I think it's the greatest in the world. I've averaged down 17 times right now, but I'm going to hold for 10 years. I'm like, okay, then why are you rushing this so much? Why did you average that many times? It just came out. Okay, I guess. South Korea, it's stuff we've been talking about for a while here with both the chips, the momentum. I mean, I brought it up about 2 weeks ago. I was telling you the problem is the currency. People are ignoring, everyone wants you to talk about the yen. I say you should look at the Korean won. Ever since they raised rates, our dollar, their dollar, and then the chip stuff. But unfortunately, there's just two worlds right now. This is what you need to be asking yourself. Two things are, Korea is either going to wash out and we go up without them, or Korea washes out and they drag us down with them. That's it. So add that to your list of things to juggle, whether it's the Fed, midterms, earnings, you name it. At the end of the day, we still got, it's either Korea is going to die or it's going to stay up, and we're either going to follow them or we're just going to this could be even our momentum. We're letting them wash out, and then we'll continue after they crash. But for the most part, it's the momentum, the leverage, the currency, and all of that, you know, creating one magnificent bubble. LOL, I've already averaged down many times already. I know, probably, dude, I've met so many people. It's fast, dude. Do you know how many people I've encountered with SpaceX? And legitimately, that the believers I've met on SpaceX, they have averaged down 10 times already. I don't know why they won't stop. And I don't have a problem with it. My concern is, I'm like, why don't you wait? Why don't you, like, give it like a week or something, dude? Like, maybe once a month you average down. But, like, I'm telling the amount of, I bought SpaceX. This is the best company in the world. I have averaged down 10 times. Oh my gosh. The amount of average down 10 times I've seen is fascinating. Bro, I can't. CBOE, again, earnings right around the corner, but they're letting that one pump. Oh, look, I got some more money out of that one. And then the work days are up 260 now. I don't know if you saw that. They gave you a fat bid. So the work day, I remember I made those free about 100 yesterday. But those weren't showing a bid. But yeah. This is not bad. I'm not going to lie. You want it for the long term. But around 50 for the entry. I mean, listen, if you have a plan, like I've said, you could do it. That's the problem. That's where I'm saying with, and I hope this helps any of you SpaceX average downers. That's the thing I don't like about what people are doing, and I don't give a fuck. It doesn't affect me, but it doesn't seem like there's a plan. That's the part that's disturbing. You see what I'm saying? You got motherfuckers averaging, buying, like, what's the plan? Have a plan around SpaceX. How much of your portfolio, how much money you want to contribute to it. You see what I'm saying? Like a entry price. And that's what I'm saying. If you really want it, even at 50, maybe open your range up to 75 and don't commit more than 10% of the account. Like, you know, have a plan and just execute it. And that's where I'm saying, I think a lot of people, I think they had a plan on SpaceX, but their plan was assuming it was going to rip right off the bat. And that's why they were just averaging. And before you know it, if it makes up way more of your portfolio, like, that's not a good idea. But if you plan it from the jump and you stick to that plan and you follow the rules, like I'm saying, and if it's not over positioned, I have no problem with it. And again, it makes sense. It's successful. It's in front of everybody. You know, it's a real product. But like I'm telling you, there's just a lot of impulsivity, a lot of emotions around it. Yeah, there's just so much hype that people aren't planning. That's what I'm saying. They say, I'll buy it at 170. Okay, 150, 120, 130. There's no plan. Again, before you know it, the guy who put in 20% of his account, 2 averages later, you're now at 40% of your account. That's not sustained. That is not going to be fun. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if you want SpaceX, max 5-10% of your portfolio, whatever number you come up with, and then how many months can you execute that, right? If you're gonna blow 5% in 2 transactions, then what do you mean? Then you don't have that much wiggle room. So you should either space it out or something has to change. So that's how I would do it. Would you say selling SpaceX puts at 85 is fine? Maybe, because I'm sure the premium is probably there, but the only thing that sucks, the one thing I think the straight down and the idea that people want to buy it, that's what makes selling a put a decent idea. But the problem that sucks with it is that it's a brand new stock. So theoretically, whatever price you're, you know, you know what I'm saying? Like this could go anywhere. So you will have a price and make sure you like it. But yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a floor, more or less. And then not to mention, there's a lot of shares that are going to be issued, and maybe the dynamic and how this thing trades, that might change, right? You know, if you double up the shares, maybe $80, and how fast it moves might mean something different. So we'll see, but I would check, and if it makes sense in the premium, but I do think there's a little bit more risk on selling a put on a play that's brand new with, you know, theoretically there is a very, very wide range. It's not even, you could sell a 70 for December and you'd get $400. That's at 70. That's 50% from the, like, around the 165 would be the 130. But still. So if I commit $7,000, I get 460. Honestly, that's dog shit. You'll get 6.5% for 3 or 4 months. You do get the stock, 30-40% lower, but the 6% it's not you're getting the benefits in the equity. The yield isn't that high. You're only getting 6%. Your yield is in buying at 70. Does that make sense? That's where that one's lean. They're saying you have more value buying at 70 than collecting the preem off of it. So yeah, it's, if you value this low price in equity, the put makes sense, but they're not paying you hand over fist. Again, they're saying it's $70. We'll give you 5% for the next 4 or 5 months, which is, again, it's higher than the Fed funds rate, but for that type of risk, this stock in a month has gone 220 to 112. So it's not, another 70, another $50. You get the $50 discount, but you're not going to get as much up front on the preem. Intel was a crazy good play. Yeah, that's a covered call. That we're talking a cash secured put. I usually don't like the cash secured puts, especially with how high rates are now. Because, it's hard to compete with 3.5% to do nothing. So even keep that and look at that example I just showed you on SpaceX. You're getting 6% in half a year, practically, a little less. Or you could get 3.5 or 1.5 in half a year doing nothing. Absolutely zero risk. So especially too, if rates end up going higher, even better for that case. But yeah, it's not like it's really it would have to be a very compelling premium for you to take some of the puts. Or again, you really want the stock at a certain price and you're fully committed. And yes, I do think that's the part that people, even if you want this stock, your first comment's way better. Sell options only worth it when IV is high. And that's the thing most people don't understand. That's why they want to sell covered calls, not into the stick. Even selling a put, if you're doing it when the stock's not moving, you want it when the stock is dumping. That's why I looked at SpaceX. Because the stock is dumping, right? It's going straight down, 52-week low, day after day after day. That's the idea that we want to sell into that. You want to sell into fear, or you want to sell into hype. You don't want to, when nothing's happening, you do nothing. SoFi was their earnings. Yeah, SpaceX has more to their business than the launches, and I know they've evolved. It's just the timing. That's it. It's just like AI. If AI is successful but takes too long, that's going to change a lot of valuations. You guys know that, right? AI and AGI could happen, but if it happens 5 years later, there's still going to be problems. So it's kind of like real estate. Like everybody, knew real estate was going to go up. Low rates, everybody needed a place to live in, right? And it went up. But after like COVID, think about it. After the houses boomed in 21, 22, if you bought the house too high, even if it was a great house and the house values, they stayed up. But if you bought your house too high, you were underwater. So the value and the potential of SpaceX, it's real. I believe in it. But I'm more concerned about, again, the valuation. That's the hard part. That was the hard part even with Tesla. But now SpaceX is maybe 20, 40 times larger than that at the get-go. And that is what makes it, your risk is in the timing and the price you're buying it at now. I don't think your risk is, they'll have satellites up, and I think they'll evolve like crazy. But, the pricing, again, think real estate. Real estate came down from the peak, but real estate's been up the last 5 years. It's a very odd thing, and that's what happens. Just like think about how people try to buy stuff ahead of inflation when inflation was already there, and they bought to protect against inflation. Then inflation hit, and then the assets went down. That's the issue with timing and buying at a certain implied value, essentially. So no covered plays on Kimberly. No. So I just, like I'm saying, man, I don't know. I'm really excited about the Fed today. So I've been very, very not rolling heads. I'd encourage you guys to pay the fuck attention, dude. Because again, that Intel, you're not going to see examples like that in real time worth that much money too often. I was sick. And like I'm saying, during that time, we talked about it a lot. I ran through covered calls and covered puts for all of you guys. You guys had oracles and other plays. I looked at them. We described and discussed all of the other potential covered calls, even with Kimberly and all of them. So like I'm saying, if you're going to keep not understanding this or questioning to try to get around a very easy thing to understand right now, this is not going to help you. So I would just encourage you to understand these covered calls, few and far between. And then again, what we've said with the names like Kimberly and the dividend stocks, those probably aren't going to be your covered calls. And even if they were, they would have to meet that criteria that I just showed you. 2-year FRN discount margin. You got a little baby. You got tips auction? What price would you buy SpaceX or Tesla? I have zero idea. Because if it went lower, like let's say $20, but then if it went to $20 and then Apple's at $20, I'm probably going to buy Apple. This is something I've shared many times, so we'll see. And again, I mean, at the end of the day too, I am more than happy to I don't really care if I miss it or get it. That's what I mean, you guys see my portfolio. I even have a portfolio that before YouTube, but you guys even see the one I've built right in front of you. Maybe I am just going to keep executing, and we have value and opportunity everywhere. So that is just not the one. I don't want to get too involved with it. If ever that thing plummets and nothing else is plummeted and that's good deal, I'll take it. But until then, I mean, yeah, I'm not I don't need it. I don't view any stock as a necessity, and that's why if it comes down and nothing else moves, love it. But if it comes down with everything else, I would just, once again, opt for quality. Well, we're going to move big after. I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know if whether they hold or not. That's the weird part, is because the expectations, the spread is so wide today that whether he holds or hikes, like there's a big move in store. So it could bounce big, or at least the bonds might bounce big because they're expecting something more aggressive. But yeah, RTO, 2% pop. It was 1% on that candle. It was already up, a big volume. RTO. On the run leaps being down 50%. You didn't make those free? So I made those free. So my thought is, you know, with everything, even if it wasn't free, I still probably wouldn't care about it too much. But yeah, that one's, I'm pretty sure that one's a free play. But yeah, even then, that's tied to the momentum with the, what's it called? The energy build out. I forgot the one headline we played on it, but it was getting tied into the, it was all those AI names, or all the solar getting into it. I had, I think the first solar, one of them was made free and then one wasn't. Would I buy now on ASMIL? I mean, the Fed is going to either get us out of the box or not, but I mean, chip momentum, I don't like, you know what I don't think the Fed is the, it might or might not. It's a weird signal for it, essentially. So if I was thinking about buying that stock, I'm not thinking about the Fed for buying ASMIL. Now, where's the other one? Working a day. Would Baidu be considered a lagger for Baba? No, because again, all the China, even Baidu, we're still up on that one, and they're just different. Just Baidu's actually more like China tech. Again, Baba is like China consumer, even though they have tech. You know, Baidu is Baba is like Amazon of China, and Baidu is like Google of China. That's probably the direct comparison, right? You know, like Amazon is tech and consumer, but then Google don't really have consumer products, but they do, but it's not like Amazon consumer. So, but then they're all both up. But yeah, I wouldn't view it as there's a spread and a gap between the two, but both are still up anywhere from 20 to 50% off of their year or two ago lows. I think Microsoft is going to be crucial because it is going to be that they were the ones who like kind of toned down spending at one point. But yeah, I think they're going to be the ones that people are looking for, and their guidance covers like a 1-year time frame. So this is like their quarter, I think Q1 for them. It's one of their quarters where pretty much their guidance is a little bit more comprehensive. So I do think that'll be the more important one. Lord, listen, a year ago, got 4 long terms. So I'm saying, baby, thank you. You know that? I appreciate you. Because like I've been telling a lot of people here, man, especially if you just encountered me or spent time, man, like if you really want to see the value, and I would, you know, I appreciate you guys listening, and some of y'all who show a lot of love, bro. Great way to spend my days and my hours. I love this shit already, but some of you make it even better, and that's why I'm saying, man, I would love for you to walk away with something and getting a long term. And like I said, 5-6 years. It's not like you don't have to pay me. Not selling you on bullshit. This thing's outperformed. You've seen crazy ass moves, man. And like I said, bro, God is good, bro. I don't even take full credit for it, man. But I'm just glad how we got to execute. But that's why I'm saying I don't want to be the only one talking about it. I hope you guys sharing it, and I hope you do it. And that's why you need a long term, man. So thank you for actually fucking doing it, and being able to see some of the beauty of what we provide here, man. And I love it. I love it. Woo! Low ticker picked up. I mean, dog, we stayed pinned for an hour, 740 to 840. So we've been pinned here at the low. You've had the back and forth with chips. Remember that little rally? That gave it up. Are you going to start buying TurboTax again? I think so. Oh, Farmer Juve! Oh, he saved you guys the other day, man. You know that? He answered the lawn. Oh, man. He got y'all with the Nike Lulu. They don't know, bro. Now he blessing you? Amen. Amen. Benjamin Netanyahu expressed skepticism during meeting with Trump at chances of reaching deal with Iran. Yeah, chips are about to... You saw this the other day. Watch Mag 7. Because this is... They're trying to work up. Look at Apple. So yeah, just watch what Mag 7 does. Essentially, this might go lower, but chips will hit the low. This might be the final flush, I pray, for today. We'll find out. But essentially, I remember this from a couple days ago. But yeah, you essentially had both of them creeping into the lows. Chips were the leader. They're going to flush. And we might even be lower. We'll be lower on the SPY, and then the chips will hit, and then that should stabilize it if Mag 7 could catch a bid. If. What about leaps and doing PMCC to offset capital by collecting monthly PMCC premium, strike over the break even as a cash out trade? If it doesn't go ITM, the leaps could be exercised. I'm way too fucking lazy for that. You know that? I work hard. I go to the gym. I wake up early. That's just so fucking... That's too complex for me. I'm serious, bro. I'm telling you, that's just way too... I don't even know what half of that means. I've been doing this my whole life. And I'm just like, dude, telling you, just sell into the sticks. Just keep it so... Dude, I'm so dumb, you guys. You have no idea. The Lord, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Because I'm telling you, bro, just keep it simple. Keep it fucking simple. Sell into the sticks, you know what I'm saying? Again, on some of the premiums, like just try, you know. Then that's why I'm saying all this right now, because let me put it this way, you guys. Most premium strategies are dog shit right now. Why? There's no stick anywhere to be found. Do you get what I'm saying? So unless the plays you guys are talking about are literally into the sky or into the floor, there's not, like, think about it. Whether we're talking covered calls or spreads or anything, it's not, you don't have volatility. That's the whole problem with momentum dying, is that that's why the options started fucking up. We have zero volatility. So we don't that you're not optimal. That's why if you sell premium right now, a covered call, covered put, a spread, and then volatility picks back up, you're going to get caught off sides. So that's why it's just if there's volatility and the high premiums, those are going to speak to the strategies that are going to be more optimal for you to execute. Because, again, that's what happened with Intel. Like I'm telling you, that was paying so much money because it was into the very tippy top. You know, same thing, Oracle, onto the very tippy low. Look at those puts. You know, you want the volatility, that's where it's going to open up some of those doors for you. But any premium, elaborate strategy without volatility, you should be careful. A couple cybers, Abbott, it's XLP, but like I said, I think chips, SPY hits low first, and then we'll bottom out once the chips flush after the SPY low. So there's your SPY low right now. That's happening, and I'll give it a couple minutes. We might keep dumping, and then the chips will hit the low, and then SPY will bounce, and then once this stabilizes, we'll be good. You have to have volatility. That's not a strategy in your opinion. Well, thanks for that opinion, Vicky. But as far as the dynamics of option trading and premium is concerned, you are going to be more vulnerable selling premium in low volatility. Okay, that's just a fact, unfortunately, regardless of what you may believe. But that's what I'm saying. When there's high volatility and shorting said premium, you will be in an advantageous position. Hence, what happened with Intel. You could sell a covered call on Intel today, but guess what? It's not going to give you the same security and benefit that we had a month ago into the volatility. So whatever you may think about it, that's why I'm trying to tell you there's just a dynamic and a fundamental principle of how options operate that I would encourage you to understand, especially if you want to try to execute more of these elaborate strategies, especially the ones that involve selling premium. Now I need there's certain laggers, not all of them. Like I said, the TurboTax dip buy is the funniest shit. But yeah, the Now is one of them. SAP chilled out for a second. Yeah, the banks a little bit. Like I'm saying, look though, SPY's still at the low. Chips has not hit it yet. Low volatility is better to buy leaps. It's good. The ideal sweet spot is low volatility right about to turn into high volatility. That's where leaps go insane. That's like the Ford. That's why the Ford, we got 9,000. It was something ridiculous. And then it came down aggressively too. Bro, CBOE, I freed that one up. CoreWeave. I don't know. I didn't put it up, but they hit a 52-week low. Remember, because people have asked me about CoreWeave even recently. That's what I was saying. I was like, unfortunately, I just remember we flipped the fuck out of this thing at $30, 30 to 40. So yeah, this is the lowest they've been all year. But then, like I was telling you, unfortunately, CoreWeave is the oracle nobody talks about. CoreWeave is the one that CBO is ripping right now. Fuck me. I made a lot on that one, but that one fucking... Oh, I ripped it one day too soon, but that's the story of my life, especially in this environment. But but CoreWeave, it's the oracle nobody's talking about. That's the sad part. Because like I'm telling you, the credit default swaps, the second worst is CoreWeave. That's it. That's the only one. But nobody, everyone's focusing on NVIDIA now. And then Oracle, obviously, right? Oracle, bad credit. Spend all your fucking cash flow. That makes sense. But yeah, CoreWeave is the silent credit crunch. Let me pull it up for you. If they do bad, doesn't Mag 7 get to write them off? Yeah, that was my theory. That's what I was saying. I was like, at worst case, this is all just going to be a giant tax write-off. But yes, it's going to hurt though. Don't get it twisted. It would be like a nice 10. You could depreciate this over several years if it ends up failing. But some of them have spent so much money that it's still going to be painful. Even if you end up having to take this as a write-off instead of productivity, you'll end up with the facility, and maybe on the back end it could help. But yeah, it would still come with some pain. Yeah, that sucks. See, CoreWeave though. CoreWeave is more like NVIDIA. Because CoreWeave actually was more receptive. So remember Oracle during this moment. Oracle, their credit default swaps wouldn't go down. So, but CoreWeave, stock rips, all the credit default swaps chilled. Actually, surprisingly, the 1-year credit default swap on CoreWeave is around the same price as the beginning of the year. But the 5-year, just like NVIDIA, the 5-year right now, both today and the last 3 days, that's where it's ripping out. But again, the price on the CDS, and again the cost and all of it, this is the number 2 behind your boy Oracle. Did the bad credit make you hesitant in buying again? No, because I already assumed it. So I'm buying Oracle on the assumption that this play is going to 0 or it's going to double. That's it. I don't have any negotiation. I think Oracle is going to fail miserably, and if they do, praise the Lord, one less billionaire elite. Or if they do succeed and they take over everything, at least I'll get my fair share. So that's kind of how I view it. But I don't think any in between on Oracle. So I've already factored in their credit. Their credit either it doesn't no problem or it fails. I'm black and white when it comes to Oracle. No in between. Fail or success. That's it. That's why I say it. It's not too big. I'm down to buy some if it keeps getting cheaper, but eventually there is a limit on Oracle. That thing's not going to be our largest position at all. But it is for now. It plays a good role, and I believe in that. I think it's a very asymmetric bet, more or less. I think you're either going to lose at wherever it's at now to 0, and that sucks, or again, sovereign AI, many other things. This starts to hit you on the back end. Well, look, SPY ban. I want my chip low. I don't buy it until chips hit a low, bro. And then KHC, more value, more Adabe. Ay. Dude, even CRM. Airbnb, go follow your brother booking, brother. Yeah, IGV's working. Again, chips haven't done it. So SPY hit a low before chips, but I still think they hit that low. We'll be chill. Yeah, Egyptian gas storage tankers at Demita port might have been hit by drones. It sucks because if we bounce without the chips hitting that other low, I'm gonna be very skeptical. But if we can, I think that'll we could stabilize. What price is QQQ out of Pandora's box? I mean, pretty much below like 664 or like but below like even like 650. It's just pretty. This is the low end of the box. Technically, the real box is like right here, but this is where that breakout occurred. Again, QQQ is a little different. That's why I would use the SPY, but at the end of the day, this one's kind of already there. And then Service Now. Apple did. It was recovering earlier. And then honestly, you guys, I'm going to say something. But I feel like if I compliment you, you're going to fuck it up. Can I give you guys a compliment? If I give you a compliment, can you make sure that this doesn't destroy you? Because I have a really astute observation I've noticed. And I'm so happy about it. Intuit. Okay? We are up 22% on Intuit. I think we bought this, what, less than a month ago? About a month ago, a little bit more. So we're up 22%. But I want to just tell you guys, good job. You know why? This might be the first time we have been up 22% on a stock in a month. And a small group of you have not begged me to buy it at the high. Do you know that? I am so fucking proud of you. You have no idea. It's disgusting. I love it. Not one person has asked, should I buy into it? You know that? So good work, you guys. Maybe I've already banned them, though, to be honest. So that's why. But look, that's what I'm talking about. See, I'm glad. You just let it work, move on, and let's fucking hunt for the good ones. And then if it comes back, you do that. That's it, man. So good work. That's it, man. Y'all thinking that's exactly what we were looking for. I don't know if they feel me, dog. Okay, new Chipolo. So yeah, so get ready now. Like I'm saying, you could still flush a little bit, but now that the chips, they could keep setting lows, but look at the SPY. Once the chips stabilize, I think this could be our final drop until we do the pre-Kevin, but it's still pretty early, unfortunately. Yeah, we hit that low. I'm saying IGV, It's kind of moving. Watch the other stuff, but that might be our little last flush out. Hopefully, I'm saying I could be wrong, but for the most part, we saw this play out a couple times, and we're down 1% now in the SPY. Russell down 1.4, Nasdaq 1.5, and then Dow down 1.6. Price, I had the CBOE. I had to sell my option like $3, legitimately $300, like $3 option dollars below the ask, and then I got filled. It was still 100%. So that's, but yeah, you could go one at a time too if you need. So then that way you could see what it's actually giving you. But those are bangers. You guys know that. That back-to-back 2 CBOEs off the bottom, and now you have a 2-year free play. Oh, it's fucking nutty, dude. It's nut. I love that one. That one was easy. Because that one we did while a lot of the plays weren't working. You know, so that one was, that made up. I'm very grateful for this one. Because we hit both of them. But yeah, the spreads are shit, but they'll pay you. You just got to work for it a little bit. But either way, all of you should be getting, you're getting way more money. I made it free yesterday. All of those bids are higher now. So you should be getting hooked up. Yeah, SPY again, chip. So this is it, the final one, man. Let's see what happens. No group is taking injuries to the port facilities. Yeah, no one wants the Egyptians, bro. Remember I told you, Egyptians hate everybody. They don't want to get involved in any of this shit. So then you blow them up, dude. The last thing the Egyptians want to do. You guys don't know this. Egyptians don't like Israel. Egyptians don't like the rest of the Middle East. It's a very, very touchy subject. Now all of a sudden they're like, I don't know who hit that. Who could have possibly... We don't take blame. No, brother. No, brother. Because everybody, you want the Egyptians. You want the Egyptians to sway to your side. Said the gas incident was probably an incident. That's what, or accident. That's what your dad said, not war related. Well, yeah, the Egyptians weird. It's weird to attack the Egyptians. Because Egyptians think geographically where they stand. But then also the Egyptians are, they've tried to, they're the more angry Switzerland. But they don't, again, the history with Israel and the rest of the Middle East, they are not, they want to stay out of all of it. Ideally, they'll close the borders to both sides, everything. So dragging them in it would kind of be a little, it would be as weird as attacking your neighbors. But now you chose the one who, I don't even know what the Egyptians would do, to be honest. Even if Iranians did it, I don't even think they would want to do it. You know, I don't even think. Yeah, we've learned to stay our ass out of these Middle East conflicts after Mount Sinai. Do I think there will be peace in the Middle East? I think it's possible, but it's going to be weird. All you're going to have is it's capitalism versus radicalism. Just money versus God. That's it. That's the thing that moves the Middle East, money and God. You have half of the Middle East that's all about money, fuck everything else. That's the culture. And then you have everything that's God above all. And it's a certain type of God. It's a very, very strict God. But it's, yeah, so it just all depends on that flow of which one, you know. That's why the Saudis, Dubai, that's the money flow. And like you could see how their culture has changed and what they value. And then vice versa, you still have the Iranians, even Pakistan to a degree. And then there's Turkey on the lighter end. So, but yeah, it's possible. But I don't, right? I have no idea how it's going to play out. It just all depends on which culture gets stronger, but both will be competing. I don't think as the pervasiveness of money and greed spreads there and they adjust culture, the pervasiveness of radical religion that's not going anywhere either. So, yeah. My sister's trading. She doesn't trade, but her long term is good. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's funny though. She's liking her long term now. It's really weird. It's really weird. So, and she wants to she's talking to me. She wants to she wants to do a new job every fucking month. But Yeah, I was talking to her yesterday, and she is dude, she like complimented the long term. I don't think she realized it, because she was like, oh, but it's nice. She's like, it's nice, you know, knowing I have that if I want to do that. And I told her, I was like, don't touch it. I was like, don't touch it. But yeah, man, we'll see. Did I just call the bottom? I don't know, but if I did, it wouldn't have been the first time. No, but like I said, I mean, I call these things out. Like I'm telling you, I hope you guys can respect it. I say it with full humility. Like I said, I could be wrong, and, you know, I don't know, and I'm open to being wrong, so thank you for all vibing with it. But yeah, you know, I do notice certain patterns, and I do try to call them out, you know, and I'm not afraid to call them out. But at the same time, yeah, it's not always going to be perfect. But like I'm saying, beyond just spotting the exact bottom, that's cool and all, but what I do want you to notice is this pattern between the motion on the money and chips and everything else, and how this is played out. And we've observed this several days in a row. That's truly why I want you to be aware of it. So calling a bottom and all, yeah, right, maybe you can make a play, but I do want you to notice what's happening right now, and also be able to have a clarity to know this isn't new. We've seen this exact move several times in the last couple of days and weeks. U.S. is discussing sending Cuban deportees to Uruguay. Yeah, Estee Lauder popped. Again, that's a lagger for staples. A lot of software laggers are doing good. Even SAP, dude. I can't believe that one. Those little scammers. Oh, L'Oreal earnings? That would make sense. Check the other guys. Good call. Yeah, it's foreign earnings. Yeah, look at the makeup companies like Coty, Tapestry, their post earnings though. Oh, ESTC too. That's cyber lagger. No, watch out. That's not it yet. Again, look for the chips. They already hit the low. You've satisfied the first condition, but like I said, they could still keep going till then. And then TTE popping. Yeah, L'Oreal came in 5.9 versus 5.7. They did good. North Asia did bad. BSX is just earnings, dude. Sell off earnings, and then they didn't. The call was early, and then it just pumped right back to open after the 7% sell. HPE, ROP, we just saw that one starting to move. Oh, we need a push-up. I was getting ready for push-ups. I would love a push-up. I need to go to the bathroom, too. Locked-in discount. Oh, if you sign up for the locked-in on a computer. So if you buy the locked-in now on, like, your PC, it charges you less than if you did it on a phone. So if you do it on a phone, it's going to charge you like 20 or 30% more. SAP, they're not scammers. It hit. That play is green. So like I'm saying, bro, we had a couple of plays that, like I told you, everything turned to gold. I would touch it and it would plummet. But then there's some of them that have woken up that shouldn't have. Like Workday is up 300% now if you still have those. I don't know how. And then the SAPs are up now like 30 to 40, and then they're climbing. But they just went break even today. But that's what I'm saying. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, someone got into photonics. Was Was it GFS? I think they got photonic money from the government. SPY going lower. So, look, again, chips are still there. So, technically, that one bottom did not work. But like I'm telling you, whenever this stops, then I think we bottom. Is whenever the chips now, after they've hit this low. The only shitty part, you're getting into a solid level on chips. You're getting into the 500s, which kind of sucks. Because then that would fully be the support of early May. Okay, low ticker picking up, my friends. So unfortunately, I think this is more Mag 7. No, it's all chips, dude. So yeah, it's chips into the low, a little bit of meta. SQQ, VIX is on the high. Chips into the low. All of your volatility indicators are ticking up right now. You're down 1.7 on NASDAQ and Dow. 1.5 on Russell. 1.1. You're pretty matched up, dude. It's not even like everything's pulled apart, unfortunately. So you are getting some high correlation, but you have rotations. So this is not risk off, you guys. Financials are down, but XLV, if that goes negative, maybe. At what point does CoreWeave start to look tempting? Do you really want my answer? Or I'll let you skip. You could press skip if you would like. I'll give you my answer, but you're not going to like it. So if you would like me to skip this answer, I can. And in the meantime, the Dow has 12 names green, 18 in the red. NASDAQ, 60 in the red, 40 in the green. And then SPY, 288 in the red, 212 in the green. So slightly more names down to the downside. But again, Mag 7 chip dynamic is still the main driver of dollar moves. Consider SAP before the pop as a long term? Yeah, if it wasn't foreign. I brought it up. I brought it up and we said if you really wanted to. The only problem with SAP is that it's foreign. Still a little high there, but yeah, I mean, it was related to the AI stuff. Domino. Well, look, again, we took a little extra. I think you took one more low off of the chips, but see, you need chips to stabilize. Either chips need to bounce or Mag 7, and then we'll be done. But until then, this is what's happening. This is causing all of it. Oh, I forgot about that. Visa and MasterCard. Time for a Philo before Warsh. I could probably give you a mini one. I don't know if we'll have a full one, but I could always give you a nice little message before the preview. I always got something, I think. I'm not worried about Apple giving up. I'm worried about the logic. I'm worried about the like, safe havens are great unless they're fucking up 30%. Does that make sense? That's the only thing I do. I think Apple is in a great position right now. I think the only thing that sucks is that the safe haven is overperforming. Like, do you get what I'm saying? It's not, the safe haven becomes less safe if it goes from 320 to 340 in 3 days. Better yet, the safe haven becomes way less safe if in a week, 2 weeks, it goes from 300 to 340. The safe haven is not as safe if in a month it goes from 280 to 340. So my only issue with Apple is simply it's doing so well and it's outperforming that it's outperforming for a reason, but when we get to earnings, that same reason might backfire because it's up. It's already made the move, essentially. It's already up so much that, yeah, you know, if we're already seeing high bars and everything, it's not like they have a high bar, but they kind of do. But yeah, it's already doing very, very well. WLY, Domino's. Cake, dude. They sold off SanDisk and bought Cheesecake Factory. And TurboTax. Only safe to an extent. Yeah. Let me put it this way. Like, if Apple, ahead of this earnings with everything going on, you know, if it looked like this, I would love it. Like, if it was in a box, I think it would be the easiest one. I think it would be awesome. But that, unfortunately, it's just made such a monster move that does start to it's not as, it's going to be wobbly, more or less, or that could work against you. But if you positioned early, GG's, that's working for your favor like crazy. You're going to miss the Warsh day. Well, enjoy it, man. Regardless, I'm sure you'll wake up and see what the result will be by the end of it. You know, remember, so far, the last like 2 months, we've effectively stayed at the same price as Kevin Warsh. So yeah, okay, there's the chips off the bottom. Your relief might be closer, but you need it. They can't do this. You need a real stabilization or bounce. Couple of Mag 7 trying to run. Micron, unfortunately. So watch out. Micron's the one still. I'm surprised though. Chips didn't take a red, but Micron just flushed. Hopefully it's the last one. There's so many major ex-Furu accounts in here. I know. That's why you should shame them. You should let them know. You should let them know that they need to be themselves and do well in life. They need to step it up. You know what I'm saying? You gotta shame them into it. They're little Scott Bessents. Come on. I want more for them. They don't understand. I believe we could take all of those skills and talents and push them further, but, you know, hey, keep repeating it. Keep repeating it. CBOE. Tesla at 300 is diabolical. Buy, hold. Good luck. I don't know. My thing, you know, think about it. Patience. Like I told y'all, one big thing I was like big on last year, even this year, you know, even during this whole thing, bro, you guys saw me rip the top. Very excellent. And we got to walk away with a lot of profits and avoid big downside. But like I've been telling you, bro, FOMO is dead. I have no FOMO, and I would encourage you to kill it. Any of you speaking with FOMO, it's just like the Furus. That's what I'm saying. Like, at the end of the day, you could troll, you could listen or not, but you're the one who has to go home and realize you're a Scott Bessent, and you have to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So, like I'm telling you, bro, just keep it. Just no FOMO, man. I would not participate. I would not give into it. It just doesn't help you. And I said not too long, I said I'm immune to FOMO. I'll rip anything. I don't care what it is. And if you, it's a beautiful thing, man. No FOMO, no desperation. So I do hope that you guys, You know, this is it's for you. This is for your benefit. This is for yours. This is for you. Get all of it. Alrighty, dude. Chips still keep going down. Okay, VIX on the high. Bro, that's another $5. Like I said, now at this point, sadly, you might have to do 500 tests on the SMH. Three ads? You're mad? Well, on May 27th, you hit NVIDIA, Corsair, SAP, and GFS, and then called me a legend. Then you said you need to pay the plug, and then you never did. And then you thanked me for the NVIDIA call out. So you've made money off of this channel, and you are complaining to me about the ads that are set by default. I've even turned off mid-roll ads for the last month or two so you guys would lag less in an attempt to stop what YouTube does for all of our bullshit. So on Fed Day, man, I don't know. It sounds, based on your own words, you owe me. That's what you said. You said I need to pay the plug. So I would try that before the complaining about the ads, brother. It might get you more. I know the Chadfax. I was just checking. I was like, oh, it was like he seemed like a nice guy. And I don't know why the ads hurt him so much today. Because most people have gotten less ads on this channel in the last month or so. Because like I say, you know, YouTube's a hoe. Yeah, Sand Dude. You might have to do 500. This is crazy too, you guys, because this is a massive pre-Fed move. You know that, right? You're down almost 2% pre-Fed. Most expectations were like 1.5–2% priced in for like potential moves. So yeah, that's kind of crazy. You're cooking up now, and then unfortunately, the chips might have to. They might need a little bit more. I did not watch the hearing, no. You know, Josh, locked in could be way more expensive. There's Furus selling subs for much more, doing much less. It's weird. It's like that's the message everyone's sending me today. You know, I had to go members only. They were harassing me before even Dead Plays came out. I gave y'all a pretty epic showing in peak volatility, and we avoided the biggest momentum sell-off in history. You guys are telling me there's a bunch of Furu. I'm just saying, I don't know. It seems like that's the message today. We'll see how, let's see how my Fed call-outs do. And let's see, you know, and then maybe we'll decide. You know, Locked In hasn't even been around for a year. You guys know that, right? Locked In is younger than 1 year old. So by this time last year, everything was still free. Isn't that amazing? It's still all free. You don't even get me started. Don't even get me started, man. So, but yeah, man. So I don't know. We'll consider. We'll consider. But nah, can y'all just get more houses and just buy me a house? Let's just call it a fucking day. I'm very impressed though with Locked In. You know that? That's what I'm saying, bro. Just like let the mockers be mockers, let the Furus be Furus, let a scammer be a scammer, and let the real ones who are gonna take over the world with me, let them fucking do it, and let's fucking get it. That's what I'm saying, bro. Get a house, get more equities, stay out of trouble, bro. Avoid stupidity. Oh, because like I said, some of y'all, thank you. You secured it. Y'all did well. Y'all are something that I look at and I'm like, I'm very proud. Especially, I don't like pride, but especially after seeing a lot of, you know, You've seen a lot of people smile in my face, lie to my face, do a lot of things in my face, play in my face. They've done a lot of things, and ultimately, you've seen the results. And that's why I think some of you, man, my goodness, let's keep going. That's what I say. Fucking run everything over. Let's keep going. That's it, baby. That's it. It's working. It's working. Oh, I hope they feel. Mm, 2030. Oh, wait. Bro, that Nokia leap is below 100% now. Fascinating. No, so my Fed call out is no hike, and then the statement is going to be where the surprise is, and then I have a preview. I'll do the preview at 10:30. We'll talk. I have like 4 or 5, not pillars, but just exactly what to look for. I even have a potential direct quote that I'm expecting him to say. And then, like I'm telling you, man, I study the Fed. I have my whole life, and you saw me with Powell. That's why I'm ashamed. And I do think a lot of people are missing the real juice today. The real juice is in the statement and like the patterns we're going to get emerging from how this new Fed plans to operate. So, but for the most part, at simple, no hike, but I don't even think that's the most important part of today. Almost been in my first house 6 months, baby. Shout out the long term. Hawkish hold. That's what I was saying. It's most of the street is still saying that, but at the same time, you have a weird pressure on these hikes today, coming from the vigilante, whoever priced this in, and then all of the media, and then you got one. Citadel is the only big firm calling for a rate hike technically. So with all this talking and noise, there's only one person penciled down on the banking level thinking there's going to be a hike today. So that's what I'm saying. It's fascinating though that this even pumped the rate cut odds and even put us in this situation. But hey, we've seen it before. We've lived this. I have some specific questions, or just it's going to relate to what he's going to talk about. Oil is lower, but then actually June 7th, see, that's the weird, technically the same price. I guess, give or take, that candle was big, right? So for some of the day, you were at the same price. Other parts of the day, you were lower. But then remember, it was dropping ahead of it, then drop lower. So there's a lot of and that's the thing. Is it about oil? No. It's about the CPI feed through. It's, so that by this time, you're assuming CPI is going to feed in favorably, right? Now, this time, even if it's the same price, you're assuming CPI is going to feed in unfavorably next meeting because of this ramp back up. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, even if he says no hike today, you're assuming he's going to deal with a hot inflation print because oil ramped up. Whereas June 17th, it's coming down. You're saying, oh, he may not hike because it's a lower CPI coming. So oil's technically the same, but ironically, they were less. Last meeting, they were not even as pressed on the. We still we knew what he was going to do. The market had consensus. This time, they're acting like they don't know what's going to happen when they do. Oil price was similar, but trend is different. Yes. But you could argue they negate each other. That would be my point, right? Oil price, same. Trend was lower last time. This time it's high. It's just they balance each other out from last time, because they were saying that on the CPI too. And they're like, yeah, it'll come down, but still, and then vice versa. So the whole point, I think it makes oil a non-event, even though people have clung to that as one of these inflation things. But yeah, I still think there's a little bit more to the story. You fat fingered your visa, you're trying to make them free. Oh, yeah, that sucks. It happens, dude. It's like a weird focus. It's not like you're being lazy, but you know what I'm saying? Because I've done it many times. It's just, I don't know, you do automatic mindful things, and then sometimes you'll just whoop. Because those plays are still up on the bid, but yeah, if you bought them, that would have sucked. I usually do it when I do my orders, I hit the bid. If I click on the bid, it automatically puts up a sell order. If I click on the ask, it automatically puts up a buy order. So usually what I end up doing when I want to sell, if I ever make that mistake, it's because I click the ask. And then I'm just going through the motions without really paying attention. Republicans start pondering another debt limit hike as midterms loom. I think Trump said that it is going to get shut down. We need to save America. Do I type price manually? Just depends. Depends on the type of play, how fast it's moving, or the spread, if it would make more, because sometimes even if it's moving fast and I wouldn't have time to do it, if that spread in the last trade is too wide, I'm going to put in a limit because they'll fuck me. FOMC is going to be technically in an hour and a half. That's when you get the statement release, and then 30 minutes after that, you'll get Kevin Warsh, which I'm tempted to call Jerome Powell. All right. Dude, we didn't even do push-ups, and it's 9:30 already. Would you guys like to? We should do push-ups. I need to go pee, too. So follow me on Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity. I was going to put this on a video, but I'll show you, because you're like, look at the volatility. Are you guys ready for this? This one blew my mind. This is what I'm saying. This should shock you, especially if you've been in markets long enough. There's so many just odd things. But yeah, take a look at this one. Are you guys ready? So you better do a push-up if I'm showing you this. That's my trade. You have to take care of your body, and I'll give you some elite information. Deal? Okay, deal. So look. Chips. Korea down 30% from the highs. More. You've had the craziest sell-off. Again, biggest momentum sell-off in history. Right? The VIX did not budge. That's crazy. Don't think people realize how nuts this is. Because look, earlier, look at this. Chips made this drop, the VIX fucking tripled. No, this time, bro, it's insane. It's absolutely, this is a phenomenon. But it goes to show, the leadership, the back and forth. That's why we keep talking about this shit, dude. This is why I keep telling you there's all these things pricing in, competing, and all of that. Yeah, it is. People aren't sure. It means a lot of things. I honestly, as much as I want to answer that question, I don't know the answer. I will humble myself. And I will tell, because that's what, unfortunately, there's 3-4 major things priced in at the same time. There's some that have rotated. There's clear rotations. And then there's some that it has just been a circle jerk of not really rotating, even though they're selling, the dollar's higher. So unfortunately, it looks like they are rotating. It looks like a rotation more so than shorting and crash protection, which is something we've noticed from last year. But I don't really know. I don't really think I could give that answer. Oh, Hims. Hims on the low, Netflix on the high. Hims looks like it's getting clobbered. I don't know what the headline is. They jacked it. I'll leave it for you. Okay, it's gone. 6 center. Now it's 10 cents on the ass. That one's gone. 10 cents is what you would have got paid for it. But there's a 6 center at 22.5 if that fills. But even that's 50 cent above. Ideally, you want the 24 at 5 cents. So not a recommendation. I'm not going to touch it. I just told you what I'm thinking really quickly. And then Microsoft, ServiceNow, Federal Trade suing Hims over billing and cancellation privacy practices. FTC spokesperson, Reuters. Yeah, that one at 5, not the 10 cent one though. Yeah, there you go. The 22 at 3 isn't bad, but that's just not going to hit. You need a double candle for the 3 center to hit. And then SPYs are ripping. Notice you got, again, a little extra to the low, but it kind of played out. All right. Yeah, well, look, him's already up. As I said, unless that takes the double candle, those are all going to wash, unfortunately. Like, as I say, I could call these out, but until we get real follow-through, I still think everything's a grenade. Grenade. I'll catch a grenade for ya. Ooh. Yeah, XPO Logistics, Popper, good call. All right, do a push-up. Stand up. Bump, 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 stand up. So, yeah, Chad, get beside your desk. 10 push-ups. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Get some good posture. Love yourself, brother. Stay alive. Have endurance. Let's go, my friend. So, yeah, I got to time this out. I got to go pee, too. It might take me a little longer. I got to stretch. I need at least a minute on the board. You know what I'm saying? At least 1 minute. 1 minute a day. Toyota recalls certain airbag service parts. The midterm window is August till November, and then pretty much like November to March. Those are your, like, February. Those are your, like, 2 windows before and after. So that's what I'm saying. In the next couple days, we are literally about to enter the first window. And the coolest part is that if you've watched my video from the beginning of this year, I am specifically talking about these windows opening and closing. So yeah, it's a long time coming, but we're here. August 1st, that window is going to slowly start to move, and the uncertainty window begins to open. So we'll see what happens. We will see, and then you should do a push-up while I inundate you with political propaganda. Thank you.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the aisle, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. motor. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and better run.
Did the grenade not go off? Yeah, they're back. Some did that 24. Was that the one or was it 23? But yeah, some of them popped up actually. So your hands are safe for now. If you got them. You kept all your fingers. Beautiful. Beautiful. Your waitress over the weekend had yucky armpit hair? Really? It's so terrible. Because I think at this point in my life, if I saw a girl with armpit hair, I think I would ask to see it. I really would. That song has had an impact on me. You know that? The song really did. And I told you, remember, I already had this conversation with y'all. So, you know, this isn't, Oh, no, I'm not into it. I'm just curious. I would say, no way. I haven't seen it in person in a long time. In a very, very long time. Hope they take all our guns. Yeah, PG's still down too, but it came up. And then Dollar General. DG. Yeah, widespread on the hymns, but they're filling. I didn't take any of them. I'm just looking at them, you know, for my theories. Do I do Asian squats for stretches? That sounds super offensive. But no, I don't really. I do squats. I just don't deadlift. It's the only thing I'm against. I'm actually starting a political campaign, political party. It's called Deadlift Means Dead. So I don't participate. Choose life, brother. You know, the Lord says you have life and death. I give you the choice. Choose life for your own sake. So I don't like deadlifts. No, there will be no philo today. I will just have something for you. Altman discusses new AI model. Oh, did you guys hear it too? And they're trying to do so. I have tinfoil, you guys. Would you like tinfoil? I don't know if I'm allowed to give you tinfoil on a Fed day. I have good tinfoil. The tinfoil is that OpenAI, Sam Altman, he's trying to come up with like a marketing stunt. And I don't know how far he's going to take it. But the tinfoil is that he's going to try some weird market marketing stunt with AI. Why? Because do you guys remember the other day when they were like the OpenAI model hacked Hugging Face? Do you guys remember that? Yeah. And I even said this is probably marketing. Nothing happened. Nobody really cared. And what do you think Sam Altman said last night? Last night, Sam Altman was like, I'm surprised there wasn't that big of a reaction to, and then they announced that it hacked the second company. But nobody gives a fuck. So that's why I'm starting to believe that he is trying to come up with some weird marketing stunt to try to, whether that causes damage or not. Yeah, he wants a Claude marketing stunt that'll give him some street cred, but it's just not working. That's that. So far, we'll find out. Well, I hope you enjoy it, dude. Be on the lookout. Like I'm saying, if you see, if you just start like, because that's why. I mean, after the Claude thing and even that Hugging Face thing, I mean, this is AI marketing 101, bro. They've, again, Claude especially, you know, Dario's been marketing like that from back in the day. But yeah, I mean, think about it. The last time Claude did that changed the world. Claude got a really big benefit off of that marketing scam. Think about it. The whole, it's so dangerous, it freaked everybody out. It changed the leadership, all of that. So yeah, but he's not, I don't think it's going to work again. Can't do the same trick twice, Sam. Hope they take all our guns. Hims again. And then chips again. We got off of that little low zone. So hopefully we chill. You might have one more room, but this kind of feels like the last Fed meeting. I feel like the last Fed meeting we had the stabilization, but I don't think it led you much higher. Unfortunately. LYB on the high. Where the hams call out. That was good. That one gave you guys time. Because those plays got cheaper after a minute or two. So I hope that hit, man. Kenview and Ross. Kimberly, do you love me? Are you rising? Oh, Chad, aren't you excited? Hope they take all our guns. Latest headline, Toyota, Hims. Again, these staples. SPY's going down, but it's not the chips fully. But if they do give it up, it's not gonna be good. AMC is doing better than chips. Damn right, man. You waited for the biggest momentum sell-off in history to get that one in there, huh? He's like, fuck yeah, dude. AMC is doing better than fucking momentum. But you are correct, I guess, depending on what time frame. So shout out to Adam Aaron. Bro, core wheat. Homeboy didn't answer. He said he didn't want to hear my answer on it, huh? But yeah, core weave is low-key one of these drags today. What if he cut? He would be wild, but thankfully, I don't think you need to worry about these things. But I love the I love the best justification by your boy, what's his name? Citadel. What they said was so funny, dude. I was cracking up because they were like, well, technically, if he does raise rates, that would be no forward guidance. You know what I'm saying? So, because it's true, what they're saying is true. But yeah, I thought that was hilarious. I think all those hymns hit, you guys. Even you guys on the delay fucking hit it. So yeah, like I said, I mean, I'll call out some of the ideas. If you're on a delay, be careful. But yeah, I think those went 1,000%. Holy fuck. Yeah. Some of them went 1,000%. No fucking way. The ones that further after 23, those didn't move though. Like I told you, there were some shitty ones, but you needed a double move. And you got the double move. That's why those hit. The craziest event that happened in the market, probably the China flash crash, the 24s, 7 to 60. Yeah, I love it. Well, I hope you enjoyed. I called out the prices and I gave you a price. If you kept watching and took them, those hit, especially at those prices. Those would have guaranteed you something. But yeah, and you kept all of your fingers. I love it. But yeah, the Chinese flash crash was pretty crazy. And then COVID was pretty crazy. They hit. So can that count as my 1,000%er this week? Even though I didn't hit it? I called it out like audibly, but I haven't hit 1,000%er this week. It's already Wednesday. My best play this week was 500%. Or no, wait, did I get one on Monday? No, that was last Monday I started it with 1,000. Yeah. Nah, but good call out. Okay, I guess so. I guess. These refs. These gap accountants. Holy fuck. All right, fair enough. Can I give you some context on why chip and hardware companies sold off after beating earnings? Yeah. Do you, which one do you relate more to? Do you relate more to smoking weed? Or do you relate more to having a girlfriend or a wife? Let's see. Damn, you sold the last hymns? Nice. So a lot of you guys hit. That's crazy. That's cool. I see a lot of paying the plug. That's awesome. Good work, guys. So make sure you get a long term. You know what I'm saying? Don't get too addicted to any of these, but get a long term. But yeah, like I said, you could choose your own analogy, whichever you relate to. I did see the Japanese earthquake. There's been worse in the past, but yeah, those are terrible. That tsunami though, man, I'll never. That 2000, was it 2012? That video lives rent free in my head because that was a trip. Weed smoking? You relate to weed smoking? Okay. So you're like, why are the chips doing so good, but then they sell off, right? So it's the same way, like if you smoke weed for like a couple of years, you could go get the best weed in the world. You could go get a 710 dab, and you're going to hit it, and then you're really not going to even get high. You'll get high for like 5 minutes, and then that's it. You're just used to it. So the chips need a tolerance break. You know what I'm saying? There's not. So even though it's good, it's dank, it's just not. The potency, it would be more potent if it never hit before, right? If this was the first chip earnings, these would all go nuts. But now it's kind of expected. you're confused about one thing, if I have real time and someone doesn't, do they see the chat in real time? They see the chat in real time, but they don't see your chat. The locked in chat and the other chat is separate. And then, yeah, but then they could talk in real time, but they're going to hear this at the delay. Yeah, you're not high, but you're not sober. That's kind of like the chips, right? Because if they did bad on earnings, they would withdraw. They would, and that's what I'm scared of. But at the end of the day, they are, you know, something's happening, but it's just not. It's not giving you the. You're not getting euphoria. You're not getting the feel. This isn't gonna blow your mind. It's not an edible. It's not like you never smoked before. You know what I'm saying? This isn't your first beat and raise. It's probably your sixth. You know what I'm saying? That sounds like substance abuse. Well, good. I'm glad somebody said it. Maybe let's sit the fuck down and have an intervention. Okay? We've been really worried about your chip stock trading. Okay? You're right. You're treating this as a substance abuse, and then you're mixing it in with leverage ETFs. Then you're telling me you got a Korean drug dealer or something, and you're like, I know this guy in Korea. I got this guy in Korea. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad you brought that up, because we do need an intervention, and I hope after this 30% momentum decline that people do get a long term. And I do hope that you because again, I'll just tell you right now, not only do we own the best chip stock in the world as our number one position, we have the exposure. Say long term, what do you mean chip sell off? What do you mean momentum sell off? The long term didn't. The long term don't. What do you mean substance abuse? The long term is running a marathon. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, that's why I get a long term. Don't get involved with the substance abuse. High volume on the IBIT. I think I'm not the only one who knows about the cycle. Like I said, there's many good things going for Bitcoin, but also many things stopping it. The Middle East, should you pack your bags and leave this damn area? I mean, why are you in the Middle East? You know, it depends where you could go and what your reason is to stay, but I mean, it all depends. Warshi is going to be at 10 or 11 o'clock in 1 hour. We'll do a preview in 30 minutes. Why do you talk so bad about weed and not talk down on alcoholics? That's actually harming people every single day. Dude, why are you so fucking sensitive about it? Did I strike a nerve? Oh, are you mad about the weed? Why are you bullying the weed smoker, not the alcoholic? Why don't you realize that it's just all the same shit? And I do agree with you. Alcohol is more harmful, but that doesn't make the weed a virtue. So don't take it too personally. But if that did garner that reaction from you, I do think you're holding your potheadness a little too close to your heart. So that's my take on it. Because most, I know there's a lot of potheads in here. I don't think they got that vibe from me in my explanation of this. So, if that offended you, it wasn't supposed to. And if it did, that means there's something there, brother. But yes, alcohol is not good. I own both of them. I got tap in the long term, and I got the cigarettes, because the cigarettes have weed exposure. So even if I don't think you should do these things, I hedge, and you should invest in them, because you could invest in sin. I've explained this before. My portfolio does have a hedge on sin, because if people repent and turn, that's fine with me. If I lose money and nobody dies from smoking or drinking, I'm so happy, okay? But if they keep living in their wrong ways, we're going to get rich. So there you go. It's a hedge on society. I'm down with either or. I prefer that they live better, though. Oh, dude, speaking of high, dude, SpaceX, dude, on the high, dude. Little rocket ship, dude. Been here since you stopped vaping, big dog. Yeah. You know that? I'd be high as fuck. So yeah, so that was the early days. I'd be ripping the Juul too, bro. So that's good. I'm glad. You can't say I didn't give you good examples. Fuck y'all. You know that? Y'all got, some of you got to see me grow. You got to, y'all acting, some of y'all act brand new on me. Gold and silver. The fuck is this? Yo, whoa. Dog, silver fat pop. That's I don't know if the day just looks small. Hold on. 20, that's like almost a 1% pop on silver in a minute. It's big for it's not the biggest, but big for the day, but it's still kind of large. For a 1 minute move. Again, these usually don't hold, but yeah, we'll see. What do you think could be the result of hold or hike? Will it make him lose credibility? With some people, but like I said, he'll lose credibility with institutions, but not real credibility. Does that make sense? Like, let me put it this way. Every time these companies offer me 6 to 7 figures to advertise shit to you guys, and then I give them a ridiculous counter, and I tell them to give me the money to you guys, I lose credibility with corporations, but I gain credibility with you. Does that make sense? So that's what's going to happen with Kevin. If he goes against the futures and ends up staying or whatever, he will lose credibility with big bankers, and he'll lose with the people trying to dictate it and benefit off of it, but he will gain broad credibility with people in the fight against inflation. Does that make sense? That's kind of the idea. You know, that's what I was trying to say the other day, where this concept of credibility is kind of humorous, because it's not the same credibility you and I are speaking about. It's credibility at an institutional level. Like I'm saying, dissents and no dissents raise and lower credibility. Again, following rate cut odds, that raises and lowers credibility, but that's credibility to institutions and bond investors, not to real people, not to you and I, not to a consumer, not to a small business. So, like I'm saying, that's kind of the example would be, he may lose credibility to institutions, but he will gain credibility in other areas. And then vice versa. It just depends what the final odds are before he comes out and then what really happens. What time is it? 9:58. We're getting closer. Real estate stocks going up? Are? TLT still low. SAP. SAP. The premiums are still climbing on SAP, but it's moving slower. Yo, Google. Oh, it looked like something bigger, but it was already up. It's waking up. Inside White House pitch for pre-election MAGA mega bill. Axios. Good timing. Midterm MAGA mega bill. Great. Airbnb. Oh, I looked at the stock. I don't know, it just spiked silver. The midterm MAGA mega bill. That silver move is still holding. No idea what it is. Again, chips still off the bottom. I mean, we did, again, you got a little extra of the low, but so far that it's stabilized. I don't know how far we go, though. Again, we're getting into the final stretch, you guys. We got 1 hour until it comes out, an hour and a half until Kevin arrives. Woo! So yeah, we'll do the preview at 10:30. So I'll go over what to expect for today, and then obviously I will be here live during all of it. And then yeah, we'll I think I could do a mini philo prior. 10:30 we'll do the preview, and then that's it. After that, all we do is wait. Post 3.2 starting to move up again. Gold and silver. The new pattern day trade rule went live. It'll be wild to do unlimited trades, I feel. But there is something I've noticed. That pattern day trade rule, that was like what, a month and a half ago? How come I have not heard any success stories? Or I haven't heard anybody like go crazy about it. Do you know what I'm talking about? Because that was a really big deal. My whole entire career, I've heard people complain about that and want it. And then it happened. And then you get the biggest momentum sell-off ever in history, if you think about it. And then the IPOs. But like, so let me, a month and a half now in, like I said, we could speed run this and maybe it'll give us some results. But how do you feel about no pat? Did it have an effect? Did it make you more successful? Did it make it worse? Like, what's up? Do we have any reviews a month and a half in or what? Anybody who just got access to it, if you could weigh in, I mean, like I'm saying, people talked about this a lot. A lot. You're a huge fan. It let you put more into long-term instead of holding 26K for day trades. Oh, so you just admitted this whole time you've been mixing your long-term and trading? Nice. Nice. Okay, that's one success story, I guess. So, anybody else? You don't have 25K tied up? Yeah, but did it like... That's cool, but like, did it do anything? Has there been a noticeable... Did it help you execute better, worse? Did you get out of plays? Did it make you overtrade? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the tying up money, all right, that's down, I guess. But what's the other part that people... Because, again, remember, some people believed it was really propagandized that this was the thing that was stopping people from becoming millionaires. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I am curious. I don't know. Like I told you, I said it'll be good for some people and bad for others. That was my theory. I said it was going to at least speed run the pipe dream and not make it, people will learn a lot quicker what's for them or not. But yeah, I did think it would help some and hurt some others. It just unlocked money. Yeah, swing plays. But did it make you trade? Were you PDTing? Was it making? And then notice SPY, more tech moves, and then now you got Google leading. But yeah, SPY's at VWAP, so you had a little extra sell-off, and then we had our stabilization. Those snowflakes old snowflakes are back to green, if you have them. Again, September. Oh no, that's August. I have a September too. That's fucked. It doesn't bother. You don't trade. I've been doing it, just told not to brag. Yeah, shut the fuck up. I asked you a very straightforward question. Okay, guy. I would love to see your DAX hound. Yeah, how much did you spend on it? You swing, first day at work, traded Oracle, modest gain today. Oh, Mr. Hananalin. Very circumstantial. You burned 1K. You learned the lesson. Settled cash, no delay. Cyber. And Horda. Woo! Mr. Hernandez, you get a good close. Did you buy? Did you get the bottom? Did you play the bottom? That would have been nice. I didn't check the premiums on there, but I was just waiting. I'm waiting for my leadership. I do. That silver pop, I mean, equities went up with it, but the dollar didn't move. But something, it's still holding and climbing. I don't know. Maybe it's the mega bill. Who knows? It helped a lot. You could exit positions without having to tie up more money. There you go. That's what I'm saying. I'm genuinely asking. I don't know if you guys, I'm not trying to fuck with anybody. I'm like literally saying like, this was my theory. My theory was some people, I thought it was gonna open up a runway for people who really were skilled, talented, and already had, you know, things going in that direction. I think some people were gonna benefit from the PDT. And then I also believe that some people, lack of understanding, it was just gonna quickly, you know, kind of highlight to them the reality. So that's what I was saying. I mean, I just haven't heard people talk about it a lot. And this was arguably one of your biggest deregulations in like 5 to 20 years, because everybody has talked about this for the stocks and trading. But with trading being as popular as it is today, I'm surprised that a month and a half later, we haven't really heard much about this. And yeah, I mean, we're going to see the earnings from these brokers and all that. But at the end of the day, you would like to think that, you know, it being beneficial or not and seeing these results from people, I'm sure that's going to show the story, because they invented the rule for a reason. And now it took it away. So let's see. It helped and hurt. Ryan, you have to be strategic, more cautious, so I have to bring the caution back. That's a great ass answer. I feel 100%. That's what I think. That's very challenging, you know, depending on what level you're at, because that's what it is, 100%. Where it's like it removes a certain level of caution that you had, so you need to know how to bring the caution without being forced to bring the caution, essentially. Hassett on CNBC. It's funny. It's a good example, though. Because like I'm telling you guys, remember I was telling you, just get ready for the midterms. Right ahead of the midterms, they're going to do something, because everybody forgets. I think the PDT is a great example. Like I'm telling you, most of you, from the moment you started trading stocks and discovered trading, you have heard everybody clamor about the PDT rule. And then you finally get it removed. And a month and a half later, nobody even fucking remembers or is talking about it. Like I told you, come October, November, you might forget that we had a war in Iran. You know, that is a possibility, depending on what they do. But that's like, it's kind of mind-blowing if you really think about it. Because I'm telling you, bro, the PDT rule was like, oh my gosh. But we don't, yeah. It's became normal now. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. No, the prop firms didn't fall off. They multiplied. They spread. So that's why you may not see the same ones, because there's more of them. They're spreading, and then they go bankrupt, and then they morph into another one, and then another one, and then the kid who gets scammed by the prop fund is like, why the fuck would I get scammed by the prop fund? I'm gonna make a prop fund and scam them, and then he becomes a scammer, so then half of them lose all their money, the other half copy and become scammers too. You see what I'm saying? And then boom, but you're multiplying, dude. It's a virus. Now do that with sports gambling and everything else too. Oh, before you know it, bro. Before you know it. Google again. We're above VWAP. The PDT was dumb. I don't know. I really do. The whole idea, let's talk about this a year from now, you know, and then we'll see. Because like I said, the fence was up, and then we took down the fence, but we saw the effect of the fence, but we don't necessarily know the real consequence of taking the fence down. They put up the fence for a reason. Now the fence is down. And that's what I'm saying. I thought more people would talk about it more, but then again, it's still kind of early. Yeah, how about we get rid of the wash sale rule? Now you're talking. But again, the people with trader tax status, they don't give a fuck. So, in a weird way, it kind of already is. Yeah, the speech is coming up soon. No, speech ain't going to be delayed. That's going to, same time every time, baby. So, top of the hour at 11, we'll get the statement. 30 minutes later, you will get your Fed chair with the press conference. Finally started long term. No more blowing each paycheck. 90% long term, 10% options play money. No touch in long term. Thanks for trying to convince me all these years. Let's go, brother. I'm excited for that journey. Because that's real, dude. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have a real shot at this. That's what I'm saying. It's not sexy. It's small. But that is the way to do it. Literally, 90% long term. Put 10% on your small gambles. Stop being so tolerant and comfortable giving all of your money to the market and not walking away with anything. You're going to walk away with equity. You're going to be able to hone and define your short-term strategy without it having negative consequences, without it damaging your future. That is the idea. Oh, I love it, man. Good work. Good decision. Again, Baba in China now. Gold and... Dog, is there a gold and silver China headline? That's probably the weirdest move of the day. Gold and silver with the fat stick still holding. Meanwhile, again, we got that little washout on chips. Like I'm saying, I was a little off on the perfect call out on it, but I don't care. I wanted you to understand this like shifting dynamic and leaderships and how the same exact movement has occurred almost every day. I do have those Baba calls. I don't think they were. I only had like $10 worth. Where are they? They were up yesterday. I'm down $3. Oh no, I got $20 worth. They're same price I bought it at, and then the bid is lower. So those are up yesterday. I just didn't sell them. They actually moved right when I bought them, but I didn't want the 30%. I'm a greedy little bastard. And Apple and Spotify. You had Netflix running earlier. Now Microsoft. Again, IGV is at least near the highs. Cyber's actually still down. But then chips, again, you're really rocketed 505 to 515. I was getting worried we were going to have to test 500, but I guess not. And then you've met the conditions. You've hit both lows. So, yeah, and then no risk off, no weird staple. Maybe XLV a little bit. That got a little ugly for a second. Spotify at the high. G-Wave halted. Oh, shit. Well, it's up 58. We've seen this before, but that just started moving. What is this? Green wave. Oh, what? They dropped earnings. Wait, hold on. Oh, no, that's September. I see something 15 minutes ago. There's some report, and it mentions some of their earnings stuff. March 31st? No, this isn't it. I don't know what it is with that. A cheap spy strangle? No. If anything, I don't want to say it. I don't. I guess I'll tell the locked in. Because I don't want to give people a bad idea. And that's what I'm saying. I don't trust the new. Again, you know how many people hit that HIMS play? As you see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, I don't want to expose y'all. Sometimes I'm just trying to genuinely give good info, but I don't know what you guys are going to do with it. So that's a dangerous question. So I'm going to tell the locked in. But that's what if I was going to straddle anything, that's what I'm straddling. I'm not straddling the SPY. So if you're not locked in, I'm giving you a clue. I would not straddle the SPY for today. I would straddle something else if I was going to take a straddle. But I'm not doing either of them. That's it. If I was going to do something that I wasn't going to tell you about, I would probably be shorting the Fed futures. That's the only other option. But as far as a straddle or equity, I wouldn't. I'm just gonna wait, and then maybe in real time when he says something, because I'm pretty good at picking up on it. If he gives us the right move while he's talking, we could jump on. I'm down to pivot either way. Oh, yo, Meta now. Meta, bottom to top, red to green. Nah, be careful, though. I'm telling you. Bro, do you know how many people have reached out to me in the last week asking me how to bet against the Fed? So I want it sucks because I definitely want you aware of what's going on, but I do think that your first step of understand it first and then try to make money on it. But don't be in the same step. Don't try to do both at the same step, if that makes any sense. And that's why, a lot of people are getting curious about it, which is good, but at the same time, just it's still they're not friendly. And if you don't know what it is, it's a very, there's some better risks to rewards out there in the market. So if you're not fully understanding it, I'd be cautious, and I wouldn't be rushing to do something with it. But yeah, that's not the one I'm talking about, though. There's more to this, more to today, but at the same time, the content of what Kevin says, I'm more concerned with. So that being said, Microsoft, Meta, we got a nice little recovery here. Even Amazon's starting to go. Even Palantir is starting to go. Hinge. Oh, well, well. All right, Chad. Well, here it is. What the fuck? Oh, welcome. HD. Would you guys like a philo? I could give you a small philo. Just a very small one, and then we'll get into our Fed preview. How does that sound? I won't pester you too much. And I'm so excited today. I look forward to the potential surprises. Meta. Anthony and Megan. Wait, are you guys related? Are you guys both McMaths? I love it. Well, damn, you guys both got locked in? You guys could do only one locked in per household. That's fine. You don't I'm not that strict. But I appreciate you. I'm strict about the long term. Okay. Yeah, Microsoft. All right, bro. Well, let's do it, man. Let's do it. I got a little one for you.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Woo! That is Swimwear by Uncle Answers. Welcome. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I have, before we get into this Fed preview, all I have for you is a very simple feeling. That's all, man. I hope y'all know, man, the secret sauce to the markets is all about controlling yourself and your brain outside of the markets. So I hope these things help you, man. And I do care about your guys' future. Listen, you don't care about me. I hate, as bad as it sounds, I don't give a fuck about you. I'm sorry. I know. But, you know, if you actually give me your time, you actually, you know, listen, you're aware. I love you, man. And I care where you guys end up. And that's why, you know, real results, good results, even mistakes and learning from them, I value them. And that's why I love to see it, man. So I hope this helps all of y'all. And I don't know who you are, man. That's what I'm saying. You could keep this casual if you want, but do your thing, and that's it. But I do think some of you who are non-casual about it and are involved in here, man, I hope this helps, and I encourage you all to not be casual and get involved. So here it is, man. All I have for you today, just something simple. We're in Fed mode, man. I'm very focused, very excited. So I'll just tell you this for your life, man. Anger is not the problem. Yelling is. Disappointment is not the problem. Blaming people is. Failure is not the problem. Quitting is. Disagreeing is not the problem. Disrespect is. Pain is not the problem. Hurting other people is. Jealousy is not the problem. Trying to control people is. Social media is not the problem, brother. Comparing yourself is. So if you don't get it, man, the emotion was never the issue. It's what you do with the emotion. You are allowed to be angry, disappointed. You may get jealous. You may get hurt, sad. That's human. Welcome. But you need to know that there's only two choices. There is the reaction and the emotion. You get to choose. The feeling and reaction are two different things. So, one happens to you. One is a choice you make. My brother, what are you going to let it turn you into? It's very simple. So, Chad, it's not that deep, not that long, but then again, knowing the difference between an emotion and a reaction. Oh, brother. I hope, especially on a day like today, I hope you enjoy it. So, God bless every single one of you. I hope you're ready for the rest of this day. Oh, and yeah, that's it. That's all I got, man. That is all that I have for you. That is all that I have for you. So, Chad, thank you for your time. I don't know. I hope it doesn't disappoint some of you. But, yeah, that's what we got. That's what we have for today. So, God bless and good luck. And, yeah. So, give me one more second, and then we'll get the other one. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Alrighty. U.S. Secretary White, militaries escorting oil and gas through the strait. Interesting. Remember, he says a lot, so just be careful. That was a flash philo. All right, so I have the preview. It's technically not, it's almost perfect timing. All right, I need to take my sweater off. It's getting hot in here. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's game time. You know, I did today with the sweater on. I still got my warm-ups on, bro. I have to take the warm-ups off. No, today's news event is, I mean, you still get Microsoft and Meta after the bell, but I've been saying it for many days now. Just quite frankly, I do think Kevin is the most important thing. Just because of how sticky the market has been at these levels, not to mention, none of this momentum and everything and chips, it all correlates around Kevin and the first time. And, some of these, there's a lot of propaganda out there. There's a lot of opinions that, they do have economic weighting to them. And that is kind of what's been moving things since the last Fed meeting. Let me see. Oh, okay, sweater. Let me make sure the AC is on, bro. And then we'll get into the preview. And then that's it. I don't know. What are the propagandists saying? You guys don't want to listen to them today, though. I'm telling you, the amount of... I've heard a lot of bullshit, dude.
Was making that point on our air on Friday, and it was interesting to
hear
him speak to
this
concern about a hike at this meeting. So we're about to find out here, Anna. It's great to have you on Fed Day. Anna Wong, Bloomberg Economics, our chief U.S. economist. We'll hand things over to our special coverage in New York in just a moment. Of course, Kaylee will get the news at 2, the news conference 2:30. We're going to have a lot to hash out with McKee at 5.
Yeah, we certainly will, knowing President Trump is going to be speaking at 3 p.m. It's about upgrades to Dulles International Airport here in the D.C. area, but he very well could be asked a question about the Fed's rate decision, especially if it's one that he might not want to see in the form of a hike. Jury's still out. We'll find out in 29 minutes.
He may not need to be asked based on what we've seen in the past, but we'll find out together. We'll unpack it all on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5. A special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides, starts after this, only on Bloomberg.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The Fed decides. Ooh. Yeah, Trump is talking during FOMC again. I see. He's kind of made it like his thing now. I don't know why. Bro, the amount of people. Dude, I went to the bathroom and I looked at my Instagram. I got 5 DMs asking about what if they surprise. But here's the funny part. 3 of the messages are surprised to a hike. 2 of them are surprised to a cut. That's all they're doing with all this bullshit. They're just getting people to focus on the thing that's already kind of decided, hyping it up. But then, like I'm saying, I do think the statement, there's so much importance in what we could potentially get or not get that I do think it is kind of shocking. But then again, I mean, hey, I'm open to a surprise, man. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Kevin is going to be using no guidance to his advantage. But for the most part, you always say. I know Trump is going to actually be on time, too, on the day that it's the Fed. I'm like, oh, my gosh. LYV, 10 highs. So, how do you guys want to do this preview? So I can make the whole. I think you guys like it when I just put it up here and not the whole screen. I think that's what you guys voted on last time. So, very simple. Again, the oil today, it did keep rate cut odds spicy. So that was kind of what we were expecting. Again, the odds of a rate hike slightly increased today. So even coming into this in about 30 minutes, I do believe we're around like 67 or 30, I believe. Let's take a look actually right now. This thing's super slow. Yeah, we're at 66.33. So again, almost every recent meeting up until the election, you had 80% certainty. So like I'm saying, oil today, that little pop, it kept it spicy. It just held you up here. This is what we've been talking about all week. So otherwise, this is the next part you guys need to watch out for today. It's what I've been talking about on the Instagram videos, what Bloomberg has even mentioned. Oh shit, I forgot to put out a stream alert. I got to tell them that the fucking preview is starting. My bad. All right, well, hold on. Give a banner blocks it. Oh, shit. Good call, good call, good call. Why doesn't it adjust? Okay, we can keep it there. That's kind of enough. But yeah, give it like a minute. Let's let the stream alerts, guys. I forgot. I will be guiding during the speech. I will tell you, though, unfortunately, if you are not on locked in, you will be at a delay. So you'll hear everything I'm saying. It's just going to be delayed. But I do get a fast feed, so it still should be comparable to everywhere else you watch. But yeah, if you're looking for real-time, second-by-second analysis, you are going to need a locked-in membership. Otherwise, if you don't mind 60 seconds or more later, then I will still be giving that guidance. But yes. Well, this is related to what we were saying with the 60% on. So again, if you have watched any of my videos since last week, even literally, if you gave me 2 minutes of your time, no exaggeration, some of the 2 Fed videos, and again, I mean, several 100,000 people have already watched them just in that time frame. So I'm glad a lot of people are aware. It definitely caught people's attention. It's just this idea of the rate hike odds, the certainty, and the situation it's creating, whether or not he hikes or not. The point is, the market hyped up this meeting, even though it shouldn't have been, and now this is the first meeting in a very long time where the market is not decided. You don't know what's going to happen. Almost every other meeting, you knew what was going to happen. So this is the chart that we're talking about. And this is now the next part you guys need to understand right here. This is what I was kind of saying all day today. We don't know if this is going to happen. This is just an idea. This is a theory, okay? Hear me out. So the way people are putting it is that the expectations are so wide today, in that usually the expectations are smaller. You don't get big reactions on the bonds after these meetings, right? So what is this telling you? They're saying that with all these expectations so wide, if they hike surprise, we're going to get the biggest bond move in one day after the Fed in 15 years. Or 30 years almost. And then if we hold, they're saying that's still going to surprise the bonds because so many people are expecting it's not going to be a hold. Are you guys following? So unfortunately, this option or this ability for today to be one of the biggest Fed meetings in history or in 30 years, unfortunately, that is just a theory. Are you all following me? So what I'm trying to tell you, today could still be a dud. That's why it's crazy we moved 1.7 at one point today, because a reasonable estimate of today's move would be around 1.5%. That's if you had a normal Fed day and things were more expected. Last Kevin Warsh, everybody was hyping it up, and it actually moved way less than expected, okay? So that's why I'm telling you, this all is just ultimately boiling down to if we get the big surprise move. So if cut or hold creates a massive surprise that actually feeds through to the market, get ready. We're going to get some nice volatility. The bonds are going to move. A lot of things are going to be active. But if not, that's where we're going to kind of run into a problem here. So, or essentially, it might be very underwhelming. So I hope you guys are aware of this, because look at, as everybody is telling you, hike, surprise, I'm trying to tell you right now, you might get underwhelmed. That is on the table still. Right? Everybody, these rate cut odds are somewhat manufactured. So that's why I'm saying it's real. There's a wide spread. We'll find out in 30 minutes, but pay attention to what the bonds do depending on how this comes out. Okay? So like I was telling you, it's funny that the funniest counter argument is that because like I'm saying, I don't believe they're going to raise rates today. They are going to hold them. But it's funny that in truth, if he did surprise today, that would be no guidance, which I think is funny. But I was saying this, it's a damn shame. I wish analysts spent more time thinking about what he was going to say rather than wasting everybody's time and their own time thinking about whether he's going to hike or not. That's not the question of today. Although everybody wants you to believe that it is, what I am trying to tell you, he gutted the statement last time. And that's where I think the importance is today, you guys. Because that statement last time, remember, he changed it completely, altered it, removed a lot of it. It was nothing like we've ever seen in 40, 50, 60 years. So like I'm telling you, the important part about the statement, we're going to see what they include. That's where he's going to do pseudo hawkishness. If he wants a pseudo rate hike, he could put that in the statement. He could hold rates and get bonds moving higher if he includes the right words on inflation, employment, or God knows, maybe he puts something new. We don't know. But that's why I'm so fucking excited about today, because the Fed is about to change. He's already shown you evidence of what his reforms. It's still early, but what they start putting in the statement starting to today, we are going to start to find a pattern. We're going to start to see which direction they're going to use this statement in. And that's why I'm saying everyone's wasting their time talking about rate hikes or rate cuts. You should really be asking yourself, what direction is the Fed going to go in messaging, and how are they going to use one of their only tools, the statement, to do so? And that's what we're getting today. This will be the first sign of evidence of that. There's no dot plot. There is no expectations. That's the next meeting. So this meeting's kind of light. That's why the hype people are giving it towards the decision and then ignoring the thing that got majorly altered last time and is going to establish our trend here for the future of the Fed. No one's talking about it. So it was only 100 words last time, but pay attention to that. That is what we need to look for. So right in the next 18 minutes, right when that comes out, the statement, I would be looking at that and what they say and don't say. That's going to be probably your first sign of hawkish or not. It's going to show up in the statement, and the statement is going to be a little bit more volatile. It will be more scrutinized because it's brand new. That is going to what I'm trying to tell you is that the statement has the highest odds of surprising today. Why? Because it's going to be the thing that's actually new about today, right? The odds, the data, the Fed, yeah, they could decide. But think about it. The statement, that's the thing that's going to surprise because it's the freshest. It's the newest. That's going to be how they message to you moving forward. So right at 2, even before Kevin Warsh comes on, statement is what we need to look at. And what you're going to be doing is comparing it to the last change, because we don't know. We only have one checkpoint to compare it to. So just compare it to the last statement and see, is it much longer, much shorter? And then again, those words towards inflation, economy, the job market, labor market, those are the things that we need. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. You want exactly the first taste of the new Fed in the statement. Exactly. That's why I'm saying the hype isn't hike or not. Everybody is, there should be hype today, but exactly, they've misdirected it towards the decision. But your first statement and some of these things that are going to give you the breadcrumbs, that's way more important. And like I'm telling you, he's not going to move the rates, but he could move the bonds in a hawkish direction by using tools that the Fed has used historically, like dissents, like the statement, like interest on excess reserves. So like I'm telling you, there's ways to do it, but you don't have to do it this dramatic like everybody's expecting. So, ta-da, that's the money today, the statement. Keep your eyes out for it. So that's that. And then here is what you need to look for words-wise. So first major thing we're going to be looking for is an update on the task force. So again, any updates, he already hired some people. He's going to talk about who he put in there. They're going to ask him about kind of how he sees it. If there's any actionable question on the task force, I'll call it out. Pretty much if someone needs to ask the right question on tying the task force into policy, he's probably going to avoid it. So that's why I'm saying just pay attention to task force, try to mark what the update is and see where we're going. And then, yeah, if the right question shows up, I doubt it, that could cause something. But for the most part, just seeing where we are with the task force, that's going to be one of the major concerns. The quote that I'm looking for is all options remain open. So expect him to say something along these lines when talking about the guidance or dodging one of these questions, or again, the labor market, oil, inflation, the war. This is kind of what we're looking for him to say, and this could kind of even sum up his attitude, where he could pretty much give you a hawkish hold, not bend to any pressure, but then at the same time communicate all options are open, next meeting is live, I could do anything whenever the fuck I want. That's the whole idea of this quote. So it could be a direct quote, or in spirit he might say something along these lines. So keep your eyes on that. And then now the data collection, that right here might be very important, especially as we're worried about the feed through on inflation. So we remember, he's talked about real-time measures, real-time data collection, shifting preferred gauges. This is what I'm talking about in terms of a new Fed and changing the historical dynamic. So if he gives us anything actionable on this, I would pay attention. If he tells you what to look at, or if he hints that there is a real-time indicator that's painting a more or less better or worse situation, but the key word you're going to look for, restrictive. So if he starts talking of that, but then in general, remember, anytime the word we're at restrictive, watch. The algos are going to tweak out. They don't like it. So mix that in with the data collection, but they are two separate things. And then, like I'm telling you, just in general, those data collection measures, how they're communicated, if there's more info or not, that's going to either add or take away from CPI, PCE, all of those other factors we've been used to tracking. So there's that. And then finally, you need to understand this, the dissents. Like I'm telling you, I don't know if these analysts are young. I don't know if people just don't watch the Fed as much, but there is pseudo rate hike measures. A dissent is hawkish. The more dissents, the more hawkish. Changing interest on excess reserves, you could tighten the bond market. Do you see what I'm saying? Again, telling them, putting a primer word about rates in the statement, that could cause rates to go up 0.25%. So there's many ways to get hawkishness without raising rates. I hope people understand this. And that's going to be the final factor. We want to see if he gets asked about it, but ultimately, right at 2, we'll see the dissents, and let's see anything from IOER all the way down to any of these signaling words. Is that going to be pushing home the hawkishness? Are we going to see the 25 basis points, not directly, but indirectly? That I do believe is going to be important. So, other than that, my friends, watch this speech. It starts in 12 minutes. I will be here. And yeah, man, it's just, like I'm saying, just right off the jump, dude. We get a lot to digest right at 2 p.m. And then, quite frankly, just like I said, it's not guaranteed that this is going to be the biggest move in decades. Okay? Be ready for it, but don't be biased towards it. That's the thing I think people are not getting. So I'm stoked, dude. I love the opportunity. You're telling me there's a chance? Woo! But yeah, it doesn't mean it's guaranteed, and that's why the content of the statement, what's in there, what's not in there, and then ultimately that press conference, that's what's going to help us formulate this idea and see, oh, wow, this really is surprising. Or no, this was not surprising. Why would we react this way? So, ta-da! History is made, yeah. And all the while, they got to pressure him. So yeah, is there any questions? Now would be your time. Oh shit, they closed my high-low ticker? Am I on caps lock or something? Oh, I am. I was like, why isn't this working? Is there a point where credit swaps get so elevated you could take profit on them since they're at all-time highs? No, because, I mean, it just depends where you bought it at, but theoretically, you know, the price going up on the credit default, it's like a bond, and technically the price is going down, right? That's why, so it's not really good, but yes, you can flip them theoretically depending on where you buy them, but yeah, it's not, and most people aren't in the business of that. And then that's kind of the problem, the liquidity. That's why spreads are so relatable to it, because it's showing you the bid and the ask between them. There could be a large gap between buyers and sellers. Jared Bernstein on CNBC right now? Oh my gosh. And I thought this day couldn't get better.
Whatever else.
You guys remember him?
But the Fed does matter.
It's exactly who you wanted. But why have I even wasted my time with a preview? We should have just listened to him.
Investments.
I think it's less about the Fed.
It's exactly who you want to hear before the Fed. Oh my God.
I mean,
price, right?
They actually love us.
To your point, the bond market, we could bring up a 1 year or 2 year chart of the 10-year, has done the work of a tightening Fed already, has it not?
Yeah, it has, but it has largely been stressed by the AI companies going to the market constantly looking for debt service. So I think a lot of what's going on in interest rates right now is actually related to that, not so much in other factors like, you know, whether the price of groceries is higher or whatever. So I think that's where the so I want to talk about the Fed just for a second. I don't think that moving the interest rate 25 basis points is going to do a thing. They have to go on a multi-rate hike path before it actually has any moving parts at all. So think about it. There's only the BOJ and the ECB that have raised rates in 2026.
Come on, bro.
I don't think
we want to hear
mandate
Jared.
Fed is going to raise rates into a supply shock. I don't think it's going to happen.
So can I respond to that? So I'm very sympathetic to
There
that
you
view,
go.
Jamie, and I think the impact of a rate hike would probably do more harm than good in the perspective you're suggesting from the macroeconomy's view. The only way I think it could be helpful is from the perspective of showing that you really are serious about anchoring inflationary expectations. I mean, at some point, the dissenters are going to say,
monetary policy
the view
for
of the
appearances.
dissenters, which I think we'll probably hear at some point today.
You guys
is
should all
that,
buy nice cars
the reason we're
so
leaning
your
towards
neighbors
a hike
think
is
you're
because we
serious
just
about
don't
getting
think
rich.
The Fed looks
and that
serious
they know,
enough about
okay?
maintaining the anchor if we don't do something. Now, I've heard Fed
He's a
officials
debt
say
expert,
that's no
though.
reason to
I'm
raise
not,
rates, and
listen,
I happen to agree with
this
that.
guy runs laps
but
around
it is
me,
a
you guys.
rationale that I do
So
think
you gotta respect
makes
it.
some sense.
Can I add something to that? So
Oh, they cut me off? Like, stop clowning on us, Josh. Okay, they don't want us to listen. Okay, they froze my whole platform. Nice. That's exactly great. Okay. Has this ever froze? I don't think this has ever froze. Okay, there you go. Okay.
There is that the
Okay, now I got Jared
nothing but
Bernstein
putting upward
goes.
pressure on rates by the just excessive
Scaring
amount
me.
of borrowing. And we have deficits now that are 6% of GDP. With the economy doing what it's doing, that should be something more in the 3 to 4 range.
I'm trying not to laugh, given what happened during the previous administration, with all due respect. I mean, some of these problems, the deficit,
You're not wrong.
the stimulus, you know, they're inheriting a situation. What I worry about, let me just put it this way, is that we're always fighting the last fight. So what they should have done in 2022 is now, if they overreact now, well, that ship has sailed. Now they got to anticipate where this one is going.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Look, on the fiscal policy, neither side has a great record. So you're absolutely right about that. When it comes to today's decision, I do think that the macro concerns that we've both suggested, and that a 25 bip hike probably doesn't really do much at all on the inflation. By the way, though, 3 factors pushing up inflation right now: tariffs, war, and the AI. Now, that latter one is a demand side issue, but I think some of the leverage issues you were talking about are probably already
tariffs,
pushing back
war,
Gotta go.
and
Because you know
AI
what?
cause
We
inflation.
have a Fed decision coming. Gentlemen, really appreciate it. Jerry
I need to do
Bernstein,
better.
Jamie Cox, thanks.
Yeah, and that
Because in
rate
my mind,
decision
tariffs
coming
don't
in,
cause
what, about
inflation.
6.5?
AI is
Give or take.
ultimately
Longer I talk.
deflationary. And then, I mean, war is temporary, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know. I need to, fuck, man. I don't know. It's always humbling listening to the GOAT. So, you know, you just realize how much you could learn. Wow. No, it's good, bro. It's Jared Bernstein, dog. So, there you have it. All right, Chad. Well, beautiful part, 5 minutes. We're going to get way more answers than people are looking for. So, get ready for it, guys. Oh, it's exciting. It's exciting. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a cult. And actually, do you guys want to know something kind of cool? Somebody commented on this. I forgot about it. But they commented on a theory that I gave you guys. Let's see if you remember. What are you looking at right now in the bottom right? You say the Jared Bernstein Leering Center for kids who can't read good. He would kill it. He would kill it. Not VIX versus... Look at it. I forgot I made this video. So someone just commented, and they were like, yeah, you were right about this one too. And I was like, what? I had to watch my own video again. I forgot. This one's not even done. Yeah, what is the purple line? So this is chips overlaid with silver. So I made the video a couple months ago, and we were talking about the correlation, and I was saying it was either silver catches up to chips, or the negative scenario, the chips catch up to silver. So the gap is a lot closer than it was, but it's technically, that's still kind of in motion. But yeah, I forgot about that, but it's kind of nice because silver did go down, but it stayed more stable than chips, and now that is another one of those correlations kind of returning. So that could be, again, even for the, if it bottoms out, maybe when they start moving in tandem. So we'll see. But Chad, 3 minutes. Again, if you're looking for real time, you need to be on Locked In, and that is another stream. Otherwise, you'll still be pretty quick up here, and then you could go to the Fed website to get all of the info. So you don't really need me for the first part unless you want to hear what I have to say. But yeah, just go to the Fed website, monetary policy, meeting calendar, and information. And then this statement's going to pop up. And this is what I'm saying to compare it to. So look at last time. Oh, actually, I want to try something. Hold on. I meant to do this last time. I better hurry. I only got 2 minutes. But yeah, you want to compare this to the other one. I'm calling the Fed.
Public Affairs Office is not available to take your call.
Boom. Okay, I want to see if I could talk to Kevin. But yeah, either way, you want to see if this what this changes to, because this was the last gutting. So like I'm saying, however different this is, that is going to be our standard we compare to. All right, but get ready, you guys. About 1 minute and 20 seconds. Holy! I think you're going to get tough talk and no action. That's a great way to put it. Great, great way to put it. Oh, Chatadonia. Chatadonia. Woo! All right. 50 seconds. Good luck. And like I'm saying, watch the statement. Watch TLT as well, because again, first reaction, that surprise factor, that's what we need to look to confirm. Watch for a descent. That'll make it more hawkish. And then anything else in between. 30 seconds. Get ready. I should put SMH up. I want to see chips. I got chips in the top right, bonds in the bottom right, and then oil in the bottom left. 20 seconds. Oh, yeah. Godspeed, Chatadoon. Godspeed. All right. 3, 2, 1. And we're off. Popper, so he probably didn't cut for sure. Hold on, mine's not loading. What the fuck? Why are they so slow? Interest rate 3.75, so no cut. Oh, come on. They're not loading it up. Federal Committee approved the following statement 9-3. Whoa. You had 3 dissents. So very hawkish. See, there you go. That's your hawkish hold. 3 dissents. The last time you had 3 dissents was like the 90s that one time or something like that. Committee decided to maintain 3-3. The committee is continuing policy of maintaining ample reserves. Hold on. They said that last time. Economic activity is expanding at a solid pace despite elevated uncertainty that owes into the conflict of the Middle East. Productivity growth and capital investment are strong. Same exact thing. Jobs, unemployment rate has changed little. Inflation remains elevated, part reflecting supply shocks. It's exactly the same. Exactly. Nothing changed. No statement changed. No statement changed at all. Very weird with bonds. TLT should have liked it, but that's not. So far, you're not getting the big surprise move. Might I just keep that in mind? You may need Kevin Warsh to talk. But so far, this bond move is already going the opposite way, and the magnitude is smaller than what was expected. For now, it just came out. But yeah, the statement is exactly the same. So no signal, nothing. So for now, your first 2 are exactly the same. Not changing it is telling you something. This is still the message. This is the messaging they are giving us for now. So we could talk about this more later, after hours, or we'll see what he says. But for the most part, you got info, but not anything applying to the situation now. Hold on. Did I? Yep. Thank you. Oh. All right, not bad. Nice. Okay, I was looking at my other one. Trump will come out. Again, for now, I think market likes it because you had a bunch of idiots thinking there was going to be a hike today. So that's why you're getting the fucking green candle. Like, bonds should be going up. So like I'm saying, for now, bonds went the wrong way with a smaller magnitude. But for now, I do think you need a little more. But then I'm telling you, they gave you nothing on the statement. And then the 3 dissents is hawkish. Like I'm telling you, you don't have 3 dissents too often. So 3 dissents is a large amount. I think the most was 4. So that's a little bit more hawkishness. No changes to any interest rate mechanisms or anything of that nature. However, they removed those types of things from the statement. So we'll see if he gets asked about it and what he has for it. But yeah, that's not yeah, it does. It makes it harder to game the Fed, but he reacted perfectly. Like I told you, he didn't bend. He did very good on that. But now you got to see if it's going to end up hurting his credibility in the long run. Because if inflation rips from here, he's wrong. If inflation comes down, he's right. But yeah, for the most part, this isn't it's not too bad. It's a hawkish hold. We don't know what he's going to say. The statement tells you the exact same thing about the economy, oil, labor market as last time. So yeah, it's just all going to come down to those other factors that I told you about. And then be mindful if he mentions anything related to balance sheet, bonds, IOER, any of those other ones. But the hawkish tilt is there. The hawkish tilt is coming through your dissents. So even though the statement doesn't tell you much, 3 dissents after no dissents on the last one, that's giving you an idea of their family arguments, the family fights. Nothing till that's what I've been telling you guys. That's why I was saying, I said it for the last month or like 2 or 3 weeks here. I said one of the easiest bets in the world was just short the fuck out of those rate cut odds, because ahead of midterms, him doing these reforms, trying to bring all these things in, it doesn't make, I don't know why or how this idea even got traction. But then again, it is Wall Street, bro. It is Wall Street. Yeah, dollar flushed off. Dollar needs to hold, though. Be careful. That happened last time. That literally, last time the dollar went down and it ended up ripping by the time he was done. So, unfortunately, that's a good sign, and it makes sense with the rate and the, non-hawkish move. in terms of rate policy, even though the statement was. But yeah, just be careful. Dollar could still be a little finicky. Again, Meta started going crazy. It could ultimately, this could be his big mistake if inflation goes crazy. But then if it doesn't, this will also become his big victory. It just now, you still got to be patient. That just all depends on where this inflation scenario pretty much leaves you. But the reaction is small, you guys. So like I'm telling you, he didn't change the statement. He didn't cave to the pressure. Market got what it wanted. SPY reaction is tiny, and bonds have moved about like 0.25%, slightly more. This, again, he needs to finish. He needs to talk, because for now, this is not, right off the jump, this is not your 19, this isn't like the 19, this isn't a 30-year reaction, dog. This is not there for now. Tomorrow's data is more important now? No. It's everything is more important. That's the problem, and that's what I think Kevin Warsh is trying to get the market to realize. This is why if you fell for this propaganda the last couple weeks, you don't do it. It's not good. It's like, it's the whole point is like one data set doesn't matter. Like the next data set does not become. He's trying to get away from that. You need to just take it all as a whole, everything from inflation to the economy, to even the broader scenarios that we're encountering, even like midterms. You see what I'm saying? And that's where it's like, I don't think it's just the whole picture together. And I think that's what Kevin wants the market to be like. He wants less reactive to the Fed, less trying to front run the Fed, and more along the lines of they're going to react and they have a commitment, but it's not like things are going to, every single thing ping-pongs you back and forth. That's going to keep people with these type of weird reactions, and kind of how Wall Street has been for many years leading into this. No, there was 3. It was Kashkari. Who was it? It was 3 of them, but it was a 9-3. Oh, wait, I have the old one. Because the old one, nobody voted against it. That's what's crazy. A wise man once said, never trust the first move. I agree. So just be careful, though, on this one. Like I'm saying, this is all small, you guys. So it's either this is going to be a dud, or there's a fucking monster still lurking. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not, for now, you're not getting major reaction. Bonds are picking up a little bit more. But for now, this is not, it's either this is a dud, or there's still another half of this move remaining. Microsoft. Interesting. Kashkari, Logan, and Hammock. Yeah, Hammock is the one who had the statements. Well, I love it. Not data burn. You got to wait till the speech starts. I'm telling you. There's, like I said, you're halfway to dud, halfway to there's still more to this. So you got to be careful. Because like I'm saying, I mean, so far this isn't the bonds are picking up a little more, but this isn't the big, everyone got, this didn't feel like a surprise. That's what I was saying. It shouldn't have been a surprise to begin with, but the reaction right now, this don't feel like it's shocking anybody. So that's why I'm saying by the speech, by the time he's done with the press conference, no matter what he says, maybe that triggers it. Otherwise, if not, if he don't say anything that can move it, I would say the expectations were a lot larger than what you got here today. would Jay Powell have done the same thing if he was chair? Jay Powell, if the odds were ever that close, 24, 48 hours, he would have just leaked to Nick Timiraos what he wanted to do. And then Nick Timiraos would come out and then push the odds above 60, and then he would go and do it the next day. That's exactly what Jerome Powell would do. But this case, Kevin Warsh did not do that. They tried to use oil, but then again, that's not fully in his control. I mean, the dollar dropped a lot, so, I mean, again, keep in mind some of those other things. Again, gold and silver took another one. Kind of crazy. 80% chance of hike in September. So that's the thing. I can agree with a September hike, but here's the problem. Now until September, if everything gets better, there's not going to be a hike in September. So that's the dilemma. So September, October would make more sense. The problem is the midterms. So that's what I'm saying. If the data is better, or the whole picture is better, you're not cutting in September or hiking in September. However, or if there's higher inflation even ahead of the midterms, you could entertain it. That could become on the table, but not. That's the dilemma right now. Is everybody keeps trying to force something. They're trying to force it, and that's how we got into this mess today. Because there was no reason to try to force a hike today, and that's why I'm saying it gave you this weird reaction and all this hype. There was some easy moves though, man. I'm not talking these though. Just the bond shit all day. My goodness. Is Trump gonna be mad? No, not at all. Because this is kind of getting Trump back to what he wants. Trump wants good news to be good news. He doesn't want bad news to be good news. He wants good to be good. So how do you do that? You neuter the Fed reaction. And that's what they're trying to do. Because now you can't say bad news is good news if you don't know what the fuck the Fed is going to do off of it. Ta-da! Welcome to Wall Street. So that's why I don't think he cares. Like I'm telling you, you could survive if you've been reading the economic data, if you've been looking at these earnings, that's why I'm saying it's all from last year. It's the same story as last year. If you're really paying attention, some of these like things people freak out about in the media, it's really outlandish, and you'll realize it because you're like, well, wait a minute, this is not grounded in reality. So again, this is your macro surprise index, higher than any point since Donald Trump even took office. This is positive for the economy. You see your labor market. You even have Fed members admitting labor is not an issue. Even the Citadel people are saying that as they call for a rate hike. So it's like, dude, I'd encourage you to, kind of lock in a certain way with some of these things, because unfortunately there's a lot going on with the economy, but just a lot of this stuff too at the same time. It's like the easy stuff, you don't have to get confused or tricked by it, because there is objectivity that you could spot. Like I'm telling you, I know I have a certain amount of experience with this, but I've been saying it for a month to short these rate cut expectations. I said they're all lying. I said this is bullshit, because like I'm saying, if you're really watching the full picture, it doesn't. This wasn't a real worry of a rate hike today. That's what I was saying to you for every hour of the day, where I said that's all everybody's talking about, a hike or not. But then again, the statement didn't change, and that makes me more curious. But yeah, so it's let me see. Where's Bitcoin? But yeah, that's why I'm just saying, as we go from here, just try to stay locked into this economic, the run it hot, the midterms, the AI, the earnings. I know it sounds like a lot, but just real quick checks, and if you're really comprehending it, you will see that there's two different worlds. There's a reality, and there's people talking about what they think reality is, but it's unfortunately you once you notice that gap between them, that's going to be your opportunity. It's not over already, but first sign, the reaction is much, much smaller. Bonds even went the other way, and then he did not hike rates. Statement did not change. We don't have any signals there. So, yeah, it's kind of odd. But that's why we're kind of expecting that you may have a little bit more energy stored up in this press conference. Otherwise, nothing is going to happen. Cyber laggers, Net, Datadog, Sentinel. I know China was moving too. I'm telling you, that bond reaction is underwhelming and the wrong fucking way. So again, I didn't play that. I played a different one. I don't want it. Like I said, I didn't want to encourage it, but I also too wanted you guys to grow some balls and learn to make a decision on your own. But dog, that fucking betting against rate cuts is money. That's the whole thing. I've been doing it all month, you guys. I told you the first one and I felt bad, but I was telling you I can't hold it back, bro. Naturally, I'm like, fucking bullshit. I'm like, why would anybody say this? But yeah, that's unfortunately TLT was a little weird. I would have played it differently. I would have thought it would have moved more, but yeah, it's only not the prediction of like I do the Fed futures, but that was the easiest one. It wasn't that much money though. I made a lot because I went big on it, but like I said, the odds, the risk to reward wasn't favorable. It wasn't favorable, but it was so obvious, if that makes sense, you know? But yeah, he hasn't talked yet. No, all he has done is the statement. It was exactly the same. So no, he's gonna come on here in about 13 minutes. Our team. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you looked at this is what I was telling you. This was the play. Sadly, I don't know if we're gonna get these. And like I'm saying, unfortunately, I've exposed you guys to these plays before. So the reason why I'm not doing it now is because they're really risky. Most people don't understand them, and the government and these guys are all bullshit. Those same plays, you've watched me go down 12, 15 grand and ride it out for 3 to 4 months to go green on it. So just be careful. That's why I don't like to expose you to the Fed futures anymore. I know. And then again, nowadays, everyone's like a prediction market, but you do got to be careful. But this is what I'm saying is this. This was the move. I was telling you this from last week. Oh, wait. They already got rid of it. Fuck. Well, I wanted you to see the chart I kept posting because pretty much they would put out bullshit, spike the odds, you short it. Comes down. Take your profits. They do it again. Wait a week. They did it. Dude, there's like 5 of them. All of the month of July. Up until even the best data you've gotten. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Yeah, a lot of SaaS and software did very good. And now Citi, actually, banks did not like it, interestingly enough. Hype. Again, sadly, I don't care about the equities. I care about what he's going to say. And then bonds. And then, you know, that's already still kind of, again, abnormal or a little bit unusual of a reaction or wrong direction for now. But then again, everybody was very hyped for the wrong reason right now. So you're going to have to work this out a little bit. But then, like I'm saying, what he says that could be where the monster is. But if not, so far, no monster in the statement. He didn't do anything outly, did exactly what should have realistically been expected, and technically it was. But yeah, it's those other comments. That's what we got to look for. And then again, see what he says on the dissent, the balance sheet, and what his data metric, how he's feeling about that. I love you, Gary. Gary in Australia? Well, what's up, baby? Welcome to Fed Day, man. Honestly, I'm kind of disappointing for now, and just because the expectations were so large. Yeah. It was all oil in on the last one, but that's what I called out 2 days ago, where I was saying the day oil dropped 8%, the rate cut odds stayed up. It was my wording today and yesterday. I was calling the rate cut odds manufactured, because that's what it felt like. It was a manufactured odds. They used the cover of oil on that last spike, but then it didn't actually follow through with it. It didn't have a correlation, because when oil dropped, the rate cut odds stayed up. And that's not how it's really supposed to respond if that's what brought it up. SMTI halted. DFNS. Okay, we got 1 feed, 2 feed, 3 feed. All right, we'll see. I should get the fast one. But what time is it? 8 minutes. And then we get pow pow. Oh, Kev. My bad. We did it, y'all. Spotify. All right. What's up, baby? Good morning. Well, good day, man. I don't know. Did you guys learn something today, though? Because, I hope you guys got to see it, man. I think in real time, I love giving you the analysis. Sometimes it could be wrong, but I do think that today was a great spot-on lesson in hype and people's reactions to this stuff. Again, that's why, unfortunately, the market moves still a little bit more, but I hope you guys, there was a lot of noise coming into this, and I do hope you got a little crash course in how to sift through it, because, this is, I'm sure it's a different vibe from what we were doing coming into it, but then everything we were talking about prior, it was there. Again, I'm like, damn, the statement, there was nothing in the statement, but it gave us, now 2 in a row. So when they do move that, we are going to get something. No more Papa Powell. It is now Cousin Kev. Cuzzo Kev. I'm kind of down with Cuzzo Kev. All right, well, 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes. Oh, man. Yeah, Warsh still, this is his second meeting. That's why I'm saying I was still pretty shocked. More people were concerned with this weird ass. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, in the last 2 to 3 weeks, if you want to really get good at this game and understand the economy, you should not have believed that you were going to get a rate hike today. Do you see what I'm saying? That's where I need you to understand. That's how you guys got to learn it. So, because I'm saying it was, unfortunately, this is literally, that's all it was. And everybody was saying it was this. But I needed you to look at the data yourself. Look at what was going on, all these things, and be able to say, no, that does not make sense with what the Fed does. That does not make sense with anything. So that was kind of the idea. But it's not like it changed your reaction, you know, because if you bet on that and we're wrong, yeah, but look at the market. The market didn't fucking move. Market's still there. We still don't know what he said. And then bonds, I mean, they could handle it. I'm sure we'll find out. But ironically enough, it's not like it had crazy equity moves, but you could, yeah, but you shouldn't be, you can't be swayed by those easy ones and like understand what's happening in the economy. Yeah, technically it was consensus. That's the crazy part. There was no way in hell there could be a rate hike. Yeah, just the irony is 27 minutes ago, people did not really feel that way. So remember that discussion we had on motion. That was a good way. The probabilities all equal. People were trying to bring that to consciousness. You see what I'm saying? They were trying to observe a rate hike that wasn't there. The movement, the motion, none of it made sense. That's what I was saying. It was like, people are like, well, look, like 30 minutes ago, people were entertaining this shit, you know? But yeah, that's why you look now and here you are. That was beautiful. China is still going up, but get ready. About 2.5 minutes, we're not out of the box. Fuck no. Until I gotta know what he says. For now, if you left it here with no words, you're stuck in the box. Nothing changed. It's the same exact statement, same exact rates, arguably same exact data since last time. AI earnings are good. That's it. But that doesn't, that doesn't get them high anymore. So yeah, unfortunately, that's not the. If you left it right here as is, we're stuck in the box. That's what I'm saying. If there's gonna be a monster, you got to we got to see what Homeboy is actually gonna produce today. No, the 3 dissents, I think they all wanted either hikes. Hikes. I don't think anybody wanted to cut. You don't have Fed Moran anymore. He's the only guy who will tell you to cut. For God knows. Doesn't matter what the fuck is going on. If you were a reporter, what would your number one question be? I would ask him, why do you think people have a hard time taking you at your word? And then I'd say, are you Trump's talking puppet, Fed independence? Do you really think? Do you understand what's going on? But no, I would probably ask him that. I don't even know what I'd ask him. Do you have any good skincare recommendations? What Estee Lauder product would you recommend? I have pores. Do you have any? Do you think so? Is it gay if I wear a face mask, or is it, how do you feel about margaritas? I don't know. I don't know what he'd say. So, but I sadly would have those questions as well too. But if I wanted to make money and be accepted by the public media, I would ask him about Fed independence and raising rates. And then I'd ask him it 3 times over after the first 3 people asked him and then didn't listen to him. But then I'd have a well-paying job, and then you would see me on TV, and then more people or not would agree with me, even though I have a track record of being historically incorrect. But hey, it is what it is. So, but other than that, we'll see again. Oh, I got a live feed. We got a live feed. Okay. Live feed 2 is up. The feeds are going live. Okay, he's out. This feed's up faster. I got 10 seconds. The other, some feeds aren't even live yet.
Good day.
Good day.
My second FOMC committee meeting as chairman has come quickly. It's probably too early to call it a streak, but our discussions again were collegial and constructive. I'm truly lucky to work
Very
with
different than
colleagues
Powell's
so capable
intros.
and mission focused, and so determined, like I am, to sharpen the performance of the Federal Reserve. Today, as you know, our committee decided to vote by a 9-3 vote to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. The committee is continuing its policy of making ample reserves in the banking system. The economy is showing impressive
This
resilience.
fool hates afternoons.
Even with recent shocks, the trends are positive and reveal solid
For
growth.
real, bro. He won't say good
Job
afternoon.
gains have kept pace
Good
with
day.
the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal. The committee remains resolute. You've heard this before, but we will deliver price stability. As before, the policy statement conveys just the facts. It's steering clear of forecasting, a choice we consider especially prudent at these uncertain times.
Forecasting.
Uncertainty, however,
He's putting that in early.
does not mean a lack of clarity. For some households, businesses, and market professionals, 5 years of high inflation have left
Yeah,
a
you guys, this
mistaken
is weird
impression.
because the
That's
statement
hard
is
to
so short. All of this
The
is
Fed's
live.
implicit inflation target was somehow above 2%.
Yeah, so he could say new shit
Let me
right now,
reiterate.
sadly. Pay attention.
There is no soft inflation target. There is no soft implicit target.
Whoa.
Not on this committee's watch. There's only a target, and it's 2%.
Okay. I thought he was about to get
Not
rid of it.
one of my FOMC colleagues is under any illusion. We have begun a new chapter, and
Yeah, I
we
can turn it up. I gotta
understand
turn
that the
off the background
5+
music.
years of inflation above target cannot be cured in 9 weeks, or by a single month of modest price decreases. This Fed will not waver. Our credibility rests on performing our duties and delivering on our responsibilities. Americans are right to expect that because our nation's prosperity depends on it. To the regulars here in the press room, today's assessment might sound familiar, yet there was nothing inertial about our discussions,
Nothing
our
inertial.
policy, or our strategy.
That has to do with movement.
2 economic developments are worth highlighting.
He's trying to.
The first is a very
Yikes.
notable change since our last meeting.
He's even
42
tampering
days
down
ago.
the expectations for next
Nominal
time.
and real yields are materially higher across the Treasury curve. In fact, some of the increases in market interest rates between FOMC meetings are among the most significant in the last 2 decades, ranking around the top decile or so.
Okay.
But if the committee didn't change its policy rate, what happened? In the intermeeting period, market attention centered on real data and real economic developments. Prices reacted in real time to incoming information, and the reduction in forward guidance may have been a factor. Market participants are learning to play the ball, not the referee. And
Yeah.
market
See?
prices will continue to respond
Listen to
in the
that.
direction and magnitude they see fit. This
Play
is,
the
in my
ball,
view, a
not the
change for better,
referee.
and we're just getting started. After all, the central bank need not always and everywhere be the center of attention. I understand the desire for rolling forecasts and commentary from this committee. But for our part, we need to observe market reaction to developments, direct and unfiltered. I want to stress, of course, that decisions by this committee matter a great deal. And where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act. A second economic development
Listen.
is one that I noted at the congressional oversight hearings.
Yeah, you guys, this is crazy. This is live.
But it's worth repeating.
There's no pre-written statement, so what he's saying now is algo fresh.
Is the strong growth of business investment.
But that bond comment was
the
key.
The surge in high-tech capex has been remarkable.
Oh, bro, he's talking
capex.
That
does not necessarily make the Fed's role any easier.
So the capex doesn't make the Fed's job easy.
Tech equipment and software. The most recent data shows 4-quarter growth rates of nearly 20%. This is helping to sustain the healthy momentum of manufacturing output.
That's ISM
More
and
generally,
AI.
CapEx is preparing the ground for future growth. Nonetheless, the precise timing and magnitude of effects on the supply side remain hard to predict. FOMC meetings produce policy decisions.
He's expecting massive growth from
but
this.
just as important
he
cautioned
it, but still,
of
I
the
can't
big
believe he's talking
things
about
that
it.
matter most. That too is a priority
Good
in
for
this
him.
new chapter at the Fed. In our meeting, vigorous discussion centered on 4 questions, which I will enumerate. First, we talked a lot about the implications of the past 5 years of high inflation on the current policy conjuncture. To echo an old phrase, has the past really passed? Second, my colleagues and I considered the economic shocks of recent years, strained supply chains arising from the pandemic, military conflicts, energy supply disruptions, substantial increases in tariff rates, and yes, the surge in AI-related investment. These differ in their sources. Do they also differ in their effects on output and employment?
This guy listen to Philo?
Third,
what the fuck is this Fed
chair doing? Question of price increases arising from shocks. The business
really
capex boom, for example, is driving up prices of memory and logic chips and associated AI infrastructure. Do these changes indicate a broader inflationary dynamic, or do we just focus on them because they are under the bright streetlight? Finally, we discuss monetary policy tools and strategies
speaking poetry
for achieving stable prices.
Underneath the
If, as
streetlight
Fed
is a
has
metaphor.
long held, interest rate policy should be its primary monetary policy instrument. How much accommodation are we getting from the balance sheet? In all of this, our work is advancing at the Fed. We're asking the right questions. And in this consequential time, we know how very much depends on getting the right answers. Of course, you've all arrived with questions of your own, so let's turn to them now.
Let's start with Steve.
He reads his speech like a fucking novel Dr. Seuss poem.
Mr. Chairman. You've had a couple months now, or 9 weeks, or whatever number it is, to see the markets behave in the absence of forward guidance. I'm wondering if you could tell me, what message are you getting from the markets as to where policy ought to be right now?
Yeah, so I think officially it's 8 weeks and 4 days, but I'm not counting.
Okay, so his little first thing is done.
The message from markets.
His post-question
What
thing
I've really
is
been
operating
trying to do,
different than
Steve,
Powell.
is I
Remind
think
me
you
about this,
appreciate,
okay?
your colleagues appreciate, is
I'm
getting
gonna
an
write these down.
unfiltered
I gotta
message
take
from
notes.
markets, getting a direct
That's
message.
too much.
Letting buyers and sellers meet at prices for treasuries, for the foreign exchange value of the dollar, and then trying to judge for ourselves, what does that mean about our remit? How are we doing on inflation? How are we doing on employment? We're trying not to interfere with that market signal. That's part of the reason why we've been somewhat spare in our words, why we pulled back from forward guidance. So they're reacting to events, I would say, much more directly over the 42 days since we last met. This is a good thing. As I mentioned in the prepared remarks, we've seen a material tightening, not just in nominal rates.
He likes the
but
pressure.
in real rates too. And
That's
we're
crazy.
observing it. We're trying to stay out of that.
Oh, they fell for his
because
trap,
many of
this
you might
Yu-Gi-Oh
be
motherfucker.
interested in our reaction function. We're interested in the reaction of financial markets.
Yeah, he wanted that. He wanted the odds to be
Mr.
dumb.
Chairman, and I guess the follow-up question is, if the markets are talking to you, what do you hear them saying? And if its real rates are higher,
They're not talking to
it would
him.
suggest
He doesn't
that
want to talk to him.
that's where the funds rate ought to go.
Yeah, so,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's your question. So, interpreting markets is an imperfect business. We central bankers,
True.
like market pros, can think these things are overdetermined, but let me offer some speculation. First, as we said in the FOMC statement that you got at 2 o'clock, the economy output
Dog, you ain't say shit
is
in the
solid. CapEx and productivity are strong. Labor
That's
market's
so weird he's talking
solid,
about it this early.
Steady. The bond market, the treasury market, it seems to be saying that as well. If I were to try to break down, disaggregate the treasury market signals, I wouldn't be able to do it perfectly. But the bond market's saying many of those same things, and that's why we're seeing a tightening both in nominals
Forward
and
and
in
cyber, a lot of
reals.
cyber stocks are
Even
crazy.
while at some level
But chips
we
bounced.
haven't done much in 42 days, the markets have done quite a bit.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. You seem to have got the family fight you were after at this meeting. We saw three dissents. Could you characterize the arguments that those dissenters put forward, please, and tell us a little bit why you weren't persuaded by them at this stage? Thank you.
So I guess I shouldn't give you their best arguments. I'll give you some others. So you're right. I asked for a good family fight and I got one. That's the purpose. That's the design feature. I come into this meeting, even this press conference, heartened by what I've experienced the last 2 days. Most of our discussion were on the big questions that matter to the conduct of monetary policy. We didn't sort of hide from them. We weren't scared of them. There was a lot more interaction between and among my colleagues. It was a real family fight. My view, which you've long heard, is that's the better way to get policy right. That's our North Star. So there was a lot of agreement that I heard that we have the powers, the tools, also the authority to deliver stable
NASDAQ
prices.
did go
No
green.
walking back
Look
from
at
our
0.01 right now.
responsibilities. There was a large majority support for the decision that we made in the room. But I also want to leave you, Claire, with one other impression. There was nothing inertial about that discussion. It was an active, robust discussion about what's in the full range of what we can do.
That's why we're in
and
the
might
box.
wanna
That's not
do
good, though,
in
for the
period
box.
ahead.
So he's saying you're in the box because there's nothing worthy of movement. There's no catalyst. There's no pressure.
I would say that doesn't sort of capture the
And
full
he addressed
essence
CapEx.
of the discussion. The path to central bank heaven requires delivering on our remit. These days, that means delivering on price stability. I wouldn't measure that path in 42 days or any one particular meeting. And I came out of that meeting even more confident that this is the right team to win the battle against high inflation.
How much do you think not going in July was down to the cool CPI print for June?
So in 2 words, not much, not much. I'd like to believe that the committee shares my views, which is the historic problem with data dependence is the data and the dependence. We are not relying on any one
problem is the
individual
data
piece
and
of
the
data
dependence.
as cover or as an excuse or as validation. What I care about and what I think the committee cares about is trends on the data. Sure, we got some encouraging inflation data. I think
That's
at
a
the
bar.
meeting 42 days ago, I said something like 63 months of inflation above target. I didn't say 64, though the final calculation might be a close one. So we'll be watching inflation data over the period ahead. But I also don't want you to leave the misimpression that we're sort of breathlessly waiting that. I've called for a task force to revisit both the private and public data we use to make our decision making.
That's the data collection.
That task force is out doing their work.
But he's
I'll
not
be
giving
checking
you any
back in
more.
with them the next couple of
See
weeks.
if he gives you a clue.
But I wouldn't say we overly relied on any one piece of data, including that data, which surprised some a couple
Again,
of
he
weeks
just said there's nothing inertial, but then at the same time, he doesn't want you to. They're not sitting
Chairman
there
Warsh,
breathing.
thanks.
That's the
Neil Irwin
options
with
open.
Axios. Thank you for taking our
But
questions.
still, that wasn't a good
so
answer.
the Fed funds rate is now about 75 basis points below the 2-year yield. It suggests markets think you'll have to tighten eventually, about 100 basis points below most Taylor rule estimates. you're hitting your employment mandate, inflation
Okay,
stays
you're
high.
ripping now.
Why should
New
rates be
high,
higher?
SPY and NASDAQ in the
There's
green.
a lot in there, Neil. So rates are higher today than they were 42 days ago. Markets have made decisions because we step back in part from trying to influence those. Market judgments have moved up on what nominal rates are across the Treasury curve. That doesn't mean we take them as by dictation, but we're observing them. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say that markets haven't reacted because we didn't move today. Markets are reacting in real time.
Yeah, he said market reacted.
In the
We
period
didn't.
ahead,
That's
we've
it.
got important decisions to make.
Said
about
that, okay,
the
you could do
policy
that.
rate. Markets in the intervening period, I think, have quite a bit of decisions to make. I'll see if I can put it this way. Monetary policy matters not just by what we say or even what we do. Monetary policy matters by how it affects the real economy. And these prices that we see in financial markets is one of the many ways in which it affects the real economy. We'll be continuing to watch that market information, see how it responds to incoming events, and that can help inform our decision making when we meet in 7 or 8 weeks.
How would you characterize in the family fight the last couple of days of you and the other 8 members who wanted to hold? Was that a strong conviction or was that a hair trigger close call on holding versus tightening?
Well, I think the vote was 9-3. The broader discussion to my ear over the course of the last days showed a lot of agreement on the hard questions. The 4 questions I raised at the outset about what's really happening in the economy with the shocks and absent the shocks. What are our tools and our capabilities? What's the effect on prices on output? I heard a lot of commonality on the questions. Were there different leans on the answers? You bet there was. So could people come to different conclusions? Absolutely. But my own judgment is this is a period of
It's not the, I'll explain it
thinking,
after.
not
I mean,
watchful waiting.
I can't
And
rant
think
as much.
the
I'm
score
listening and
on
I'm
that
taking
vote
notes
was
on this.
unanimous.
But the notes are going to be valuable. Because motherfuckers need to remember what this guy keeps saying.
Thank you, Colby Smith with the New York Times.
But
You
this
mentioned that
reaction
looking
is
at the
both
Fed's policy tools is one
kind of
element
event
of
risk
a
passing
three-pronged
and
strategy
kind of what
to
he's
address
saying,
the
but
inflation
less about
problem.
what he's saying, as
So
weird
I'm
as that may
curious
sound.
how you view the effectiveness of those tools.
But new
If
high.
inflation is too high and not coming down, is the best remedy to raise interest rates?
So that was the discussion in the last 2 days. Is that the dominant remedy if inflation continues to be elevated through the forecast period? Interest rates could well be part of that solution, but I wouldn't say it's in isolation. I tried to describe in my remarks today a point that I made in the oversight committees a couple
I was
weeks
telling
ago.
you.
I think there was a
You can move rates without
misimpression
raising
by some
them.
in financial markets, by some households and businesses, that central bankers like me, we set a 2% inflation target, but maybe we were more tolerable of a somewhat higher inflation target. In economics, we'd call that the revealed preference. And so might it have been rational for people to think, well, their inflation target's somewhat higher. What I heard in the last 2 days, what I've heard in 8.5 weeks is no. We will deliver the 2% inflation target. That is the committee's definition of price stability. So one way, absent the tools that you reference, to ensure that we get there is ensure that expectations are centered around the right number. And I think we've made some progress on that. I am not suggesting we're done on that. It's worth reiterating. And ultimately, the business we're in, Colby, is performance. We are going to be judged by how we perform. And that's what we intend to do. The inflation target, making clear expectations is one part of it. Making sure we demonstrate we're responsible for it, we're not blaming as another. And our policy tools, like you referenced, is the third. And
yeah, bro, I'm starting to fuck with this guy.
How are you factoring the fact
You
that
got
a
a
large
whack-ass voice,
portion
but
of the inflation overshoot is being
I'm
caused by supply
understanding it.
shocks, as it's mentioned again in the statement? Does
He's
that
speaking.
blunt
He's
the
speaking the
effectiveness
language.
of rate hikes in your view?
First, on the premise of your question, it was almost as if you were listening to our discussion in the last day and a half. A lot of our focus was on trying to understand.
Hey, bro, you're
and
squeezing,
identify
ripping, it's everything. Tech,
underlying
chips,
inflation
staples, you name
dynamics
it.
Amid shocks.
It's the event
We
risk
take these
passing.
shocks
It's
serious.
people getting used
There
to
have been
this.
a series of
And
them
then
that
pre-earnings.
have been hitting this economy.
He hasn't said shit.
We're not looking through them and saying, "Oh, they don't matter."
And that's
We're
good.
trying to
That's the whole
understand
point.
as to what
Because everybody
extent
got bearish
are
for
these
no
shocks
reason.
broadening in their effects, broadening in their impact on prices that are quite far removed from it. Our goal is to have
Staples are
growth
just
that
holding
is
up. It's
broadening
tech, but then
and
you're holding up
inflation
anything
is
that broadened
becoming
out.
more limited, more circumscribed. I'll be the first to admit the shocks make this job and this policy conjuncture a little tougher, but that's among the chief questions we've asked ourselves.
They haven't
And
said.
around the room, people have different
one's asked
views
him about
on it.
being restrictive
I tend
yet.
to think
That
in
could
the
be either
coming
good or bad.
months we're going to refine that view and have a better
His algos
judgment.
don't like it.
And we're going to have market prices trying to help inform it too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. I guess I want to drill down maybe a little bit. What specifically, in your mind, would be the argument then for a pause today?
So I wouldn't characterize what we did as anything like a pause. I would characterize what we did as a rigorous review of the economic situation. I would characterize what we did as a review of the big hard questions, and I'd characterize it as a view of what our own homework is to try to resolve those questions
That's
in
a
the
good point.
period ahead.
He is. He knows what he's doing. He
If
knows
you were
way
to
too much.
Try to
He's
force
like a hot girl
description
that knows
this
she's
was a
hot.
pause, I would
Or
say
it's like a
financial
drug
market
dealer
prices
who
would
knows
take the other
he
side
got
of
the
that.
drugs you're addicted
Financial
to. He
market
knows.
prices in
He's
this
too
intermediate
aware.
Period. They didn't pause. They reacted to the inflation data in one direction, strong economic growth in the other direction, and nominal and real rates went up. Did the Fed take an explicit change in its policy rate today? No. But I think that's the beginning of the story, not the end of the story.
And if I could, I did want to ask, not forward guidance, but looking forward. Traditionally, a Federal Reserve chairman uses the Jackson Hole summit as a sort of a reset of
good
monetary
question.
policy. Well, how do you look at the speech that you're going to make?
Is he going to reform Jackson
I
Hole?
look at it like a blank piece of paper right now. I have not begun consideration with
course you
the
haven't.
incredible team here what would go into that document. I think you've characterized it correctly. Historically, at least from my first tour of duty at the Fed to more recent periods, it would be sort of a setting up speech more often than not of what was going to be happening in the fall. I haven't made any judgments on that, but those are judgments we'll have to come to. If I could, in the high mountain air in Jackson, Wyoming, I'd like to also frame the big questions. There is a tendency, especially with the proliferation of meetings and press conferences, to get caught up in the myopic. Did you do this by a quarter or do that? Ultimately, whether we deliver on price stability matters some, the decisions we make in 6 or 7 or 8 week periods. But they matter more, what are the big questions? What's really happening with productivity? What's really happening with demographics? What's really happening to the global economy amid the shocks? Haven't made a decision whether it's going to be a big picture speech or whether it's going to be a more traditional setup for all the action we're going to have between September and December. I will tell you one other thing that I am doing between now and Jackson Hole, which is I'm checking with those task forces. My first principle of establishing a task force is find the best subject matter experts anywhere in the world and put them together, especially put them together with other people who might disagree with them. In the next couple weeks, I'm going to be doing a check back in. I've given them time to sort of think hard about their agenda, their debate, their schedule, and when they might be ready for prime time. I'll be doing a little bit of that checking, and that may or may not inform anything I have to say in Jackson.
Nick Timmerhouse, Wall Street Journal.
Nick Timmerhouse of the Wall Street Journal. Chairman Warsh, I want to follow up on Colby's question about policy transmission. You've said there's no cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. Rates bring inflation down by cooling demand. It's generally thought that can show up in the labor market. If that's not the channel you're relying on, what is?
Yeah, so let me go back to first principles, Nick. I don't believe
I don't think
that,
he likes Nick.
either part of our mandate is generally at war with the other.
And I
part.
think Nick knows he's going to.
I do not believe
he's going to
that
find
price
a new
stability
Nick, and
full
it's not
employment
Nick.
is an either-or proposition. There have been policymakers over the last several generations who have thought that there is a strict trade-off there. That isn't my judgment. In fact, my judgment is if
when
and
Nick
when we
Nick
deliver
doesn't have the same
on
ammo,
our
if you
remit,
notice.
we're going to be satisfying both prompts.
Nick don't got a
We're gonna
homie
have
feeding
price
him.
stability and full employment. And in fact, if you want to do the most harm to the labor markets, you would run a period of high inflation that's variable, such that employers, businesses, wouldn't really know what's going on. So I think the two parts of our mandate are equally important. We have no legislative orphans here. I've been talking mostly about price stability because we're doing pretty well collectively as a country, as policymakers on the full employment side. But we're doing considerably less well on prices. That's why we describe them as elevated, and that's what's taken most of our discussion. In terms of transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, I think different tools work through different transmission mechanisms. The interest rates work through lending channels and credit channels, maybe confidence channels and foreign exchange. The balance sheet probably works through some other channels like signaling and portfolio balance. We're keeping full abreast of all these tools in making policy. But if the suggestion is somehow we're going to be fine-tuning aggregate demand so it catches supply, that's not my mental model. I don't think we're great in the fine-tuning business. We're trying to get supply and demand in broad order.
Check AT&T.
But really
That's
what we're
random
doing
as
as we
fuck.
sit here today at this press conference is I think we've got a reasonable sense of what aggregate demand looks like in this economy. We're inferring aggregate supply. We're making a judgment about what productivity is. And in some sense, there's a race
I
between
took
supply and
the
demand.
one centers. They already had.
And the surge in business capex in and around AI, it's making that calculation a little harder to judge. But in the period ahead, we're going to be trying to judge just that.
And if I could ask, where exactly was the disagreement today? Was it about the inflation forecast, or was it something more around the risks?
AT&T and Verizon, something's happening.
Tactics?
Yeah,
There's a
so I'm
separate
gonna let
headline on
I'll let
comms.
the dissenters speak for themselves. The way I heard it over the last 2 days was overwhelming agreement on objectives and authority and commitment. I didn't hear anybody walking away from it. The judgments as to how best to achieve the price stability, that was probably the question that we were trying to answer. What's the best move? What's the best strategy? What's the best way to achieve it? And a second question that was asked is, when do we need to make those harder calls? When do we need to make those decisions? And like I said to one of your colleagues, I was comforted that markets in the intermeeting period weren't reacting to us. They weren't reacting to dots or to speeches. They appeared more than ever to be reacting to real-time events. So they're gauging themselves how restrictive the Treasury curve should be. And that, I think, has been a useful development. We don't endorse any particular market move, but I'd also suggest we observe them with keen interest.
Interesting. He said restrictive.
Janelle Martin.
And the
with
algo
Bloomberg.
didn't tweak.
Following up on that, there was more uncertainty. in
SpaceX
the
moles
markets about
buying
what the Fed would do
competitor
at this
government
meeting.
auction. Oh,
To
like
some
the
extent, you
waves.
might think that's what you want to see. But my question is about: is there a point at which you would not want to surprise the markets if they were pricing in something with higher certainty that was opposite of what you were intending to do? What are the risks that you see associated?
Good question,
with
Jen.
that?
Yeah, so it's a good question.
Yeah.
Surprise
It's a very
is
good
not
question.
the objective function. Surprise is not what we're solving for. We have a clear North Star. What we're solving for is how to make the best decisions. Almost everything else should be in service to that goal. By not spoon-feeding markets, by not previewing our decisions, by not sort of giving nudges and leans, my colleagues and I have found in the intermeeting period, what we're getting is the views from a very accomplished economist. That's the internals of financial markets. Instead of just repeating or echoing what we were saying back to us, they're giving us somewhat, not perfect, their own judgment. So surprises are not the objective, but at the same time, I would say we didn't come into this meeting feeling constrained by the full range of alternatives we had in front of us.
So some of your peers have continued to discuss how they
He wanted the
think about
pressure, but he
policy
just said that
decisions.
shit wasn't even real pressure.
Offer your
He didn't feel
reaction function or
constrained.
your way of thinking about it. How concerned are you that you're ceding control of the narrative?
So not very concerned.
SpaceX
That's
is
a short
seeking
answer to the
spectrum to
question.
compete with wireless carriers. That's the
when
headline.
some
That's why I meant the
people
waves.
that
So
follow the
SpaceX is
Fed
going to
say,
buy the
well, we don't want
the
your
spectrum
forecast.
wave so that
We
they
don't
can
want your
broadcast.
we just want
That's
your
big
reaction
money.
function.
But that's why
Part of me here's
AT&T and Verizon
what
right
we
now.
really want is your forecast. What
I'm
we
juggling,
really
man.
want
I'm
is your
juggling.
dollar. In terms of reaction function, let me sort of disabuse people of a question that may or may not be real and be out there. Any central banker, especially a central banker where the labor markets are more or less at equilibrium. Any central banker, when he or she sees underlying inflation moving higher, he or she is more inclined to tighten policy. Again, when you've achieved the other side of your mandate and you see underlying inflation falling, he's more inclined to loosen policy. That's my reaction function, and I don't suspect it will cause people to not continue to pry for more, because the truth is, for a very long time in a lot of countries, coming out of the 2008 crisis, where in crisis mode, we were purposefully providing a lot of information, trying to provide a lot of assurance, trying to tell people exactly what we're going to do, offering forward guidance with clarity as if we're tying our own hands behind our back. Well, in crisis mode, that strikes me as a very prudent policy. But in more benign conditions, it strikes me as worth revisiting. But markets and market participants and reporters have learned to devour all of that information, so I take seriously that the pullback of forward guidance
1000%,
requires some
bitch.
transition. Reform is
Verizon,
easy,
1 to
but
10.
Our general judgment is going to help us make better decisions, and in so doing, satisfy our remit.
Paul Weissman. It's coming. There's a mic coming.
Thank you.
The streak continues.
When you talk about the 2% inflation target, what measure are you relying on?
Yeah, so I'll give two answers. First, let me give the proper standard answer. The Federal Reserve every
2000%.
January outlines a statement of purposes
good
and
measure.
strategy. And in that strategy
I
document,
still
which
got
I believe
one.
was dated January of this year, it describes
How long the
measure
streak?
of
I don't even. I
PCE
haven't been counting,
inflation
dog.
as
They've
the-
just been
as the
counting.
objective
I don't even
function.
fucking know.
I have enough of my own. So that's our number. We're sticking with it. Who knows come after next January what we might say about
JD
strategy.
Vance? Oh.
I suspect the task forces might have something to add. But I'll say this, some version of the Lucas critique, some version of Goodhart's law in economics should remind us that when we talk about measures of inflation or something else, and we describe those measures as being consistent with our objectives, we might make them such that they're not very good measures or very good objectives. Broadly, if you said to me standing in front of you, I abide fully by the strategy document, we're going to deliver 2% inflation. And
That's a
not
good upside
whisper
one.
more.
AMT to the upside on it. Good call.
But to achieve
I saw it on the
that,
high, but yeah.
I'm looking at a broader set of inflation
I think there's
data
opportunities all the way around on that.
So
it
without
just sucks. It's
sort
not the
of
Fed.
fully revealing my cards,
Holy shit.
I'm trying to understand, like my colleagues, what's the underlying generalized
I only got one
change
more,
in
but they hit
prices that are happening in the
6,000% for a
economy.
second.
It is not a perfect science.
You know what? I'm gonna hold it. I don't give a
I
fuck.
might have said 42 days ago.
Up
I've
until
got a
today,
task
I didn't
force
even
for
have
that.
1,000%.
But we have
you
a
know?
data project that's trying to look and see whether we can't separate the noise from the signal. And so if you would hear a message from me, yes, I care about what the PCE prints are. I care about what the contributions are from CPI and everything else. But my lens is broader than that, even though the remit is quite narrow.
Mike McKee. Algo usually likes his questions. Yeah.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio.
But you already got
Television.
TLT dropping.
I'm struggling a little bit with some of what you've said today, and maybe you can help clarify this. you've said over and over again that your job is to bring down prices, to get prices stable, to hit your target, and that you will hit your target. The market says you're not there yet because they've raised rates, but all you've talked about today is talking about it. And it's not like members of the committee weren't there before you talking about it. So I guess what the American people might be asking is, what are you waiting for?
Yeah. So
he's waiting for something
believe
to
it or
move.
not, this press
inertia.
conference is not all I've done today.
So nothing is moved.
We have.
He doesn't
spent
believe the
an
moves are
inordinate
actually
amount of time in the
warrantful
last 2
of actual real
days,
moves.
2 weeks.
The box.
Looking at our monetary policy strategy, evaluating our tools, thinking hard about the sources of data that we have at our disposal and we wish we had. We've also thought hard about the period ahead. What among these questions will be answered with more clarity, certainly not certainty. So the decision we'd made today, the discussion we had in that room, was the farthest thing from inertia I can imagine.
Yep.
As a
I
point
can
estimate
answer him
at
now.
this
Give me
very
2 more
moment,
meetings, bro.
And a choice between two
He
alternatives.
speaks more clearer
You've heard
than
the
Powell.
results of it, but I would tell you that this
Nobody
discussion is
likes
far
what he
more
says.
robust and are thinking
He's kinda
about
like me.
how best to achieve
When I think
that
about it.
target is advanced.
You understand
And
that
over
you
the
just don't like
coming
what he's
months, I
saying.
expect it to be advanced much more significantly. If you were to if I were to steal
don't
a
give a
follow-up
fuck about
question,
Tim
I
Rouse
won't
or
let you-
Michael
won't be
McKee.
giving it up. If I were to steal a follow-up question,
Michael's laughing.
Well,
You see that?
what's-
The Rio, that
what's-
was like
what's
the
world
Elizabeth
think
Warren
about
laugh.
What you've done, I would again reiterate: what we do isn't just about what we say. It's not just about what we do. We're in the performance business, and so if I look at the Treasury curve, if I
what I
look
keep
at the
saying,
dollar,
judge me on the
I look at
performance.
a lot of things that are internals inside of financial markets. I think what they're broadly saying is that this committee does own it, has the credibility to deliver it, and they believe, like I do, that we will. But I don't want to leave you with a misimpression. We've got no magic wand. This isn't something that we're going to be able to carry out in days or weeks, but we're going to deliver on the responsibility that Congress gave us. And today's meeting and the preparation for today's meeting was an important step towards that destination.
I'd like to follow up on the task forces as
So
well.
bonds are
and
doing
ask
the large
what
move,
vetting
but
did
not
you
on
do
the
of
hike.
people that you appointed to the task forces.
So I'm
In
saying you got
particular,
your hawkishness.
given
It didn't
and
come
recent
via
substantial
rate hike.
political spending.
But now the
$25
bonds are getting a little
billion
bigger.
in
But yeah,
just
they're
the
dumping.
past year to back candidates who oppose stricter AI regulation. How can the public be confident that a committee he co-chairs will provide an independent assessment of AI's economic effects rather than one aligned with the interests of the AI industry?
Yeah, so I selected 15 incredible subject matter experts to tackle 5 of the most important questions that if we get the answers right, we're going to do a far better job in delivering. And if we get the answers wrong, we have a problem. The comfort that I can give you and your listeners is we're the decision makers. The chairman of the board of the Federal
We
Reserve
make
and
the decision.
members of the board and the FOMC, we will be the consumers
Not the market.
of the outputs from 5 different committees. The judgments we're making
That's
will
what he's
be
trying to tell
informed
everybody.
by, but not at all determined.
He's
by
gonna have
these
to fight
outside
to make it
groups.
clear, but that's
My
that sums up
theory of
this
the
whole thing.
case in establishing
We
the
are the
task
decision
forces
makers, not the
were
market.
to
The
pick
market's
people
saying
with
something.
extraordinary
The Fed
talent,
isn't going to listen to it anymore. That's
depth
it.
of expertise, and a divergence of views inside every committee, so they too can have a family fight. This is not outsourcing to people that aren't known and haven't been vetted. This is seeing whether new ideas can catalyze a broader, better, more informed discussion inside the room. And I'm very confident that we're going to be able to do that. I am impressed by the credentials of these 15 people. And full disclosure, I've known almost all of them for a very long time. And I think they're going to give their best views on the subject. But ultimately, these are decisions we're going to make, and we're accountable to our oversight committees and to the remit Congress gave us to deliver.
Hi, Ann Saphir with Reuters. Nice to see you again. So I need a little help here too. You've said repeatedly you have no tolerance for inflation, and yet we are seeing above target inflation repeatedly for 5 years, and through your
I feel like these
term
ladies about to
so
cancel
far,
me.
and sure, you have no magic wand,
The
but you have
question.
not taken action. You just gave us a little peek at your reaction function as well. You said that if underlying inflation is
I'm
rising,
getting
that you
anxiety.
would tend
Is this what
to,
anxiety feels like?
think that you might need to tighten. And
Why do I feel like this right now?
with the exception of the most
getting
recent
uncomfortable.
inflation print, that is what we've been seeing. So could you explain what you mean by no tolerance for inflation and what you plan to do about it?
Sure. So, Ann, I hear from you what I hear more broadly from households and businesses: impatience. Deliver it already. This is not an excuse. This is a fact. This FOMC, this board has been in business for 8.5 weeks. The patience, the impatience that households and businesses
Not a good
feel
answer. You're supposed to
have
blame
been
it on
going
your
for
predecessor.
63 months.
Come on.
We are
Honorable
on the
guy,
job.
but
we will
you know,
deliver.
don't wanna hear
we
you
are
just got
focused
the
like
job.
a
Blame it
laser
on the last
making
guy.
sure we can do it. But the suggestion that we're going to be able to do it with our magic wand is one I want to disabuse you and everyone else of. But the discussion in the last 2 days give me more confidence even than I had 8.5 weeks ago. This team that we have at the FOMC, the support that we have from board staff, and the new hard questions we're asking, we need to resolve those. And as we resolve those questions, get smarter on those, we're going to deliver on the remit. You don't have to take my word for it. If you look broadly at market prices, they are certainly not saying all clear, but they are working in concert to keep
Dude,
us
it's
on
all
our
the
toes,
reporters with inflation.
And they have tightened financial
Do you guys realize? I
conditions
think if
in
we
this
bully everybody
intervening
every
period,
time they say
and,
inflation, we could end
and
inflation.
That has given us.
I mean, Jerome Powell
has
would agree with
provided
me.
us
Inflation is a
some
social phenomenon.
comfort That
they don't feel
we've
me.
got the ability,
But
and
they are the
capability to
only ones
deliver.
talking about it in the same
And is
Fed pressure
your,
sense.
Read or your, I guess, faith in markets' ability to sort of make a judgment and then you to
Like
take
if a company
signal
was
from
like,
that
you have to pay
judgment.
more
Is
inflation, if you
that-
said bullshit,
How does that,
it didn't buy it, and then you got
affect you
10
when
people to
you
agree with you,
come
inflation would end in 3
on
months.
the September meeting and
Anybody time someone said you say
seeing
bullshit,
a
no.
near 100%
I disagree.
chance of a
I
rate
do not
hike.
comply.
As they see now, how does that feed into your decision making and your thinking?
So we're not going to be constrained by market prices. We're not going to be constrained or take verbatim from
Listen
what the
to that.
market's doing. But I think it's useful and to understand that markets can be a very good source of information.
Yeah, he
not
respects
a
'em.
determinative source, not a perfect source.
Jensen Huang in the Oval?
But if we're trying
Oh
to
my God, on
land the
Fed
plan
Day!
to deliver 2%.
Damn, Donald
inflation,
Trump brought out a headliner, you
and
guys.
we take a very
He brought out
useful
Jensen.
source of information.
While Kevin's
and
talking,
we get
I
it all
can't.
fogged up.
That's
by giving
insane.
it our own forecasts, by providing rolling commentary. I can assure you that we're going to have less information, less ability to land the plane successfully and deliver price stability. We're just trying to make sure that that source of information is as direct and unfiltered as possible. It isn't to the exclusion of data
Right now, this is
sources
not a
and
very good
opinions
airport.
and
We're
other
going to make it a great
surveys.
airport.
No, no Jensen.
But if you're hearing from
No
me,
Jensen.
we wanted to make sure we were getting a better source of information. I think in a
But wait,
relatively
why
short
did he
time
say
we are.
that? He's not in the video.
One of the
Hey, Chairman
great.
Warsh, Brian Chung with NBC News. So you said you'd be open to having press conferences when there's news to make. So today, no change to rates, no forward guidance. For the average household, I guess, what was the news today?
So apparently it was news that I had a press conference. Let me just see if I can offer some clarity on that. Between now and year end, my predecessors and the Federal Reserve committed to press conferences this year. I'm committing to press conferences this year. That might be news to the people in this room and of no particular
uncommitting.
interest to your viewers and your readers back at home. What I can offer as assurance is that the Fed's on the case, that this Fed chairman feels better about this board and this committee's ability to deliver than I did when I showed up here on the first day, and I showed up pretty confident. I've been heartened by the reception that I received. No doubt in some of your commentaries today, you'll talk about a divided Federal Reserve. Well, that's not the feeling I felt the last couple of days and the couple days before it. What I felt was a group of professionals, all with different perspectives, different views, different judgments, but eager to roll up their sleeves and have a family fight, and eager to reform the way in which the Fed does policy, a keenness and open-mindedness and curiosity about that. So we have a far better chance to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us. And so I want to leave you with the optimism of a new central banker that we're committed as ever to deliver and to offer an assurance we will. Thank you all very much.
They didn't even announce last question. Amazing. Amazing, you guys. Holy. So I got some notes. I will tell you this. I mean, it sucks because I'm about to give you a bunch of information. So I don't want to sully the information, but it is true. I'm starting to like this guy. He is starting to grow on me. Oh yeah, Trump is live. Fuck! All right, well, let's listen to Trump, but I have notes. I took notes during all of that. There's some and we're going to come back to these because everybody is insisting on ignoring what he's saying. So I'm just going to write it all fucking down. But at the same time, we're pulling apart right now, you guys. Literally, he was just that whole press conference, the way it got hyped, he expected it. He wanted it. And he was even saying that he is trying to break the market away from from having to follow what the market prices. That's it. He's saying we will look at the market's saying something, we respect that. That's dope, useful info, but we don't want the market to repeat back what we said to it. And that's exactly what he said. So the whole story, especially moving forward, the Fed is still changing. We are in the early days of really pulling apart this Fed, and that's what I'm telling you. He's saying, you know my reaction function. Nothing has really moved. He described it. But, yeah, bro, this is, he guaranteed you less speeches, pretty much. So, yeah, man, there's a lot. There's a lot. We'll go over the notes here in a second, but your president, some of you, he's not all of your guys' president, apparently, but some of you, your president is live.
I ask Jack to say a few words, please.
Again, he said something about Jensen, but
thank you for your inspiration here. And
Jensen's not there.
Challenge all of us to step into the issues that you just described. We're very proud of the process that we've gone through. We're very happy that United Airlines, the Airports Authority, and the other airlines have agreed to step up and fund this thing. So this is not requiring federal dollars. This is going to be airport-generated dollars, airline contributions, which is phenomenal. It means that we're off to a fast start here. We're engaging with the Saranen family to make sure that they stay intimately involved with this. All the aspects that were just described, I think, will make this a world-class airport. And you challenged us to do this. We're building off of growth, though. I have to tell you, our airport was the fastest growing airport in 24 and 25 of any large airport in the country. So, we're going to continue to build on the momentum that we have. And we're excited about taking on this challenge, and it will be a challenge to construct this. And our goal is to construct it and make sure that the traveling public there'll be minimal impact to them as they transit through our airport. So again, Mr. President, thank you for your inspiration, and we look forward to you to continue to participate in this in the coming years because we're going to bring designs to you and other things. So we very much look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Great job, Tim. Scott, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary and Jack and everyone. United, we're really excited to have this project get off the ground. The terminal that's out there today was built 45 years ago and was meant to be temporary. And so I've spent my whole career at United Airlines waiting for this day, and all the people of United Airlines have spent even longer waiting for the day that we could have really the best airport in the world. And this design is one that works great for the airline. The President talked about how it works great on the outside for the airline, but it's going to be a beautiful airport inside for customers. It's something that all of us at United,
so you should finalize your cyber plays.
Be proud of having an airport.
Because if they do good, cyber plays will do good.
Really
if they do bad,
the United States,
it's going to be
I'm proud of it as a CEO of United, but proud of it as an American as well.
That's right.
It's going to be a great one. Thank you. Thank you for your help. And Trent, would you like
But
to
yeah,
say
I'll
something?
tell. I mean, sadly,
Thank you, Mr.
dude,
President, for your leadership
the
on
weird
this. On behalf of the
expectations got in the way.
board,
The
this is
bonds
something
are
that everyone's
moving
tried to do
kind
for
of
decades,
large, which kind of
and no
makes
one's been
sense,
able to
but
get it done. And
just
without
the
the
wrong
president's
way,
leadership
but
on
it does
we'd be
make
back
sense.
in square one. So
But
thank
I
you for
do
your
think the
leadership on
spy
this project.
moves
Thank
were
you to
sadly
United, the Department of
very
Transportation for
algo
moving this
driven,
along as quickly
as weird as
possible.
that may sound.
One of the things that is interesting,
That's,
they were
this
going to
was
build
Michael
this over
McKee,
a 60-year period.
and then this was
They were
the
going to
speech
start with a
ending.
little section here, a little
But
section there.
that's why just how it
and
played
that
out.
Wouldn't have worked.
He
It
didn't really
wasn't
say
designed
much,
like this, but it
and
wouldn't
that's what he
work.
wanted to say.
So
Nothing
we're
has
doing it
changed.
all at
We're
one
in the
time. It'll all
box,
be completed,
and he
it'll
kind
be
of said it.
beautiful, and it'll be
A nurse shot.
something very special. Would you like to say something?
Thank you, Mr. President. I really want to thank the Airport Authority and United Airlines for your partnership, the board of the Airport Authority. Your partnership is critical to make this happen. I know you had a plan to improve the airport, but as the president said, it was a long-term plan. We thought it was too modest, too slow, too modest. And with
60 years isn't too long.
Decades, but with the president's attention and focus on this, it's accelerated, it's expanded, and we're actually going to realize the vision, and a much greater vision now. So it's a very exciting day for Washington, for the whole nation.
Well, these people have all been fantastic, and they want to see it get done and get done properly, and it should be done as one airport, not being built in chunks, which would have been, frankly, a catastrophe, I think. So thank you very much. You have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. Very quickly on this issue, did you just say 2 years? It would take 2 years to finish
We
this?
think we can get it started fairly quickly. It's largely financed. And we need some approvals from Congress probably, but generally speaking, it's been very bipartisan.
And then on the attack, the drone attack on the LNG tanker off of Egypt, what can you tell us about that? And is there any indication it's Iran related? Does it represent a
Well,
wider
I'll give you a report. I've been briefed. It's a little more of the same, but it's going to be straightening out. It's going to be straightening out. In the meantime, we're going to be hitting them very hard because it's our turn to hit them. They know it's coming. They're asking us not to do it, but they tried shooting it last night. So we had 5 rockets shot going 8,500 miles an hour, and all 5 rockets were knocked down to the ground. But they nevertheless took a shot, so it's our turn. And we'll see if we get there with an agreement at some point, but we're going to hit them very hard.
Mr. President, first on this, is this
Yeah, oil, that was the nice version of what he said this morning. But we'll be hitting Iran hard
We could
against
do
the
it without a
wire.
lot of disruption, very little.
And then
Little
It
oil
might even
pop.
be better.
on Leader Thune, what's your reaction to him saying that there's no evident path to success on killing the filibuster?
I should have took the 6,000%.
Well, that's too bad for him.
It bounced.
That's too bad for him and too bad for the Republican Party.
Do you believe that?
He's got the votes. He should get it done. He should be able to get it done.
Mr. President, thank you. Dr. Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment more than 100 times today.
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Rand Paul said he's going to hold
Hey,
a
Herb.
vote on holding him in contempt of Congress. Do you think Dr. Fauci should?
Dog, imagine having a
Well, I
pre-pardon
watched the
and
whole thing
still
today, but
pleading
more
the
importantly,
fifth.
I was a part of the whole Fauci. I inherited Fauci.
But good
He was
for
here
him,
from the
you know, as a
1980s, so I
gangster.
had him for a period of
But
time.
still.
And I disagreed with him on a lot. I would have had to close down the whole country if I listened to him. I went the Federalist way, which is basically let the governors decide. And generally speaking, the Republican governors did
No,
very well.
TLT's doing the big
governors
move
did
now.
Not very
That's what I'm
well.
saying. In the beginning, it
But
was a
Fauci
dud.
wanted
The
to have
equities
nobody
aren't,
wearing
but
masks, if you remember, and then
this is
everybody had to
about
wear
almost that 10
5
basis
masks,
points.
as many masks as you could get. I mean,
I think
they had
it
a
is
lot
on
of
the bonds
mistakes.
on the long
and,
end.
he wasn't a big factor for me. He was a
So
very
this
big
is
factor
a very
for
big
Biden.
bond reaction day
And
of
if
the
you
Fed.
remember, even though we were
But unfortunately,
sort
I don't
of,
think the equities
prime
are
time
in La La
in terms
Land.
of that whole
They're moving
disaster
just
of
off
COVID.
Algo's leadership
Far
earnings.
people died fewer in the Trump administration than in the Biden administration. We ran it well. Operation Warp Speed was talked about as being one of the great success stories anywhere in the world, actually, and we did a good job. But many more people died under Biden than died in the Trump administration from COVID. COVID was a disaster, but Fauci did not help.
Do you think that the DOJ should reopen the investigation into the auto pen, specifically pertaining to Fauci?
Well, the only thing you can really think about is the auto pen, because the most powerful thing the president has, they say, is the power of pardon. So he was pardoned by Biden, and I respect that. I know how powerful it is. It's a very powerful They say it's literally the most powerful thing a president has. Now, whether or not I sign my things directly, always, almost everything I sign directly. You're witness to many of them. He signed very few. The only thing I know that he signed was Hunter Biden's pardon, but I'm not sure that he signed, he probably didn't sign this one. So I can't tell you what the law is. I've heard that you have to have a lot of proof. You need to have letters. You need to have all sorts of things.
We only got 35 minutes.
The person operating the auto pen has to know exactly what it's all about. He didn't know what it was about because I saw him testify. So maybe there's something on the auto pen. Other than that, the power of pardon is very powerful.
One question briefly on the.
Thank you. Beth Turner, GB News. We've just heard you talking about another example of American excellence. That's really what this is a project where you're striving to be the best in the world. As a Brit, that's really striking to me. You've had a couple of weeks to get to know our new
As somebody with no ambition, it's very odd to listen to.
Well, he did say one very good thing. He said he's going to open up North Sea oil. If he does that, you're going to be a wealthy country. If he does it reasonably. I was telling Prime Minister Starmer, open up the North Sea. Open it up. You'll be okay. Open it up. They have two problems.
They all are. They're dumping everything. It's all algo moves right now. That's it. Meta, Microsoft after the bell.
And we've taken a very tough stand. In fact, for 14 months, nobody has come into our country. Zero, which is almost hard to believe, but that's what the report says. Our borders become very strong, and your border is very weak. He's got that problem, and he's got energy problem. He's got windmills all over the place, and anytime you see windmills, you see a failing country, and they're made in China, not used by China, but they're made in China. And you have a thing called the North Sea, and you buy a lot of your energy, as you know, from the North Sea. You buy from Norway. And Norway gets it from the North Sea. They get their oil from the North Sea. And Norway's got trillions of dollars in the bank, trillions. It sells its oil from the North Sea. And Scotland has a better part of the North Sea. And you have 500, 600, 700 years. You have areas of the North Sea that haven't even been explored yet. You have one of the most valuable oil finds anywhere in the world. And if the United Kingdom would use it, they'd be a wealthy country again. And I tell you what, I could not get Starmer to use it. It was incredible. Every oil company that I meet, and these are all big giants, every person that I know in the oil business said, please, could you open up the North Sea? Could you get them to open it? They're dying to do it. And if you open up the North Sea to the oil companies, Scotland, Ireland, the UK as a whole, but it's right in Aberdeen, Scotland. It's right in Aberdeen. And that would be one of the most vibrant. You know, it used to be called the oil capital of Europe. Aberdeen was the capital of Europe. And now it's, they don't drill oil. And nobody can understand why. You have it's among the finest oil, it's the best oil anywhere on the planet. And it's unbelievable plenty. You don't have to pay Norway triple what it costs them to take out. You have your own oil and gas. If you use the North Sea, the UK will be a really rich country. I cannot get the point across. The new gentleman, when I spoke to him, he said he's going to open up the North Sea. Let's see if that's
true. The Fed today voted to keep interest rates unchanged. Are you surprised by that? Are you disappointed in any way with Kevin Warsh and not being able to corral Fed members?
Yeah, Kevin's got a board. He's fantastic. He's a brilliant guy, smart. I know he'd love to see lower interest rates, but he's got a board, and it's a political board, and they want to keep rates up. But we fight through rates. We have the strongest investment ever made in a country, of any country. It was China about 13, 14 years ago. We have far greater, 19.2, even Jensen would say that's a lot. 19, and Jensen's spending a tremendous amount of money by hundreds of billions of dollars. He happens to be in the room. He's spending more than United, actually.
Yes.
But he's spending 10 billion, but Jensen's spending hundreds of billions, right? I don't know. That's not a bad business again. But
Jensen.
No, we have 19.2 trillion.
All right, do something with your Microsoft.
In any country by far. And that's over a period of 1 year.
If the
As an
pre-earning
example,
play, if you
as
didn't
know,
make it
the
free when
Biden
it's green, they're down 50.
For 4 years,
So you could either
did
hold or
much
take
less
it.
than $1
I
trillion.
like Microsoft
We're doing
just because of how
$19.2 trillion in 1 year. So
crazy and
we have
volatile
things that
everything
are
is,
happening
but
in our
their
country, the
historical
likes of which nobody's ever
reactions
seen.
are
Plants and
usually
factories
smaller
are moving in.
post-earnings, so you might be able
Toyota
to get it
just
after
announced
cheaper.
they're building one of the largest
So just you need
car
major
plants
surprise
anywhere
and
in the world,
full-year
and
guide.
truck plants anywhere in the world. We are building more automobile plants now than at any time in the history of our country.
$1,000 in particular.
Well, do you see what I was telling you when I said one of those would be a good straddle today? If you wanted to, I made my money doing something else, and I got my 1,000%. I just took my money off the rip,
So
off
in
of
terms
the
of the
easy one.
importance, I think
But
the Arc
that
is going to
one,
be
it
incredible.
did play out
I
to
think
a
the
certain
protected
degree.
ballroom and military center that we're building at the White House is going to be unbelievable. It's very important. But, you know, this is the airport. This is sort of the lifeblood of a city or a capital, certainly a capital. And this will go from one of the worst, just like Washington.
From a couple months
Washington
ago, I
was
think
one of the
it's
worst
washed.
places in this
I mean, it has
country.
time, so
Now
there's
it's one of the
value on
best.
it, but it's not
You
good.
couldn't get into a restaurant because all the restaurants were closing or closed. They were afraid to have it open. Now you can't, if you're a restaurateur, you can't even find space to have a restaurant. The restaurants are booming. So, you know, it's a great thrill. And by the way, if you look, Washington is clean, it's safe. People walk to work. Every day a young man or a young woman comes up and says, "Thank you, sir." I know exactly what he's talking about. They couldn't wait. They were afraid to walk to work. Now they literally walk to the White House. Washington is now a beautiful and clean. We got rid of the graffiti. 78 monuments and different things have been
those Bitcoin ones are
cleaned. They were strewn with graffiti. We had 28 fountains that not one of them worked. For years, for decades, they haven't worked. They're all up in service, and nobody's seen anything like it. We have it clean. We're changing all the grass in all the parks. That's going to be changed very shortly. The parks are, because the grass is very, you know, grass is like human beings. Grass has a life also. And we're changing, we're raking, cleaning, and changing all of the parks. We don't have people, we don't have the tents anymore. We don't have all the barbed wire up. We don't have the wire up. Washington's become a beautiful city. It's become a hot city. But, you know, even more importantly, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, just a point of clarity on the airport. No federal funding will be required. What did you mean when you said Congress may need to approve?
So it's going to be bonded for $22.5 billion. United is going to partake in part of the payment, but the airlines who participate in the project are going to pay for it. If I can just make one point of clarification.
Yeah, please.
We have some permitting we have to do, but we think in the spring, this is both Concourse A. We think we can start construction in the spring of next year. So we're trying to move at the speed of President Trump. It's never fast enough, but we're going as quickly as possible so we can give a deliverable to the American people.
And the other thing Sean's doing, which I think is so important, maybe more important, I don't know if it can be more important than this, but he's working on air traffic control. We have an obsolete system. It's 50 years old. You saw the helicopter crash a year ago into a plane. That was a disaster. And,
what time is it?
Things like that would never happen.
30
Bells
minutes.
would have gone off in 4 or 5 minutes before it happened. You would have heard the bells and whistles would have gone off. And a thing like that couldn't have happened if you had proper air control. So what's happened is we're working very hard on getting the finest in the country now, in the world. We've examined the systems of almost every good country in terms of air traffic control all over the world. And we have the best people working on it in the world. And it'll make, I mean, so often you'll see somebody even bunking into each other at an airport. But where planes come too close, where planes, in the case of the helicopter the helicopter hits the plane, we are working on air traffic control to redo the entire system, including the new towers, because the towers are
330
obsolete.
Ramp Capital.
You don't think of it. You see a tower. It looks.
It
like
might be oil
you
related.
go into those towers, they're literally
oil's
falling
going
down.
up. Spy's
So
taking
we're
another
talking
candle.
About new towers
It's
and
oil with
all
bonds.
New air traffic control, which will give us the safest anywhere in the world.
Mr. President,
Why do you think Dr. Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment so many times today when he has the pardon? And why couldn't? What was stopping him from just giving an honest testimony this morning?
Well, look, I've never been a big fan of Fauci. Why he did that was very simple. His lawyer told him to. You know, I don't know if he would have been better off not doing it. There were a lot of questions that I guess he could have answered, and some maybe he didn't feel comfortable in answering, but his lawyer told him to do that.
Mr. President, on Iran?
Prime Minister Andy Burnham hasn't mentioned publicly migration at all since he's gone into number 10. Did you discuss it with him?
I did, briefly. He's going to have to mention it because it's killing your country.
Mr. President.
Killing you.
He won't talk to GB News.
He's killing your country.
He won't talk
Killing
Not him. I mean, we'll have to see. I know Starmer did very little about it. And they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Africa. They're coming from South America. They're coming from different parts of Asia. And they're invading Europe. I mean, they're invading Europe. It's an invasion. And the UK is a prime suspect.
Mr. President, on Todd Blanche, Senator John Cornyn of Texas has been hesitant to back the confirmation. It seems to be some sort of deal that he's talking about. What is your reaction to his hesitancy?
Well, all I can say is Todd Blanche is outstanding. And I thought it was pretty routine because he's so good. You just wouldn't find a better person. So I don't know, maybe John Cornyn's upset with me because I didn't endorse him. I don't know what it is, but I haven't heard that there's a problem. I heard he's going through quite nicely.
And do you think Senate Majority Leader John Thune, after the comments you heard regarding Save America and some other stuff, do you think he's still the man for the job?
Well, we're going to find out, and I'll let you know.
Mr. President, it was a beautiful service yesterday for Senator Graham, beautiful eulogy that you delivered. As far as Senator Darlene Graham is concerned, based upon your conversations, is she going to focus primarily on foreign affairs like her brother, or will she focus more on domestic issues?
I think domestic, really. I've spoken to her a lot, and she's much more focused on domestic, including costs and pricing.
And
I think she'll be outstanding.
Jay Clayton, he was just confirmed by the Senate.
Yeah, he's great.
Would you like to see him continue with Bill Pulte's work at exposing election
Oh yeah,
interference
sure.
in
I'm sure he will.
2020?
Bill did a great job, and Jay has just been confirmed. And he's outstanding. He was the head of Sullivan and Cromwell for many years, and he's very outstanding. And I think he's going to do a fantastic job. And Bill was great. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in light of advanced ChatGPT AI models escaping their lab and conducting cyber attacks, are you considering stronger controls on AI, and would you consider negotiating?
Well, we're looking at AI.
Okay,
we're
I
looking
got
at
one
controls.
more.
We're also making sure that we lead. So we're leading China in AI by a lot. China has virtually no controls. It's freewheeling a little bit. So we have to be careful in both ways. We don't want to restrict them where all of a sudden we come in second to China. Whoever wins with AI is going to win. That's how big it is. So it's bigger than the internet ever was. It's bigger than anything ever was. So I don't want to restrict. I know many of these people. I don't want to restrict them from doing great work. Yeah, please.
Under what scenario do you see Iran attacking U.S. installations and personnel?
CHRW.
And you withdraw? Or
Oh, I don't see that. No, we're not. No, we're gonna hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but we got to smack them a little bit.
Mr. President, are you going to hit back when they strike?
Will I always hit back?
Yes.
Pretty much. Yes.
Mr. President, just want to put clarity on that, sir. Is that in response to the attempted ballistic missile strike on Jordan last night? When you say it's our turn to hit back.
Yeah, I think more so that, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us. Yeah.
Dude, I was gonna say, man, what a fucking, what a move, dude.
Yesterday.
It was good.
Do you see a time scale for getting
No, it
that
was good. Look, he's out doing his thing. I'd like him to end the war. So it's very simple. I get along with both. I get along with President Putin. I get along with President Zelensky. And like I told him, I wanted to end the war, get the war ended. Thousands of people, 25,000 people died last month. That's standard. And it's not acceptable. So I said, just end the war.
Mr. President,
We were at 84 on TLT.
Do you want the House to come back before August 31st to act on the Russia and Iran sanctions bill after it
Well,
goes
if
to
it's
Senate?
necessary. I mean, it shouldn't be necessary, to be honest. But if it's necessary, I'd like to. Are you talking about the Lindsey Graham?
Yeah.
So I'd like them to add Iran as tariffs, not just as sanctions. I
So
think
that
it's
straddle
important.
would
That's
you
what
would have
Lindsay
made
wanted.
about 300% on the
Because I
straddle.
heard that they have tariffs
That
on
one would
Russia,
have.
but
I don't know
not
about
on
the SPY though.
those
The
5
SPY premiums would have been
countries
too much.
having to do with
But that was
Iran.
still a wicked move.
I'd
That
like
one's
to see
starting to pay
tariffs
if you got
on
the
Iran.
top.
It would make it much stronger.
But yeah,
So
there was a
you're
couple
very
of
good
moves
at
there,
this.
but
You can maybe
unfortunately,
tell them. I think they
the
should
bonds
put
are
in
more
for
surprising
Russia, but
today
I
than
think they
not.
should
But
put in for
as
Iran.
odd as
And
this
that's really what
sounds,
Lindsay
this was a
wanted.
lot of
Yep.
swinging back and forth. But
And good job at the dinner
I don't think
the other
you
day.
have anything new, man.
Thank you, I appreciate that. President Xi told you that China would
But yeah,
not
wrap a
give or
Rooney. You
sell
got 20
Iran
minutes, but
weapons. And there's a new
I would think
report
about any
that
earnings
Iran's
place.
about to get
I just put on a
400
couple
rocket
that I'm
launchers,
taking,
from
and
China
then yeah, if you have
going to
anything else
Pakistan
free,
to Iran.
or decide
Well,
what
that would
you're
be
going to do.
surprising. I mean, things like that happen, but that would be surprising. He told me very strongly he wouldn't partake.
I mean,
and he knows that
I really think Kevin described the box.
Yeah, please.
The inertia.
He's coming here, I think,
It
on
was
September
actually
24th.
crazy.
Two questions.
Even with some
First,
of our
coming up
philos
on the
as of late,
25th
but
anniversary of 9/11,
yeah,
and a good number of 9/11 families
that's the thing
have
that kinda
called on
sucks.
New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani
We'll see
to
what
not
Microsoft
attend
and
a
these
number
other
of
earnings
these
do, but
memorial services.
a lot of the
What are your
moves, man,
thoughts
were
on
very
that?
Well, I think
algo-y.
they're having
You
a
could
hard
even watch
time
the
with
inverse
Mamdani.
between bonds and stocks
The
right now.
people having to
Just
do with
unfortunately,
anybody having to
I
do with
think you're
9/11
moving off
right
other
now.
things.
On the
Kevin
victim side,
didn't give you much,
there are a lot of
and
them.
everyone got real
They're
dramatic.
very unhappy with what's going on in New York, and they're very unhappy with the mayor. I understand that. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Republicans are underway negotiating the budget. Would
No,
you
I mean,
set a
Meta, I
star
don't know. I
out
think
to
Meta is
save
probably going to
America
spend more.
advertising? That's something you want to see.
And then they might make a lot on revenue. Again,
How simple can it
Instagram.
be?
Meta's
Voter
actually been a great platform this
identification,
last quarter.
Proof of citizenship.
But I think Microsoft
I mean, now
is
you
the
have to
one with
understand
more
the Democrats, not one
concrete
Democrat will sign because
surprise
they want to
potential
cheat.
just because
There's
of the
no way they
guidance.
can get elected.
They're going to
if
give
they
a
don't-
little bit
if
more
that
guidance
happens.
today.
But we should have unanimous Republican support, and if we don't, people should look at those Republicans.
But there's other names.
But think of it.
So-
who would not sign voter identification?
Here's the deal. I'll give you guys a theory. If you were on the watch list, if you've been paying attention, I'll just give you a theory here for earnings. So it's either we return back to craziness, even though a lot of the AI earnings have been great so far. But yeah, this might be a quarter where everything except AI does their thing. So think about that coming into today and tomorrow. Maybe pay attention to the names that are not related to artificial intelligence. I know that, again, there is a play with Mag 7 and lagging and value, but yeah, that is, I guess I started ranting at a good time. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, bro, a very wild move, but would you guys like, actually, I should turn this down. I forgot. Oh, did I turn it down already? Good. Good, Habibi. Well, yeah. Do you guys want to go over the notes? There's a lot to talk about right now. The market, the earnings. I mean, Trump did make a couple headlines. I mean, his war stuff moved it a little bit, but he hyped up Jensen, but Jensen was not there. I thought they were going to be. Even if Microsoft rips or beats, I mean, I still don't know if it'll do good. Like I'm saying, even historically, Microsoft does better afterwards. Their earnings are not really big. And then lately, even if you have done very well, you haven't got the reward. So maybe that plays out different for Mag 7. But then again, Google went down. It did come up afterwards. But so we'll see. But Microsoft, I mean, there's a lot more eyes on it. And even then, their value, this price level, and even then, if they survive or not, and then this CapEx theme and even cutting back. So they're tied into a lot of it. But then again, I don't think a Microsoft beat, I don't think it solidifies you any sort of market move, unfortunately. But there is other names. So yeah, and bonds, it does not help your long end of the bond curve after Kevin is getting clapped. So like I'm saying, I mean, so here's maybe the first thing before we get into the notes. The funniest part, or the odd part, is that TLT, that went down. So that means yields went higher. But why is that weird? Because technically you could argue that the holding rates, that was supposed to give you a downside surprise. Yields should have went down because you had people who were already betting against it to a degree. So you would have expected bond yields to actually get a bid. They were supposed to move big no matter what, and now they eventually did here. But they moved big, but they went in the direction of they went in the opposite direction of the surprise, pretty much, that they were kind of looking for. So that's it. Damn, UVXY at the high into this. 15 minutes remaining. Oh, man, it's great. So, yeah, that was the first part. But like I'm telling you, just everything and how this all played out, I wrote down a couple of notes. I don't know if you guys want to hear these as you drill into the lows after just moving up 1%, 1.2. Actually, the NASDAQ has moved 3% top to bottom. To give you some perspective, you were up you were up in the green on the NASDAQ, and now you are down 1.5. But you were already down 1.5. So you moved up 1.5 to go down 1.5, and now you are hitting a new low. So, yeah, we're going into the low, but pretty much I wrote these down at the times. So I don't know if there's a timestamp on here, but I put Mike McKee algo, and then at the beginning, my first note, there was an algo trigger at the ending. So that's what you guys got to realize what just happened there. I don't know if you recognized me freaking out at the beginning because I was saying, whoa, pay attention, pay attention. I was telling you guys that because remember, they have gutted the statement. The statement is different. The statement is not, it's not the same way. So back in the day, Powell days, they would read the first part of his interview or the first part of the press conference. That would be with, what is it? And they got SpaceX awarded $1.6 billion for 18 Falcon 9 missions to launch military targeting satellites. I don't know if that's going to move it, but that's coming in now. But yeah, so in the past, Powell's like first couple of minutes, that was all in the statement. He would just read out the statement. But now Kevin's statement doesn't have anything in it. So Kevin is just going off with whatever he wants to talk about. So that's what I was saying, believe it or not, this was during him reading. But then right when he ended in, the transition period into the questions, that's where your rally started. But why did I write that down? In all caps, no catalyst. Because that's what happened at all of the other Powells, if you weren't paying attention. Essentially, during the 15-minute windows and switching, and certain things would kind of trigger algos to start moving. So yeah, he didn't really say much. If anything, what he was saying was bringing you down. And then right as we did the transition to questions, the algos, that was really all the trigger to the upside. And that's what I'm saying, even to the downside, believe it or not, there was questions on what's it called? His reaction function and inflation, but it was also Michael McKee. That Bloomberg algo is real, dog. So you don't have to, maybe I'm just cuckoo, I don't know, but maybe you've been here before and seen me talk about this. But at the same time, yeah, that's where the up and down, it was the move in the bonds. It was the fact that, and I don't know if you heard the content of what he was saying. He said they don't want to interfere with the market signal. That was his direct quote. This guy, the whole theme of all of this was that, yes, the market, even bonds right now, are saying something. And Kevin welcomes them to keep saying stuff, but the Fed isn't going to listen to it. The Fed is not going to listen to it like a lapdog. So he kind of wanted the pressure. That's what I'm saying. He said he was very welcome to it. And the bar, I wrote it down. He said the problem is the data and the dependence. Being dependent on the data is the problem. I'm telling you, the way he worded this 100 times over today, I'm glad we wrote it down in so many ways. It's all circling back to this idea of him saying, yes, we see the market, and the market is going to say things. The Fed isn't going to listen. He is slowly establishing his deviation from market expectations. He's saying you can expect things, but we're not going to be dependent on that, or even the data for that matter. And that's the thing, though. And long story short, this is where he got confusing. I wrote a note on it down there, but essentially where it got confusing is that he's saying nothing happened, but then he did nothing. And he's saying, things were moving, but then nothing happened. And that's kind of hard to reconcile. That's kind of hard to, that's where you could fall into his contradiction. And that's kind of where Mike McKee and a couple of other people try to pry it out of him. What he was saying didn't make sense, but he is saying, he is definitely putting across this image of, yeah, well, we're only going to move when something really moves. SpaceX is dumping off the contract. But yeah, that's what he was trying to explain. And then when asking about the 2-year, so this is what's happening now, even with the bonds. Pretty much they kept asking him 10 different ways. They're like, yo, the bond market is saying that you should be 100 basis points higher right now, right? Based on this is what the 2-year, and he's saying, listen, this is a quote. I wrote down what he said exactly. I should have put him in quotes. But he said, market made judgments. He does not take them by dictation. They are just observing. So this is, again, he said this a million times over, but he's saying the Fed does not have to react to the market, but the market could still react to what they want to. Are you guys, again, I think this is going to be his challenge, but all of this he wanted. I'm telling you, he's even, again, they had the Jackson, what else did he say? Yes, he said surprise is not the objective or function. He wants no nudges or leans. But yeah, he didn't feel constrained. That's what he was saying coming into this meeting. He said he didn't feel the pressure. But the whole idea, the whole summing up of all of this, he says markets could price in an economic judgment. He does not want what's repeated back to it. He'll listen to what the market's saying. He's going to listen to data, listen to his experts. But he wants to get rid of this market reaction function. He wants less speeches. But yeah, where was it? I wrote one down. He did talk shit. He did make a jab at Biden. If you heard it, he said, if I wanted to confuse everybody, I would run hot inflation and break unemployment or break employment. But yeah, I think the whole theme of that, and that's why, nothing really changed. He said nothing's going to change. I do think that's your best answer at this point. They didn't do it last time. They tried to do it, but it's either we still keep playing the same game in the box and we wait for more data and info. Otherwise, tantrum might be the next question mark. It's simple, because all he's been saying is everything's blank. Again, Jackson Hole, blank piece of paper. Again, he said, maybe I'll set something up. I'm going to assure you less messaging. I'll listen to the market, but but I'm not going to listen to him. That's what he's saying. He said, they made a judgment. We made our own. We're going to keep doing it. That was the whole content of today. And that's probably what they're going to do moving forward. So that's what I'm saying. If the market now wants to keep pressuring him, then maybe we move into tantrum zone. But for now, you're still in the box. But if we break out of the box with bond pressure, then we'll see if they're going to try to pressure him. But we'll see if their markets could end up being as calm. Or again, are they going to try to challenge him? He seems pretty much the same as last time. And then he did say he welcomed the challenge, but the challenge didn't feel like a challenge to him. So that could either invite more challenge, or the market may save its energy and react to the other stuff that he's telling them to. But like we've been talking about, the problem really seems to be Kevin is saying stuff very clearly and he's giving information, but it's not really what the market is used to, or it's not how they want it. Again, you want credibility a certain way. Market wants you to know exactly what you're looking for so it could show you and give it right back to you. Market wants you to go exactly what the 2-year is showing. And that's what he's trying to say, essentially. So that he doesn't think that's how it should be. And now they are going to, it seems, gradually, or pulling apart. And that's what I'm saying. It's there. But unfortunately, you are at the victim of algos and leadership again today. Because I'm telling you, I wrote it down. This was algo move up. This was algo move on the inflation questions. But no inertia, I would think, is a great way to describe today. I do think people made it seem like there was inertia, but it wasn't. It's like a fast vehicle. I don't know if you've seen a BMW, a Mercedes, an Audi. I think BMW does this, where the design is to make the car look like it's moving even though it's not moving. That's how design, right? Those narrow lines, the lines on the side. That's how today's move. There was no inertia. There was no movement. It just looked like the car was going to move. That's how kind of, I think, and that's what I'm saying. This is all algo. The bonds did kind of step up to the plate in terms of large reaction, but for the most part, I don't think anything has changed much beyond this. And like I was telling you guys, moving forward, we got now the big earnings, and then even then, it's going to be all about midterms. But I wrote it down. Know the point. So 736 on the SPX, and then that 742 high, but like 736, that's going to be the new Kevin Warsh zone. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't trust him, but he's growing on me. If he really gets the market away from reacting, that'll be amazing. But it's going to be big. There's going to be big changes. That's what I was saying the first time. I was like, damn. But yeah, he's kind of, like he said, judge him on the results. I will, and he is moving in that direction slowly but surely, and that's kind of the crazy part. But I do think what Johnny was saying, Mr. Stallings, is that he is too aware. He knows. Oh, he knows. He knows his effect on the market. He knows what the market is saying. He knows what he says can move the market. This guy, he knows. If he wants to crash the market, he knows. He knows he could bring bonds up or down as much as he wants. He could bring the stocks up and down with whatever. He knows. He's aware. I told you, bro. He is a hot girl that knows he is hot. He is a rich guy that knows he is very rich. He is a guy with power who knows that he has the power. He knows it more than Donald Trump, I would argue. And that's the problem, is that he knows what's going on. And that's what I'm saying. The way he's communicating it, both challenging and welcoming it, going gradual. There's so many ways. The way he describes it, all of it, man. He's aware of what he knows exactly what he is doing. He knows exactly he's trying to wean the market off of drugs right now. And that's the thing, and that's why, surprisingly, the market's getting tapered off right now. This isn't cold turkey, but he knows what he's doing, bro. That's the thing I like about him, but then also that's what makes me not trust him, because he knows exactly what is happening. So we'll see. We will end up seeing. But at the end of the day, it is the end of the day. You only got 4 minutes left. We're drilling into the lows. Finalize your Microsoft, your Meta, maybe your CBOE. I don't know if they're in the morning or not, but yeah, my friends, I would decide for the rod. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in the car. Hey, happy Honda days. Man, exciting. Knowing more than Donald Trump is not an achievement. LOL. That comment is very ironic, because I don't think you understood what I was saying. So, that's very, the irony in that one is great. But at the same time, I would encourage you to watch this video back at the end of the day and just see. But I'll talk about it a lot, because this Fed thing, dude, it might open up another door. Like I'm saying, if we go to tantrum mode, that'll suck. But either way, I think your boy Kevin is. I don't trust him yet, but I'm growing on this. Get rid of this ping pong with the market and the Fed. It's like I told you the first. I'm like, this could be a whole different Fed. The whole game plan has shifted. That's what I was even telling you coming into the statement. That didn't even change. But just like last time, we're already he's giving you little breadcrumbs of what's going on. So yeah. Here we are. I actually didn't see Staples rotate too much, man. I mean, they just kind of held during all of it. That's what I was kind of saying. XLV gave it up a little bit. Honestly, you got a little risk off on there. Staples held up. XLV gave up some of it, and then financials down. And then, yeah, the chips almost went green. That was insane. I'm telling you, that moved back and forth. But I think what's more insane is it wasn't off of what he was saying, more so than not. And DFNS, you like that? Hey, man, good for you, bro. As I said, sometimes I may not play them, but a lot of stuff will always come across our screen. But yeah, that one went nuts, dude. I don't know how. Seen a couple of those. Micron into the lowering. Coin, they killed that premium too, but they better do good. Their bar is the fucking lowest. Coin has the lowest bar out of any earnings. So it makes sense. I mean, crypto has been murdered. But, you know, some people have been trying to trade. But then again, I know they've wasted a lot of energy on their... Oh my gosh. Ding, 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 ding. I didn't. 1 minute, 0 seconds. Chad. GG, my friends. Horda! Oh, Chad, that caught me by surprise. Too much good conversation. Too much active market, bro. But Chad, I need a GG. I think Qualcomm is already out. But God bless all of you. Thank you for your time. Stick around if you want the earnings. Actually, let me turn off the delay for you guys. Forgot. But yeah, Meta 60.8 billion revenue. EPS 618. I think they did better. Hold on, I have to get the preview up. Where is it previewing? Oh my gosh, Meta. Oh yeah, so revenue. So 60.8, they barely beat. Actually, the high end was 61. Again, EPS actually missed by $1. And then they see third quarter revenue 61 to 64. I just clicked out of it. Fuck me. I don't know what the guidance expectation was for next quarter. And then they see full year expenses 165 to 169. So previous was 162 to 169. So slight capex raise. Slight capex raise. A little bit of a miss on EPS. Revenue was a beat, but lower than their own top end. So analysts were, the average was, they beat the average, but they missed their own top end. So technically, it was a beat, but miss on EPS. But then that wasn't really the raise. Again, 61 to 64 on the revenue, but I don't have their full estimate for that. But give it a second and we'll see. ARM came out 129 versus 126. Outlook 138 versus 134. So that was a beat and raise. There's a Microsoftation. Microsoftation. What is a Microsoftation even mean? I don't know, brother, but you know, brother. You know, oh, it's out, brother. It's out. Please hold while I make a connection for you. I know. Please, bear with me, brother. I make sure I get the estimate. Number fully out, though, brother. Fully out. Okay, earnings. Thank you. Okay, so your earning, brother. They see EPS 481. Estimate was 424. Revenue 90 billion. Estimate was 87.6. Operating income 40 billion. Estimate was 39. Net income 35.8. I think they beat. Where's my margin? Cloud revenue was 59.3. I have a percent on that, but I think they killed it on that. 59? They might have really killed it on there. Hold on. It was a beat. I don't see any guidance, but like I said, they are going to give like a full year, a much more extensive guide for better or for worse. I don't see any things on CapEx. You got to read through it. Operating income was 40, 481 diluted, 474 non-GAAP EPS. Voluntary retirement of Xbox. Cloud revenue was 59.3, increased 27. I think they grew on Azure. Azure grew by 1% or 2%, which people were worried about. Intelligent Cloud was 32. That is the only thing people would trip out on. It's still a beat, but no, I mean, honestly, I don't think that's bad at all. All things considered. Yeah, and Azure and Cloud increased 40. Fiscal year. Can I have a guidance? Microsoft will provide forward-looking guidance and connection on its earnings call. So yeah, this is no guide. So Azure, good. Overall revenue, good. Again, anything expense related, we don't have that yet. I'm checking. Okay. Well, good for now. Again, better than Meta, but we'll see. And then Fortinet, are they out? Meta's still down. Fortinet was already up like 7%. So that's kind of crazy if Cyber. And then I don't know if Chipotle's out. They keep moving. And then 474 versus 424 on the Microsoft. I don't think Chipotle's out. Let's see if Fortinet, Starbucks, comp sales 7.9 versus 5.7. That's great. Fortinet 2.05 billion. Estimate was 1.89. EPS 90 cents. Estimate was 75. They killed it. I don't know where their guide is, but still. Again, some of these names are that growth. And like I told you, the bar on some of them was like both high and low. But yeah, that's a ramp. And then for fiscal year 26, they expect 8.02 to 8.18. And then service revenue 518. Let me see. Oh, yeah. They just guided up by almost like half a bill. So Fortinet beat and raised. So that was killer. No, they Cyber, dude. So that's going to help. Like I said, I don't know if it's going to bring all of them up, but yeah, no, they upgraded it before. So literally, as I'm reading this preview, I see the fucking analyst. So this pop today was off. They raised the bar in real time. So Homeboy raised the bar today, jacked up the price target and everything on it. And then, yeah, and then now the earnings smashed it. But again, Cyber, so that's good. Like I'm saying, I mean, yeah, that might help ZS. I'm telling you, even these small Cyber, that's very big growth. So, I mean, that was the leader with Fortinet, but for now, that should help out that trend until any of those do bad. It might even help out software for a little bit, to be honest. Meta, again, Microsoft was good too. We'll see if we get lucky. Again, if they give a good guide, and then if Microsoft cuts CapEx, oh, you'll get hooked up. But if not, there's still many ways this could go wrong. And like I'm saying, you don't have full guidance on this now. And the SPY is dumping after hours. Your Meta is not helping you, brother. Hot dog. Oh, Robin Hood. I think it's CBOE in the morning or the next day. And then again, there's CMG and then O'Reilly. There's a couple of others. Qualcomm came out. They didn't do too high. I think they beat, though. I just saw that one. Carvana's out. They sold. Starbucks, again, great beat. They kind of move a lot. And then all these non-consumers. Again, non-AI. That was the non-AI one. They beat 9.32 versus 917. 85 cents versus 66. Yeah, they low-key killed it. Comp sales up. Everything. North America up 8%. It's like the good old days. Like the good old days of egg bites. Intel dive, probably. I mean, Meta, their CapEx went up a little bit, but overall, I mean, we don't know what Microsoft's saying. But yeah, it is actually interesting that Intel took a little bit more off of that in the chips. It could, again, they're kind of just dumping, and then, like we said, we're going to see. I think Chipotle's out, first candle down. I see it on another screen. Chapato, it's not out, or at least mine hasn't loaded. In-N-Out buys portion of former North Las Vegas casino site. Nice. Oh, Carvana. Let's see, Meta. I don't. Chipotle is just tweaking, but I don't see it. You need more In-N-Out. Jesus in Vegas. Oh yeah, ARM came out. Bro, Spy. Oh, it could be ARM. That's why. I was gonna say ARM came out. They've been out 531. They beat estimate of 477. Margin 98.1 in line. Royalty 715 versus 500. Contracts 17 versus 16. They see revenue at 133 to 14. Estimate was 135. So they beat. Technically, they beat, dude. Since they beat on a lot of these by a decent amount. Actually, I read revenue. They beat on revenue, but barely. I don't see my CMG's tweaking, dude. I don't know what's up with it. NASDAQ drops 11% from June record. Enters correction. Hot dog. Why it no loading? Oh, so Chipotle is out. 3.35 billion versus a 3.33 billion. Earnings per share 0.33. Estimated 0.32. Wow. Sales guidance strong. Momentum. It already has a pump article. Strong Q2 momentum. But yeah, revenue 9.3 to 3.3. Operating margin. Where's the fucking guidance? Outlook for 26. Comparable sales restaurant low single digits 350 to 370. Full year. Oh, they don't give the revenue guide anymore, huh? Discuss financial and provide a business update for third quarter. So they beat, and again, momentum, remember, turnaround story type beat. So good first move. Do you see? I don't see the margin though. I didn't read the whole thing. Operating margin 15.7, a decrease from 15.2. But was that their hot season? They didn't even have. They had a restaurant margin of 25. I don't know if that was the. That was the operating one. Because if it was the hot season, you could get away with it dropping. But if not, that'd be ugly. But yeah, you'll have a guide, restaurant operating. Oh, no. Restaurant operating was 25.2. So they beat on that. No, they beat on it. The 25.2. Operating margin was a little lower, but like I'm saying, if it helped them with the ramp and keeping up, again, 9% growth, we'll take it. But yeah, I think wait for the guide. That's going to be your next one. Remember, any of these turnaround consumer stocks, they need to keep up the story. That's why Starbucks, 8% America, and turning around is good. But comps for next quarter, you need 1.3 and then guide above 3.27. How many restaurants did they say? Comps full year 12.99. I don't know if they have that there. Yeah, 3.35. Comps were the comparable stores killed it. 2.2 versus 1.4 was the estimate. And then full year comps in low single digits versus prior range of flat. So full year guide is high. So they're saying single digit range. Previously they thought it was going to be below, but analysts did think it would be. The analysts were betting on the recovery. 350 to 370 stores. Estimated underlying tax rate between 24 and 26. So yeah, they raised the full year guide. You're going to get more, but that's it. Microsoft leases hasn't commenced. $329 billion as of June 30th. There's $329 billion that they haven't even spent. Well, we'll see, but CMGs, that's one standard deviation, I think. So you need the conference call. Let them talk about next quarter, but full year guide was higher. Actually, no, you're a little less. You're up 6%, but then you moved 2% today. So you're at the 9% it was pricing in. So this is one standard deviation here. I don't think the semis and chips are done. I'm actually starting to think they're at their last leg of the sell-off. So I think they might have one capitulation move left in it, or maybe they'll just jerk you around in a box for a little bit, but it's been pretty fucking bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's been pretty, I don't know if you guys know this, but that chip sell-off was pretty fucking gnarly. You know, you may have, if you took profits ahead of time and sold an amazing covered call, you may not have felt it in the same way, but this is pretty fucking gnarly right now. So, you know, it's not like, that's why it's like you could kill it even more. Like I said, there could still be more flush out, but like you're definitely you're closer to the bottom than not. And I say bottom very restrictively because or just temporary bottom, you know, it's moved a lot, but yeah, you've gone through there's been a lot of money that has been destroyed, washed, changed hands, you name it. So yeah, I wouldn't get too bullish, I wouldn't get too bearish, but you know, we got some things we need to work out. But I think honestly, sadly, you guys don't know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be like everything. This is the sad, I've said this too, you just gotta listen. You don't know what's gonna happen? The chips are just going to turn into IGV. So once you get these fat sell-offs, now it's going to do this. You're going to have the death blow. It should bounce, and then maybe it bounces, then it goes down, then it should bounce, and then it's going to be something like this from now on. But why do I say that? Because that's exactly how silver played out. And that's exactly how gold played out. And pretty much every single other hype thing after it dies. So unfortunately, that would be your worst case scenario. Is that now we're going to have to play this game of it's down 20, 25, it's going to bounce, and then it comes down, and then it bounces, and then the back and forth until, again, you get inertia. That's my new word from Mr. Kevin. You need movement. We got to get out of the box. We need something new, some more information, something to get us moving. But yeah, otherwise, I do think some of the other chip earnings and everything else was kind of chilling. Yeah. Can I look at Micron? You guys, it doesn't matter if I look at it or not. It's not gonna, I can't bring it back, you guys. It does not matter what I say or do, you guys. Unfortunately, this is what I was trying to explain to people. I'm just like, sometimes I'm not the guy to talk to about, like, because again, you got to think about it. We were buying Intel when nobody wanted Intel, right? And they were buying other chips. And at the same time, when people want to buy Intel, I'm not thinking about buying Intel. You know, and that's why when people were piling into certain chip names, like literally we were selling our premium on it to make sure we secured it. So if you were positioning on some of these things on the higher level, I mean, unfortunately, I don't know if like my info could only help you so much. And like I'm saying, like, although you may be listening to me now, just you got to see how our strategies are kind of misaligned. And like, you got to get into alignment with, you know, the market is vicious. It's going to come back to certain degrees, but, you know, you got to get into the rhythm and the vibe of buy low, sell high, not buy high and then get into this emotion and sell low. That is that emotional turnaround. We talked about this in May, June, March, all of them. I talked about this. I have the charts. So, you know, that's the problem. That's why I said it does. Because again, I feel this way about chips, but I'm not, you know, again, I'm not holding on. Even if the chips come back, I don't know if I'm going to chase them. I did play Micron and SanDisk on option plays when there was concentration, but, you know, our approach to the long term, even some of the other flips, you know, think about it. What have you guys watched me do the last couple of months? Instagram, YouTube, you name it. Some of you were asking, you're like, what does that mean? I love the laggers. So even when shit goes crazy, I still go to find the laggers. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why, yeah. I'm chill with that. I'm chill with losing on Z. You know why? I already lost when I made the play. It was, honestly, I could still get lucky. I'm not waiting for it to go up 50%, but even then, do you see the difference? I will take the loss on Zillow every 99 times out of 100. You know why? Because it's at the fucking low. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna, I'm not caught with these ones, dog. And that's what I'm saying. And on a bigger level, I'm like the intel. And think about our approach from the low to when it's at the high and everybody's like, it's going to 200. We cashed out. And then we still kept our ownership. So it's like, wait till the cycle and wait, like I'm saying, depending on momentum, we'll see where things are going to lead us. And that will let you know whether or not we're going to rebubble, reconcentrate, or if it's going to move and spread. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, I just take it little by little. But I wouldn't, I don't know. I wouldn't put, at the end of the day, don't put your positioning on any sort of play in a point where you will, where again, don't make this be life or death. You know, position size and keeping it small, and that's why we have talked about it. The real lagger is real estate to a certain degree. Yes, I could get behind that. Yeah, it just all depends what happens. But I'm also used to, you know, like don't underestimate. It's hard to move real estate. You see what I'm saying? Like nationwide, even in certain places, it's harder. It's harder than you think to move real estate. So that's why I said my view on real estate, stable plus or minus 3 to 5%. You know, I wouldn't expect much, but it is lagging. And now depending on what really does happen from AI to inflation, then yeah, there's other stuff there. But even then, like it takes a lot. Real estate's sticky. Well, you agree it's a one in a lifetime chance. We may not see these move for 100 years. That's fine. And like I mean, listen, if you want a top tick, you guys are free to do it. I taught you how to do it, sadly. You want a top tick, you do it small. Do it inconsequential. And then guess what? Everything else, you must choose your frustration. If you genuinely listen to that philo and this trading advice of choosing your frustration, I'm telling you, that is the answer. I've been saying it this whole time. It's very effective because it's simple. What do you care about more? Go look from May. I said this at the top. I'm selling a bunch of shit early. And I was asking everybody. I said, what are you going to care about more? Are you going to be more mad if you missed out on the 10x? Or would you be more mad if you already had a 10x and you let it go to a 1x? Which one would bother you more? You know what I'm saying? And that's what you got to do. That's what I'm saying. A micron, a bubble, a chip, buy the high, buy the low, whatever it is. It's like, which one's more frustrating? And that's the thing I've been trying to tell people. I would encourage you to focus on quality. And as weird as it sounds, while everyone's telling you permanent underclass, once in a lifetime, run it hot. And and again, I understand some of these things and I believe it. I still don't think you should rush. And I still think, as you hear everybody telling you that, I would be more mad about losing money. I would value protecting money and having value, because at the end of the day, I think if you just stay alive, you're going to fucking run it. Because that's what I'm saying. When these easy windows open up with fucking Trump, dude, that's just like last year. That's all you got to do, and run it and then stay alive. And then you're going to get it easy. That's the thing. Are you going to have money for it? Are you going to be in the right mental space? Are you going to have the right setup? And that's what I'm saying. For now, I would be more bothered about losing money. I would be more bothered about picking up low quality. Why? Because there's high quality now that's affordable. Again, you can make money now, and if there's going to be more opportunities in the future, I don't want to destroy myself chasing all this shit when we know we have pretty easy opportunities right around the corner. So all you got to do is just honestly wait your ass until that door opens. It's like listen. It's a 100-story building. I hit the button. I'm going to wait for the elevator, okay? If you want to fucking run your ass up the stairs, by all means, brother. But choose your frustration. Because I would be really mad if I was 50 flights up running up the stairs and then the elevator was already down. You know what I'm saying? Choose your frustration, my brother. And your effort. And what is going to serve you. And the fruit, my friends. So, Chattadonia, God bless you. God bless you. But I think that's it. Good rant at the end of the day. Honestly, and then remember, just don't let these people trick you, all of you. Because I know doesn't feel emotional, money up and down, I'm up, I'm down, all of this. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. Don't fall for the trap. Our long-term dropped 1.4% today. You know what I'm saying? This bitch still ain't look like nothing happened. Go get a long-term. It doesn't feel like this. This gambling, this trading, this speculation, the economics, the Fed, it's all dumb shit, dude. You know, dude, I hope somebody hears me. You get a fucking long-term. That's it. It doesn't react. It's money. It's going to grow. You're taking advantage of stocks and equities just like all these old, rich, elite people have been doing. It's okay. We got to start small. They ain't give it to us. Let's do it. I'm fine with that. But do you see what I'm saying, though? Just don't understand all the emotions, the back and forth, the pricing in, the volatility. Meanwhile, though, you don't see that. I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, bro, I don't know. I don't know if you feel me, dog. I'm just saying, I hope somebody gets a long term today. I hope one of you step back one day and be like, why am I putting myself in all of this stress? And believe me, you're going to be able to trade. You're still going to trade one day. If not sooner than not, and probably be way better at it than before. But if you're neglecting this, you're missing out on the reality of the market. Why? Do you want to know why I'm so grounded in the market? I got a bunch of these. And do you see what it's showing you? This should track your emotions to a certain degree. This should at least a stability. You see what I'm saying? The world and the financial market, it's not as unstable as all of this fucking noise is making it out to be. Take advantage of that. So, Chattadonia, God bless you. God bless America. I hope you had a wonderful day. It was a great one. I think there's a lot more in store. So get ready for all of it. I don't have a watch list tonight, unfortunately. But maybe an Instagram video. Maybe, I don't know. If I make an Instagram video, I'm just going to talk about getting a long term. You know, that please get a long term. Please get a long term. You know, I think legal begged you today, too. I think you should, man. I think you should. Okay, but Chad, thank you for your time. And God bless you. And read the books. Richest Man in Babylon. Proverbs, New Living Translation. And The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't going out of style. And why, my friends, it has nothing to do with the emotion. It has everything to do with your reaction. And make sure you always keep them separate. Feel away, my brother. Feel away. But you, my friend, you are the captain, the pilot, the commander, the warrior of your mind and your thoughts. So I hope you use it, man. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. Have a wonderful evening. And God bless you all. So be on the lookout for the Instagram video. Okay? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I got to see how today go, man. But that's it. I say long-term. Y'all don't want it long-term. You know that? I know y'all don't want the long-term. You know, my uncle told me so. And I mean this in love, bro. That's why. Some of you are going to hear this and run away. Some of you are going to hear this, and I hope it flips a switch. And I hope you prove me wrong. But my uncle once told me, he said, what did he say? I don't even know what he said. He said, I know your ass ain't hungry. Why you asking for the recipe? Okay? That's what he said. I said, wow. Oh, Microsoft's future leases are at $329, up from $197. That's not good. So that CapEx number is going to go up. I thought that was money that they haven't deployed. Hot dog. All right, man. Well, Chad. Bye. Have a good day.
Viper.
It's a coat, baby. Hi. Coach always said, don't look down when you dribble. Arguing right, left, I went up the middle. That's a big account, but it started with a little. Sold before the bounce, I sold for my initial. Swear I lost count. Head just on a swivel. This ain't about clout, it's about who's beneficial. Finger to the clouds with the whip superficial. Made my mama proud and some friends artificial. Why you getting loud? Trying to keep it civil. Told me run it back, now I'm up triple. Dime is a dime and a nickel is a nickel. Eyes will arise when the money's in the middle. I ain't that wise, they just shady, that's simple. If I'm not that guy, then why would y'all listen? See, it get nervous when I'm quiet. It don't happen on the cell. I make the money when I buy it. Passionate as well, and I love it. You should try it. Imagine past the bell, you either gambling or lying. True serum, I be sipping on that shit. No long term, that's a different type of bitch. Think it's just money, dog, open up your shit. I was getting ready before I was getting rich. Preparation, child of the nation. Try to sell us change, but they raised us impatient. You can know the price and not understand the basis. They haven't faced the truth, Josh is still faceless. Killing shit, I could quit now. From this damn song to owning the whole town. Bitches smiling at me, my peers make a frown. First I didn't get it, but I understand it now. Keep shooting like I'm born in Chino Hills. It's hard to keep money, harder to keep it real. If I was really cocky by now, I would have been killed. But if you kill me, I meet God, so low key, I'm kinda thrilled.